Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built the last site that is related to the software house, and it is just related to the programming and all the things. And now in this lecture we are gonna build this site. This is related to the school, and this is just a funky website. And so now here I'm gonna tell you about its structure. So here you see that this is the logo and this is the slider and here is the menu. So now here I want to tell you something. This logo, this slider and the menu is placed inside the header, and then this is the content area. It is the section element. You know that this is the sidebar and its image, and then here is the heading and its paragraph, and then this little gallery, and then at the end the footer. So here I want to tell you an interesting thing, that in this website the footer is placed inside the section area, and now we are going to build the footer in the section area. And here I want to tell you something, that here you see that this is the background of the nav element. This slider, this is the slider image. These childs are the slider image, and here is these pages. Here you see that these pages are the background of the nav element. So in other words, this slider is placed in the nav element, and this menu is also in the nav element. This is the background. These pages is the background of the nav element, and here we place the slider image. So now let's go and build this site. Here is the folder 3, and here it is. And now first of all, here I'm gonna copy and paste its images. Here is the images. Here I'm gonna cut it, and here is the images. You can download complete website from the Udemy and you can practice its code. And now here I'm gonna create a folder for the CSS. Here is the CSS, and now here I'm gonna create the index.html page, and now here I'm gonna save it. Here is the projects 3 folder, and here I'm gonna write index.html. Here it is. And now here, first of all, what we need to do, we just need to create the structure of this site. So first of all, here we have to place the dog type and all the HTML and the head element, and then the title, and then the link to the CSS file. So that's why I'm gonna copy this thing, because it's take too much time and you have its understanding. Here is the last website that we have built, and here I'm gonna copy this thing. Here is the upper portion of the structure, and now here I'm gonna create the main closing tag, and then we have to create the body closing tag, and then we have to create HTML. Here it is, body and this. And now the CSS files are linked, but here I'm gonna include another thing. Here you see that this is a special font. This is in the heading. Here is it, and it is also apply on this text. So this font name is Cabin Sketch, so I'm gonna include this font by using the Google Fonts. I'm gonna include that font, and here is, I'm gonna type Google Font. And now here is the Google font, and here I'm gonna add the font name Cabin Sketch. Here it is, and here we have to click on quick use, and here is the bold. We also want the bold style and the normal style both. And here is the code. Here I'm gonna copy this code, and then here I'm gonna paste it here. And now here you see that it contains the hyper reference to the Google API Cabin Sketch font 400 font weight and the 700 font weight. Here is, so now all the things are okay, and here I'm gonna build the structure of the site. Here is the site. So first of all I'm gonna build the header, then the section area, and here is the header. Here is the closing tag of the header, and after this here I'm gonna create the section. Here is the section, and now in this section we have to create the content, and then at the last we have to create the footer. I have already tell you this footer is inside the section. We can also create it outside the section, but inside the section it will look better. So now this is the structure, and now in the next lecture I'm gonna start building the site. First of all we will give this background, then this background, this is the body background and the main background, so we will give both of these background, then I will create this logo, then this slider and the menu. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built the structure of this site, and now in this lecture we are gonna give the style to the body and then the main. So here I want to tell you something that of the main. This is the background of the main. Here I'm gonna show you the background of the main. Here is the background of the main. It cannot contain the image on the top and the below. Here you can see that this is the image on the top side. This is the image in the background of the header. Here I'm gonna show you that image. Here it is. Here is the header background image. So now first of all we will place this header main background image. Here you see that this image, and then we will place this background image in the header, and then here is the third background image, that is, it is in the background of content area. This is a small image. Here you see that. So this image is in the background of content, this is in the header, this is in the background of main. So now let's start. I hope you understand. And now here it is. Let's start building the site. First of all, here I'm going to close this, and here I'm going to open the CSS files. Here it is. We have not created the CSS files, so now I'm going to create the CSS files. Here it is, and other one, and here is this, and here is style.css, and here it is, Control Alt S. Here is the grid.css, and now here I'm gonna give the background to the main and the body. Here is, first of all, in the style.css I'm gonna give the style to the body. Here is the body, and here is the width of the body is 100% because the website is 100%. It is spread over full screen. Here you can see that it is on the full screen, but we have created another divs that are present here in the center, and here is the padding 0, and here is the margin, and then here is the font for all the text. This is the shorthand property. Here is the 14 pixel line height, and here is the 22 pixel font size, and then here I'm gonna give this font. Here is the font name is Georgia, so here we don't need to write the font name, the quotes, and then after it we have to give the color to the text. Here is hash 838180. It is just like gray, and here is the background color black, hash 00, and then after it we have to give the background to the main. Here is, this is the background of the main, and here is the main, and here we have to write its width 100%, and here is the URL images, and here is a pg.jpg, and now here is the center for the x-axis, 0 for the y-axis, and here is no repeat. And now here I'm gonna reload it. This is our site. So now the background is inserted. This is a background in the body. We have not give the content inside the main, so that's why that image is not shown on the screen. And now I'm gonna give the style to this header. I'm gonna align it in the center, because here you can see that it is in the center. It's this logo and its background is in the center. This slider is also in the center, and all of this thing is in the header. And now let's start. Here is the style for the header. Here is the margin 0 pixel auto, and then here I'm gonna give it z index. Here it is, and here I'm gonna give the z index to the header. Here I want to tell you something, that here you can see that this is the header, but here this is the background of the header, and the thing that is most effective here is this background, or in other words the header. I'm gonna give the greater z index to the whole header. This nav tag have the lower z index, and this menu also have the lower z index, and this logo also have the lower z index, but these lower z indexes are equal and the header z index is greater. So now I'm going to show you, then you can understand it. Here I'm going to give it 5z index, and here after it, here I'm going to give the background URL. Here is the images, here is the header .jpg, and then here is the right 0, and here is the no repeat. So the background image is not going to repeat inside the header. Here I'm going to reload it, and now it have not any content, so that's why it is not shown on the screen. But here if we write a text, so now here it is. Here you see that this image, background image, is shown. So now I'm gonna remove it when we put the content, so then it is shown on the screen. And now I'm gonna put the content inside the header. Here it is. First of all, I'm gonna put a h1 heading, and the h1 heading contain this logo. It is inside anchor tag and the h1 heading. Here is type h1, and then here it is closing tag, and then anchor tag, and here is the closing tag, and in between this we have to place image src. Here it is, images / and logo .png, and then here I'm gonna give a hyper reference. Here is index.html. Now it is okay, and now after this we have to insert the navigation element, and in that navigation element we will put this slider and this menu, and then this background image of the navigation menu. So here is the nav element, and here it is, and here is the closing tag. And first of all, here I'm gonna put the slider, and here for the slider we have to make a separate div. Here is the div, and here is slide, and now here is the slider, another div, and now in this slider div we will put the slider image, and then outside the slider div here we will put the anchor tags that contain the images in the background, previous and the next, these images. And here I'm gonna put the image mgsrc. Here is images, and here is slider 1.jpg. and now after this we have to put anchor tag, and here is its closing tag. So now this anchor tag is just for putting the previous image. Here is, this is the previous image. When we click on it, so the previous image is shown on the screen. So here is the hyper reference, here is the hash, here is the class, here is the previous, and then here it is, and here is the next. And now after this slider, here we have to make the unordered list to place the menu. So now here is, I'm gonna place the menu, but now I'm not gonna place it right now. First I will give the style to this slider and the navigation bar, then I will place the menu. Here it is. Here you can see that this is the background of the header, this is the logo in the header, and this is the slider. So all these three things are present. So first of all, I'm gonna adjust this heading and all the things. Here is the slider, and now let's start. Here first of all, I'm gonna remove the padding and the margins of the h1 heading. I'm not gonna use the old method for this. I'm just gonna edit the margin. Here is the margin, and here I'm gonna add the space before and after it, so it is clearly visible to you. Here is the 27 pixel, and here is a 00, and here is 63 pixel on the right side of the logo. And here I'm gonna add some space, and now let's reload it. So now the space is added from the top side, and the margin is also added on this side. And now I'm gonna give a style to this navigation bar. Here is the nav element, and here is, so here I'm gonna give it first of all the z index. So now I'm gonna give it the z index 4, because the navigation bar is not more prominent than the header. The whole header is have the greater stack order, greater z index, so that's why it is shown just more visible on the upper side. And here I'm gonna give the background to this navigation bar. Here it is the URL, here is the images, and here is the forward slash, and here is the slider background dot png. Here it is, and here is the 00, and here is the no repeat. And then here, let's see what is this thing. Here is the background of the navigation bar. Here you see that these page like picture. Here I'm gonna show you this picture, then you can understand it. Here is the picture, it is just like a page, and in this we will put the slider here, and then the menu is here. Here it is. And before giving the style to this nav element, here I'm gonna adjust all of these things. Here you see that this header background have so many width, and this is at this spot. It is not in the center because we have not give the width to the header. And now here I'm gonna apply a class on it. Here is the container class. You have already know what is a container class. It have the width and the specific width for the other content area and the other things. Here is container, and here is width 1000 pixel, and then here I'm gonna give position relative, and then here is the margin, here is the padding, and then here is the 0 pixel, and here is the auto. And now here I'm gonna insert a little space after the container so the content is not going to be mixed up or float onto the each other. Here I'm also gonna give it the clear both, and here is container after, and here it is. Here is the content is just a space, and here is the display as a block, and here is the height is 0, and here is the clear both, so there is no floated element on the left and right of the container, and this style is applied after the container. And here is the visibility is hidden, the space is not visible. And now here I'm gonna render it. So now it is in the center. This is the background of the body, this is the background of the header. Both have the same brown color background. And now this is the background of the navigation bar, here you can see that. And now I'm gonna set it, I'm gonna give it the position so it is in the background of this slider, then it will be shown awesome here. And here I'm gonna add the margin around the nav element, 0 pixel from the top, 0 pixel, 0 pixel. And then here is height 571 pixel, and then here is overflow hidden, and then here is the padding 0, and now here it is. And here you can see that this nav background is placed at this spot, and this image is outside the nav background. So why this is happening? Because we have not give the style to the slider. Here I'm gonna give the style to the slider. Here is, first of all, give the style to the slider, give it the position relative, here is the relative, and here is the overflow hidden, and then here is the width 920 pixel, and then here is the padding 44 pixel, and 40 pixel from the left, and 0 pixel, and here is 40 pixel from the right. And then here I'm also gonna give it z index 2. And now this slider is just shown on the downside. And now here is the style for the slider div, it have the image. Here is the width of this is 920 pixel, and here is the height is 429 pixel, and here is the margin 0 pixel auto, you can also write just 0, and then here is the position is relative, and then here is the z index 2, and now here it is little bit adjusted, and when we give it some other style then it will be okay. And now we will give it the style in the next lecture. Thank you for watching this video. If you have any problems, kindly add the discussion, I will help you as much as I can. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have reached at this statement, we have set this slider, and now we have to give it some other thing, some other styles, then it will be okay. And now here I'm gonna remove this thing, I'm gonna give it the display inline to this heading, and then I will give it the Z index, then it will be okay. And now set this logo. Here I'm going into here is the display is inline block, and then here is I'm also gonna give it Z index 4, and here it is. So now it is adjusted, this thing is removed, this is the background of the header, and now I'm gonna adjust this slide. And now here I'm gonna check it. Here is the fault, this div name is slide only, and now this slide is apply, and here you see that this slider is start from here, this is the slider image, and then here we will create the menu. And now let's start, and here I'm gonna create the menu after the div of the slider. Here is the UL, and here is the closing tag, and here is the class, here is the menu, and here I'm gonna place the list item, and here it is the anchor tag, here is the closing tag, here is the home, and here I'm gonna increase it, and here is about, here is the schedule, and here is the gallery, and then here is the contact. And now here I'm gonna write the index.html address, and then here I'm gonna write the addresses of the other pages, but the other pages are not existing, and when we will create these pages, so it is we are able to access it. This is just for saving the time, because whenever we create the page, so we have to write these addresses. So I'm gonna write now, here is schedule.html, and here is the gallery.html, and here is the contact.html. And now here another thing is I'm gonna apply a class on this list items. Here is the list items. Here you see that it is the home page and it have the black color. Here when we are on the about us page, so it have the black color. So this is just apply by using a class, and here I'm gonna provide that class here. And now here I want to tell you another thing, that is here all these options have the different color. It have the black, it have the green, yellow, and now for this we have to give the different classes to the anchor tags. Here I'm gonna give the different class to the anchor tag. Here is the color 2, and now I'm gonna copy this class, and here I'm also gonna give it here, and it have the color 1, and then here it is color 3, and then here is color 4, and then here is color 5, and now it is okay. And here is the menu is loaded, so when we give it the style, then it will be okay. And now let's start. Here is in the style, first of all I'm gonna give the style to the unordered list, and here is I'm gonna give it the margins. Here is, first of all I'm gonna remove the margin of all the order lists in the site. Here is the margin 0, and here it is, and here is a padding, and here I'm gonna write the 10 pixel from the top and 0 pixel from the left, and here is 0 pixel from the bottom, and here is 83 pixel from the right side. And then here I'm gonna add another thing, that is display inline block. And now I'm gonna give the style to the ul li. Here is the list items, and then here I'm gonna give float to the left, and here is the line height 50 pixel, and then here is the margin 0 pixel from the top. Here is 35 pixel from the left side, 0 and 0 from all sides. And now I'm gonna give the style to the anchor tags. Here is this, and here I'm gonna give font size. Here is 40 pixel, and here is the line height 50 pixel, and here is the font family cabin sketch. Here is the cabin, here is sketch, and now here I'm gonna give the text transform, so all the text is transformed to the uppercase letters. Here is the uppercase, and here is the font weight. Here is the bold, and here is the letter spacing -2 pixel, and here is the display block. And then here let's check it. So now here it is present, and now I'm gonna remove the list style type none, and then this text decoration, then it will be okay. And now here when we take the mouse over it, so it will show the black color. I'm gonna apply all of these styles, and when we are on the home, so it will show the black color on the home. Here is, I'm gonna copy this, then paste it here. So when we take the mouse over it, so it will show the color black. Here is, remove this, and now here I'm going to give another thing, that is when we are on the home, so we have give the current class to the home list item, so it will show the black color on the home. And when we create the about us page, so then the current class is on the about list item, then it show the black color on the about. Here I'm gonna copy this, and here it is, and here I'm gonna give dot current. Here is the current a, and here is this. And now let's reload it, and now I'm gonna remove these headings, this list style type and all the things. List style here is none, and then here I'm gonna remove the text decoration of all the anchor tags. Here is this, and here is the text decoration is none, and here is, I'm gonna give it, when we take the mouse over the links, so the text decoration is also none, because there are many anchor tags when I'm gonna provide the text decoration underline, so that's why when we take the mouse over any anchor tag, so the text decoration is become none. So now let's render it, and here is it, and we are on the home, so that's why home have the black color. And when we take the mouse over it, so it have the black colors. But when we click on it, so the contact.html page is not existing, so that's why it's shown this. And now I'm gonna give the different colors to the menus, and here I'm gonna give these colors. Here is starting from this color 1, here it is color, and here I'm gonna increase it 5 times, and here is the head, here is the 0072ff, and now here is the hash 00AE. This is the green type color 35, and here is the hash what color is given to the third one. Here I'm gonna check it. This is the yellow, then red, and then purple. Here is the yellow BFAF00. You can search these codes from the internet, and I have picked these codes from the internet. Here is the B30800, and here I'm gonna give A400 B3, and here is the 5, and here is the 3, and now here you see that it is present, the color is applied. And now here you see that one thing is left in the header. Here we have to create the next and previous button. Here you see that when we take the mouse over it, so here it is, we have give these anchor tags. Here you can see that, but we have not give the styles, we have not inserted the images here or these anchor tags. And now here I'm gonna show you these images, then you can understand it clearly. Here is the next, it contains the next buttons. First of all, we will show this blue part. This is the bottom side in the y-axis, and then when we take the mouse over this image, so it will show this upper part of the image. And here is the previous button, we will show this part, upper part, then we will show the bottom part when we take the mouse over it. So now here I'm gonna give the style to these previous and the next buttons. Here is start from this here, and here first of all I'm gonna give the style to the previous button. We have to set its position. Here is the position, and now here I'm gonna give it absolute position because we have to give it top, left, and right, and we have to adjust it on the random space. Here is the left side is 49 pixels, and here is the pixel, and then here is the display block, and here is the width of the anchor tag. Here is 61 pixel, and here is the height of the anchor tag. So it also the height of the image because we have to put the image in the background. So here is the background, here is URL, here is images / previous .png, and here is 00, and here is no repeat. Here is z index, I'm gonna give it the z index. Here I'm gonna give it the z index 1. So now here we have given the 2z index to this slider, so now it is just shown on below the slider, it is just show like this. And now when we take them, here we have set the position of the previous 00. So now here you see that when we put the 00, so this blue part is shown on the screen. So now we have to set the position bottom in the y-axis, and here I'm gonna give, when we take the mouse over it, here is this, and now here is, I'm gonna give background position. Here is 0 for the x-axis and bottom for the y-axis. And then here is the next. I'm gonna put the properties for the next. We have to copy this and we just need to change the image name. Here is this, and here is this is here, and here we have to provide repeat. Here is this, and now here is the next, and here is I'm gonna show you the next image. So now here we have to show on this bottom part, and here is next, and here is the bottom, and now here is the next div, and here is dot next is this, and when here I'm gonna set it background position. Here is the position, and here I'm gonna give it 0 and 0. So now the red part is shown on the screen. The red part is on the upper side, and here it is. Here I'm gonna check it, and here why it is not shown on the screen. Here I'm gonna check it. Here is the z index 2, and here is 1. Here we have to give the greater z index than the slider, so that's why it is not shown. Here is the 3z index. So now these buttons are on the top. Z index of the slider is 2, so slider is below these things, and here it is. And now here you see that both buttons are here. We have to provide this next button here. Here I'm gonna change its this, and here I'm gonna provide right side. Here it is, and now these things are adjusted. And now in the next lecture I'm gonna create this content area. So first of all we will build this part, then this. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have created the menu and we have reached at this stage, and now in this lecture we are going to start building this content area. And first of all we will build this art, and here we will insert this image, and then this thing, it contains the heading and these paragraphs. It have the 33% width, and this section have the 66% width. So now let's start. Here is the section area. So now here inside the section area we have to create the divs. Here is the div. First div is the container, and here is, after this we have to create a side element, and that aside element is just for this area, sidebar. And here is a side. You can also use the div here, but it is just our choice. You can use anything. Here is adjust one, and here I'm gonna give it the div wrap call, wrap call, and here is we have to also give it the class content background. Here is the content background, and here is the closing tags of the div, and here is the side, and here it is. And now here is the div. This is the closing tag of this container, and here is the sidebar. And now first of all here I'm gonna put the div, and in that div we'll put this image in the background of that div. Here is the div. Give it the class, I'm gonna give it the name art, and here is the div, and now here it is. And first of all, here after the div, after this image, we have to put this heading. And here I'm going to copy this, and here is the heading h2, and here is the h2, here it is. And now here is the class top one, here is p2. So by using the top one, we will give the distance on the top side. By using the p2, we will give the padding on the bottom side. And then here are these two paragraphs. Here is this. And now here is the paragraph on the first line. Here I'm gonna give it a class text1 to apply the style on it, different color and the fonts. Here is the text1, and here I'm gonna apply the p3 to create the space on its bottom side to give it the padding. And here is another paragraph, and here I'm not gonna give any class to it. And here is the closing tag, and now two paragraphs are given. And now here I'm gonna apply the link on this text. Here is art school, here is this, here is hyper reference this, and here I'm gonna apply the link class to give it the style to this link. And then after this I'm gonna create the other paragraphs. Here it is, and then we will create the heading that is below. Here is on the first paragraph. Here I'm gonna apply a class text1 to give it the styles, and then here is a p3, and here is the paragraph. And then here is the paragraph. And now here after this we have to create this thing. This is the anchor tag, and it contains the link. And now here after the paragraph, here I'm gonna paste it. Here it is, and here is the text, and now here is the hyper reference, and then here is the class. Here is the link one, here is the link one, and here is the top 3 to create the distance on its upper side. And now let's execute it. So now it have not any width and any style, so that's why it look like this. So now I'm gonna provide the proper styles, then it will be okay. Here first of all I'm gonna create the adjust one and the wrap call. Here it is, and here is the adjust one. Here I'm gonna write the width of the adjust one is 33%. Here is 33.33%, and then here I'm gonna write it is in the container, and then I'm gonna copy it and I'm gonna give it float left and display inline. Here it is, and here is the float left, and here is the display inline. And now here is it have the width and the specific float and float position. And now here I'm gonna give it the style to the content background. Here is I'm gonna insert first. We will insert the content background, and then we will adjust it. Here is I'm gonna use this class, and then we will insert this art image, and then we will put this p2 p3 and all the things. Here is this, and here it is. Here is the margin 0 auto. Here is the content image, and here is the PNG, and here I'm going to give 1 pixel and bottom side in the y-axis, and here is the no repeat. Here I'm going to give no repeat to the image, and here it is. So now it is at this side, and later when we insert the content, then it will be adjusted automatically. And now I'm gonna give the style to this art div, and first of all we will put the background image here in the art. It will contain this image, this, and here is dot art. And now here first of all put the image. Here is the URL dot images, and here is art.png, and here is the 00, and here is the no repeat, and now here is the width 320 pixel, the width of the div, and here is the height 159 pixel, and this height and width is same as the height and width of the image. And here I'm gonna give the margin to the image. Here is the margin. I'm gonna reduce the margin on the bottom side of the image. First I will show you. Here it is, and now I'm gonna reduce the margin on its right side. Here it is on this side. The margin on the bottom side is fine. Here is 0, 0 and 0, and here is the minus 30 pixel, and here it is. So now it is adjusted, and now I'm gonna give the style to these headings and all the things. And first of all, let's start by giving the style to this H2 heading here at the last, H2. And first of all I'm gonna remove its margin and the padding 0, and here is the padding, and now here we also need to remove the margin and the padding of the paragraph. And here is, now I'm gonna give the style to the H2 heading. I'm gonna give it the font family cabin sketch. Here is the cabin sketch. Here is this, and then here I'm gonna give it the color. Color is #ff, and then here is the line height 50 pixel, and then here is the font size is 40 pixel, and now here I'm gonna give the font weight, and now here after this we have to give the letter spacing. Here I'm gonna reduce the letter spacing -1 pixel, and now let's check it. Here it is, and now we will give the space on its upper side and the downside by using this top one. This is just for giving the margin on the top side. Here is, I'm gonna use it here, top one, and here is the top margin, and here is the margin on the top side is 44 pixel. So a 44 pixel space is added between the heading and the paragraph, And now here I'm gonna give the padding on the bottom side of this heading, and this margin is added between this image and the heading. I have called it wrong, so that's why here is the P2. Here is the padding on the bottom side of the heading. Here is the bottom, and here is 6 pixel. Here it is. And now I'm gonna give the style to this first paragraph, and here is by using this text one, and then I will give the style by using this P3, and here is the text one. Here is the font size, and here is the line height, 25 pixel, and here is the color is #FFF, and then here is the font style is italic, and now here it is. This thing is just changed, and now here you see that there is no space under this paragraph, so I'm gonna create this space, and by using the class we have give it P3, and here is the P3, and here I'm gonna increase it, and here is P3, and now here I'm gonna put the 7 pixel. So now it is okay, and then after this I'm gonna give the style to this heading. I'm gonna create the padding on its bottom side and then the margin on its top side. Here is the classes. Here is, first of all, here I'm also gonna give it here the top 2 to create the margin on its top side, and here I'm gonna copy it, and here it is top side, and here here is the 13 pixel, and now let's execute it. Here is this, and now I'm gonna create the space on the bottom side of this heading by using its class. Here is its class name is P3, so it is already created, and now I'm gonna give the style to this text, that is the link 1 and the link, both of these text. Here is copy this, and now here at the end I'm gonna place these links. First of all the link 1, and here it is. Here is the font size 30 pixel, and then here is the line height is 36 pixel, and then here is the color is red. It is just like red, DDA0A00, and then here is the font weight is bold. This style is given to the heading, that is the new archive. Here is the bold, and then here I'm gonna give it the font family. Font family is cabin sketch. Here is the sketch, and here is the letter spacing. Here is 1 pixel, and here is the display inline block, and now I'm gonna give the color to this link 1 when we take the mouse over the heading, so its color is become white. Here is hover, here it this #FFF, and now let's execute it. Here it is, and we will create the space on its upper side and the down side. And now I'm gonna give it the top 3 to create the space on its upper side. Here is the top 3. Just increase it, and here is 12 pixel. And now let's execute it. So here is the space is created, and now I'm gonna give the style to this link by using its class link. Here is after this, before this, here I'm gonna give the style to the link. Here is the link. Here is the color is just like red. Here is DD0A00, and then when we take the mouse over this text, so it will display the text decoration underlined. So underline is displayed. Here is underline, and now the sidebar is ready. Here you can see that, and if you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can. And now we will create this part in the next video, and this footer is also in this part. It is also in this 66% width. So thank you for watching this video. See you in the next video. Hi guys, welcome to this lecture. In the previous lecture we have built this sidebar, we have inserted this image, and then we have built this text and these links. And now in this lecture we are gonna building this content area. Here it contains this heading, this paragraph, and this gallery. And here I want to tell you another thing, that this footer is also inside the div that contain this content. It is in the 66% width of the div, and this footer is also placed inside that div. And now here I'm gonna create it. After the sidebar we have to write div, and then here is the class. Here is adjust to, and then here is the div class. Here is the wrap call, and then we have to place the footer inside this div, 66% width. So that's why we create the closing tag of these divs. And here is the div. After the footer we have to place these closing tags after the footer. And now here we have to create the content area, and first of all we have to make a div, and then we have to place these headings and the text in that div. Here is copy this, and here it is, and here is h2 class p2, and then here is h2, and here is p, and here is class text 1. Here is p. So now here we have forget to made a div. We have to place both of these things in a div. Here is a div, and now here I'm gonna give it the class pad1 to create the space on the upper side and the below side of the div. So now both things are inside a div. Here is the div, and now I'm gonna check it. Here it is, and now here is the text is appear on the screen. The heading have their styles to the text. Here is the clause is wrong, but we already defined the style for the text. And now I'm gonna give the styles to the classes. We have already defined the style for the p2 and the text one. Here I'm gonna show you. Here is the p2 and the text one, and now I'm gonna check the adjust to. Here we have to create the adjust to div, and then we have to give it the width. Here is 66.66%, and here is the adjust to, and here is comma, and now I'm gonna give the float left to the adjust to. Here it is, and now let's check it. So now here I'm gonna give the style by using the pad 1 to create a distance on the bottom side of these paragraphs. So a distance is created between the gallery and the text. Here is the pad 1, and here I'm gonna use it here. Here it is. Here is the padding, and now here is the 10 pixel for the top side, 0 pixel for the left side, 44 pixel for the bottom side, and 30 pixel for the right side. And now here it is adjusted little bit now, and now I'm gonna create the gallery on the bottom side here. First of all, we need to create a div to contain this gallery. I'm gonna create a div, and then I will give it the block class, and by using that block class I'm gonna give it the background color. Here you can see that it is little gray type background color, and then I will put these images in it. And now here I want to tell you something, that these two images is placed inside the same div inside the row div. This image is taking 33% weight, this image is also taking 33% weight, and then these two images are placed in another row div. It will take 33%, it is also taking 33%, and it is in the anchor tag. And now let's start. Here it is, and here is the div. Here I'm gonna give it the class block, and then here is the div closing tag. And now in between this, first of all I'm gonna create the heading. Here is the h2, here is the closing tag of the h2, and here is our gallery, and here I'm gonna give a class p4 to create the distance on its bottom side, and here is the color 6. And now after this I'm gonna create a row div in which we will place the first two images. Here is div class row, and now here is div and now here I'm gonna put the first image. Here is the first image, have the weight 33%, and now here is the div of the 33%. Here is class adjust 3, and here is closing tag, and then here I'm gonna place the anchor tag, hyper reference is hash, and here is, and in this anchor tag we will put the image. Here you can see that when we take the mouse over the image, so it contain a link. Here you can see that this is a pointer, so it is just telling us it is a anchor tag. And now here I'm gonna give a class to the anchor tag, image border, so it will create a border around the image. Here is the image border, and now here I'm gonna put the image source, and then here is images, and here is img1.jpg, and now it is completed, the image is inserted, and then we have to put this text after the image. So now I'm gonna copy this, and then here is, I'm gonna write paragraph tag, and here is the paragraph, and then here is this thing, and now here is class text 2, and now let's see what happened. Here I'm gonna execute it, and here it is, and now the image is inserted. Here you can see that, but it have not space on this side, and the text have not the space on this side. On the left side here you can see that it have the space on the left side, and it have not any background now. So now I'm gonna give it the background and all the styles, and now let's start. First of all, I'm gonna give the style by using the block. Here is dot block, and here I'm gonna give the block background, and here is hash f2 f2 f2, and now let's reload it. So now the background is created, and now I'm gonna give the style to this heading because it have the white color, and background is also the color of white, so that's why it is not shown on the screen. Now the block style is okay, and now I'm gonna give the style to this gallery to create a distance on the bottom side. This pad one is just for creating the distance here, this distance, and now I'm gonna use this P4 to create a distance on the above side and the bottom side, and this color 6 is just for creating the color, giving the color. Here I'm going to use it, color 6. Here it is, dot color. Here is the color. Here is hash 000, and now let's reload it, and here it is. And now what we need to do, we have to use the P4. Here I'm going to use P4 to add the distances. Here is the P4, and here I'm going to add the P4. Here is the padding bottom. Here is 13 pixel, and now it will add the space on the bottom side, and now we need to add the distance on its left side, top side, bottom sides. So how to add the distance? We have to give the padding to the block one. Here I'm gonna give the padding. Here is the padding. Here is 18 pixel, and then we have to give 30 pixel on the left side, 18 pixel on the top side, 0 for the bottom side, and here is the 30 pixel for the right side. On the bottom side we will give the padding when we will create the footer and the last things, and now it is okay. This distance is added, and now I'm gonna give the style to the other things. Now we have to create the style for the row. You have already know why we are using the row class. We have to give a little space before and after the elements, so the elements are not gonna be float onto each other or not going to be mixed with each other. And here is, I'm gonna give the style to the row here. Here is dot container, and here is dot row. Here is before, and then here is dot row after, and here it is. Here is the content, and then here we have to give many other things, and here I'm gonna reduce it, and here it is. And then we have to give the display block, and then the flow hidden and then the visibility hidden. So I'm gonna copy these properties from here, visibility hidden and all these things, because we need it. Here is this, and here I'm also gonna give width is equal to 0, and then here is I'm gonna remove the clear both from this thing because we don't need it right now. And here is I'm gonna give overflow hidden, and now here I'm gonna give container dot row, and here is after the row you are not going to be allow any element to be float onto each other. Here is the clear both. So now it is okay, all the things are secure related to the row, and here is this. And now the other next thing is we have to create the style for the wrap call. Here is the container, here is dot wrap call, and you have already know why we use the wrap call to create a distance of around the divs. Here is the 10 pixel, and now it is just adjusted. And now let's see what is the next thing. Here we have created the wrap call, so that's why I give it the styles, and all the styles are given adjust 3. Here I'm gonna check the adjust 3. We have to create the adjust 3. So here I want to tell you something, that this adjust 3 div is taking 50% width. So what is the 50% of the width? Here is the total width of the div is 66%, and we will give the 50% to each div. Here I want to tell you something, that this is the adjust to div and it have the width 66%. Here I'm gonna write 66%. Each image div contain 33%, or in other words it contain the 50% of the 60%. And now we have to create the adjust 3 width. So now we will create the width of the adjust 3 is, here I'm gonna write only just for example, we have to write like this. The width of the adjust 3 is 50%. So what is the impact of the 50%? So now the width of this div is become 33% equally. But here if we write here 33%, so the width of this div is the 33% of this 66%, so that is just 22%. So now the width of the div is 22%. So here this is a little tough point. You have to give the width 50% to this div, then it will take the half of the 66%. And if we give 33% here, that is the actually, so here we will get the 33% of the 66, so that is the 22. If you still cannot understand this point, so don't worry, you can add the discussion. Here first of all I'm gonna give the 33%. here is adjust 1 contain the width 33%. So now let's look at it, what happened. Here I'm gonna insert the second image. Here is I'm gonna copy this and then paste it again, and here it is. And now here is the image number 2. So now here it is, and now here you can see that it have the 22% width because we have give it the adjust 1. So adjust 1 contain the width 33%, so the 33% of the 66% is 22%, so that's why its actual width is 22%. But here I'm gonna give it adjust 3, and here is adjust 3, and here is adjust 3, and here is the 50%. So now both images will have the 50% width. So now it is fully shown. We will adjust these images, then it will be okay. So now equal width is given to this div and this div because both have the 50% of the this adjust to div width. So now I will teach you rest of the things in my next lecture. If you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion in the course, then I will help you as much as I can. Thank you for watching this video. Hi guys. In the previous lecture we have built the gallery at this point, and now I'm gonna give the style to these images, then it will be okay. And here is the div, that is the block, and here is the row div. Here I'm gonna reduce this distance. Here is the closing tag of the row, and here it is. Now here is the div and here is the div, and now I'm gonna adjust these things. And here I'm gonna use the class first of all image border to give the border to the anchor tag. Here is in the style, here is I'm gonna give the image border here at the top. Here is this, here is the border, and here is the 10 pixel solid hash FFF white color border, and here is the box shadow, and here it is 0 for x-axis, 0 for y-axis, and here is 5 pixel intensity, and here is C1 C1 C1, and here is the display inline block, and now here it is. Here you see that a little border is inserted around the image, so this is the border. And now I'm gonna give the rest of the styles. Here it is, here is the image, and here is the text. Now I'm gonna give the style to the text. Here is the text too, and now first of all give the font size. Here is the font size is 16 pixel, and then here is the line height is 25 pixel, and then here is the color is 000 hash the black color, and here is the font style is italic. Here is italic. Here is italic, spelling is color wrong. And now let's execute it. So now it is okay. So now the image is at this corner. So why it is here? Because we have not give it the float left. Here is a mistake in the grid.css. We have not provide the adjust 3 here. Here is div, and now it will be okay. And here is, and now here it is adjusted. And now I'm gonna copy and paste the code again, then we will create the rest of the images. And here it is, here is the div. We have to copy this row div, and then we have to create another row. And now here is the 4, and here is the 3, and now here it is. The thing that is left here is, here you see that this text is started from the corner where is the image is started. And now here we have to add a distance, a little distance on the left side of this text. It depends upon you if you want to add the distance. Here you see that the distance is added, so this is just the padding left. So now I'm gonna add the padding left. If you want to add it, then here I'm gonna add on the first one. Here is write the style, and here is the padding left, and here is the 10 pixel, and now here is the distance is added, and you can copy and paste it in the other text, and here it is, and now here it is, and here is also, and now here is edit. And now the next thing is we have to create this anchor tag. So now I'm gonna create it. First of all, what we need to do, after the closing tag of the row, we have to create another div. Here is the closing tag, and here is the div, and here is the class row. Here is a pad 2 to create a padding on the bottom side. Here is the closing div, and here is the anchor tag. Here is this, and here is the full gallery. Here is the gallery, and here I'm gonna add a hyperreference null, and then I'm gonna give it the class link2, so it will apply a style on this text. And now I'm gonna give it the styles, and before this, here I'm gonna check it. Here it is, and now let's give it some styles. First of all, pad 2 to create a padding on the bottom side. Here is the pad 2, bottom side, top side. Here is pad, and now here is 22 pixel, and here is 22 pixel on the bottom side and 22 pixel on the top side. And now here I'm gonna add a margin, a distance on the top side, margin top. Here is 24 pixel, and here is the text align center, and then here is overflow hidden, and then here it is, and now here is this. So now it is executed. We have given it the margin text align center, so that's why it is in the center. And now here I'm gonna give it the style by using the link2 class, so we can give it the color and the font. Here is the link2, and here is, I'm gonna give the style after the link1. Here is this, here is the link2, and here we have to apply the same styles that we apply here in the link1, but just the color is different. So now here the copy this, and here is the color is blue type, and here I'm gonna apply the blue color, and here is the code is 0072FF, and then here when we take the mouse over it, so now what is its color? Here it is red. So now I'm gonna apply a red color on it. Here is link to hover, and here is the color. Here is hash B30800, and now here it is. So now it is created, and now after this we have to create this footer, and it is just right after this content area, and it is basically in the content area. So now I'm gonna copy it, and then I will paste it and the footer is created simply. And here in the footer element, paste it, and here is this thing is in the first paragraph. Here it is, and here we have to create the copy symbol, and here it is, and copy and semicolon to create a copy symbol. And then after it, here is the second paragraph, and first of all we have to apply a paragraph, a link on this free HTML5 templates. Here is the paragraph, here it is the anchor tag, here is the anchor tag, and here I'm gonna give the hyperreference. Here is, and here is the link, class link, and then here I'm also gonna give a link on the Fahad Chaudhary, and you can give link as many as you want. And here I'm just following the website. Here is the class, and here is the link. Here it is. And now let's execute it, but before this we have to give the height and width to the footer. I'm going to give the style to the footer. Here is footer. Here is the width of the footer is 100%, and it's 100% width means it covers the full area that is equal to the adjust to div. The 66% here, this footer is inside the 66% div. Here is this footer is inside this div, this adjust to. And now I'm going to give it position relative, and here is overflow, and then here I'm going to give it text align. Here is center, and then here is the padding. Here is 33 pixel 0, and here I'm going to give 30 pixel on the bottom side, and here is, and here I'm going to write 30 pixel, and now it will be okay. Here it is. And you can also apply the anchor tag on this Udemy. I have not applied it. And now in the next lecture I'm gonna build this part about. First of all, what we need to do, we just need to copy and paste the code of the footer, and here is the slider and the menu and all the things, and then we will create this sidebar and then this content area. Thank you for watching this video. If you have any problem, so kindly add the discussion. See you in the next lecture. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this home page. Here you can see that we have built this gallery, this footer and this sidebar, and now in this lecture we are gonna build this sidebar and this thing. So let's start. Here I'm gonna create the new page. Here is control new, here is alt save, and then here is about.html. And now here I'm gonna take it here, and then here is, here I'm gonna, first of all I'm gonna copy add this line because we need this section area, we need this container, this sidebar, because we have to create the sidebar, and then copy it and here paste it here. And then after this we have to place the closing tags of the div and this sidebar. Here is a site. And now after this what we need to do, we have to place another div who have the 66% width. Here you can see that. So now I'm gonna place that div here, and here it is div. Here is the class adjust to, and here is the wrap call. And now here I'm gonna copy the code from the last. Here it is. And now this is the closing tag of the content background section, and then this div is the closing tag of the container class. This is the closing tag of the adjust to div wrap call, and here is the footer. And then here I'm gonna paste it. Here it is. Here is the section. Here is this, and here is this. And now let's execute it. First of all, I'm gonna set its menu. It is already set, and now we have to cut it and then paste it here. So now let's reload it. Here is our website, and here when we click on the about page, so it is open, and now we will provide the content inside the about, then it will be okay. First of all, I'm gonna build this sidebar here. First of all, let's put this heading, then this names and all the things. So here is in the sidebar h2, here is the h2, and here is the teachers, and then here is the class top 6. Here is the top 6, and here is the p2. And then after this, what we need to do, we have to create all of this text. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it here. So now first of all, this is the first name of the teacher, so I'm gonna put it in the paragraph, and here is the class. And now this top 6 create the margin on the top side of the heading, P2 create the padding on the bottom side of the heading, and here I'm gonna give the text one, and then P3, so P3 will create a padding on the bottom side of this name. Here is this, and this is the P3 padding on the bottom side. And now I'm going to give the style to this text. Here it is, and here I'm going to give it paragraph, and here is the paragraph. And now here is the style for the anchor tag. Here it is. Here is the hyperreference hash, and then after it, and then here is the class, and here is the link, and here is, I'm gonna give the paragraph to this name, teacher name. And now here I'm gonna give it the 3 classes. First of all, we have to create the distance on its top side, so we have to give top 2, then distance on the bottom side, so here is the P3, and then the style to this text by using the text1 class. And here I'm gonna enclose this in the paragraph. Here is, I'm gonna add the distances. Here is this. Here is this. So now here is this, and anchor tag, and here is the closing tag, and here is the hyperreference hash class link. And then after this, here I'm gonna put this name also in the paragraph. Here is the paragraph, and here is the class, the same class. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it here. P3 is just for creating the padding on its bottom side, top 2 on its top side, and here is the P, and here is the P, and here it is. This is its closing tag, and now reload it and then give it the styles. Here it is. So it is inserted, all the styles are given. I'm gonna compare it, what styles are missing. Here is, we have created the top P2, P2 is already created, P3 is already created. Here I'm gonna check it, and here is text 1 is already created, top 2 is already created. Here is top 2, and then the thing that is left is the top 6 to create the distance on the upper side of the heading t-checks. And here is, copy this, and here is top 6, here it is, and here is, and then here is margin top, here is the 40 pixel, and now here is the distance is created on the top side. And now I'm gonna create the content at this side, and now let's create it here in the about.html, and here we have to create that content. First of all, here let's go to here, and we have to put this block one and give it the padding and all things all. And here let's start. Here I'm gonna create the block div. Here is the class, and here is the block, and now I'm gonna give it another class top 5 to create a distance on the top side, and here is its closing tag. And now here I'm gonna put the content. So first of all, what we need to do, we have to put the h2 heading. Here is the h2, here is h2, and here is a few words about us, and here is the class, and here is the color 6, and here is the p6. And now after it, what we need to do, we have to put all the content. And here is first of all this paragraph, I'm going to copy it, then we will put this image and this paragraph, and here is the paragraph, and here is the paragraph closing tag, and here is its opening tag, and here I'm gonna give it the class color 6, and here is the strong tag, and then here is the strong. So now it is okay. And now the second paragraph, here is this, here is the paragraph, give it the class, and here we have to give it gray type color. So here is the color 6, and here is its closing tag. So this first line is in the strong, so that's why it represents as the black line. Here it is. So now it is adjusted, and here I'm gonna create the top 5 to create the distance on the top side of the block, and then a distance on the bottom side of this heading by using the p6. Here is the top 5, here is top 5, and here I'm gonna give it the margin for the top side, and here is the 22 pixel, and here it is. And and now the distance is added on the upper side. Here is this class is given to the whole div, so the distance is created here. And now I'm gonna give the space below this heading by using the P6. Here is the P6, and then here is 5 pixel, and now here it is. And then here is the color 6 is already given. Here I'm gonna check it, and then these things are given. And now let's create the next part. Here you can see that we will insert this image and then this text. So here I want to tell you something, that this image taking this 33% of the total width, the total width is 66%, and then this paragraph is also taking the 66% of the total width, that is 66%. So now here I'm gonna create a div. First of all, we have to create a div and give it the class row. Here is row, and here is div, and then here in between this we will create a div. In this div we will put the image. Its width is 33%. Here is 33%, and now here is div, and its width is, its class is wrap goal, and then here is the div, and here I'm gonna increase it. In between this, let's insert the image. Here is image source, here is images / page 2 dot, here is img1.jpg, and here is the class. Here is image border, here is image indent. So now it is okay, and let's see it. Here is the images is inserted, and now we have to give it image indent. So by using the image indent, we will create the margin around it, and let's give it the indents. Here is, copy this, and here I'm gonna give it image indent here. Here is, first of all, give the float left to align the image on the left side, and then here is the margin, 3 pixel from the top, 20 pixel from the left, 0 pixel, and then here is also 0 pixel for the bottom and right. And here it is, created a distance from the top and the left side. And then we will have to insert the text after this div. Here is this, and now here I'm gonna insert a div class here is the wrap goal, and then here is the div, and in this we will put the text, and I'm gonna copy the text. Its width is 66% of the total width. The total width is, it is 66%. So this div will divide that 66% into another 66%, and here I'm gonna put the first one in the paragraph, and here is the strong, and then here is closing tag of the strong. Here is the paragraph, and then here is the paragraph, and here is the paragraph, and now it is okay, and let's check it. So now it is final, and now we have to create this part, and I will build this part in the next video. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. If you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion in the course. Thank you for watching this video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this about.html page, and we have reached at this step, and now we are gonna create this thing, heading and its text, and this list, and then this button. So let's start. We have to create this part after the closing tag of the row div. Here is the div row contain the upper part. Here is row div, and here we have to write the next heading. Here I'm gonna add the space. Here is h2, and here is h2, and here is the class color 6, and here is the p6, and here p6 is just for adding the space on the bottom side of the heading, and here is what we offer, and then after it we have to put the paragraphs. I'm gonna copy that paragraphs, copy it, and here it is, and then here is the paragraph, here is the closing tag, and then here I'm gonna put it in the strong, and here is its closing tag, and then I'm gonna give it the color, gray type color. Here is the class, but we have applied the strong, so that's why its gray color is become black. And then here is the next paragraph, here it is, and here is its starting tag and its color class CLR6, and then here is the closing tag of the paragraph, and then let's reload it. Here it is, and now here it is created, and now I'm going to give the style to the p6 to add a space on the bottom side. I think we have not created this p6, and here is p6 is already created. So now after this we have to create the div. This is the closing tag of the block. Here is, and now we have to create a div for these lists, this list and this list, and here I'm gonna create it. Here is the div class, here is list, here I'm gonna give it list, simple list, and then I will give that class list2 to the ul. Here is ul, and here it is closing tag of the ul, and here is class, here is list2, here is ul, and this is the second list that is on the right side. Here this list is a separate list, and this list is separate, and here I'm also going to give it the same class because we have to apply the same style, but just the alignment is different, so we have to give last. So by using this we will align it here, and now here I'm gonna create the list items. Here is the list item, anchor tag. Here is hyperreference, and then here I'm gonna paste the text. Here it is, and here is this. Here I'm gonna increase it, save it, and then here I'm also gonna create the list items. Here I'm gonna copy the text. Here is in between the another list, and now I'm gonna give the style to this list. First of all, give the style to this list div. Here is dot list, and now here is overflow. Here is hidden, and then here I'm gonna give it margin from the top to the whole div. Here is 12 pixel, and then I'm gonna give the style to the ULs, to both ULs. We have give them same class, so here I'm gonna paste it. Here is list 2. Here I'm gonna check the names. Here is list 2, so we have to remove this s, and here is UL, and now here I'm gonna give the float to the left, so both ULs are floated to the left, and here is width is 270 pixel, and here is the margin on the right side of every UL is 20 pixel. So by using this margin we will give the space like this. Here you can see that, and here is the margin. It is the margin right, it is also the margin right. And now I'm gonna give the style to the list items. Here is the list item, and here I'm gonna give it the padding to the list items 0, and then here is 0 0, and here is 14 pixel padding on the right side, and here is the line height is 22 pixel, and then I'm gonna give the background image to the list items. Enter it. Here you see that this arrow is a background image, and here I'm gonna give background URL, and here is the images. Here is the marker. Here is 2.gif, and now here is a 0 for x-axis, 9 pixel for the y-axis, and then here is the no repeat. And now I'm gonna give the style to the anchor tags in the list items. Here is the anchor tag. Here is font size is 14 pixel, and then the color of the text is black. Here is black, and then the line height is 22 pixel. Here is 22 pixel, and then when we take the mouse over the text, so its color is become change. Here I'm gonna check the color, then I will provide it the color. Color is, here it is, it's become blue, so we have to provide as 00072F, and here is, so now the list is prepared. So now I have give the class last to this list to align it, but here this distance and this distance is just fine, I think. So now I'm gonna create this read more button. So now let's create it, and here I'm gonna remove this class, we don't need it. And here just after this div, this is a div that contain the lists, and here we have to create a separate div for that link. And here I'm gonna we have already created that thing here, full gallery, and here I'm gonna copy it, and then here it is, and here we have to remove this row class, and here is the link to, and here we have to write read more, then it will be okay. Here it is, and now here is the page, and now it is created, and you can see that this page is ready. And now in the next lecture I'm gonna create this schedule.html or schedule, whatever you call. And first of all we will build this sidebar, then this area timetable, and then this event schedule. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this about.html page, and now in this lecture we are gonna build this schedule.html page. So first of all let's create this sidebar. Before this, create the page. Here is save it as schedule.html. Here it is, and now I'm gonna copy the same code. Here it is, copy this, and we also need the sidebar. Here it is, copy it, paste it here, and now here I'm gonna paste it closing tag of this sidebar and this div, and here it is, here is, and we also need this adjust to and the wrap call div. Here is the closing tag of this sidebar, and then this adjust to div for the second area that contain this schedule, and here is from the end. Here is, we have to copy at this point, and here it is. So now it is okay, and here we will create the schedule, and in this sidebar we will create the sidebar. And now I'm gonna adjust the menu. Here is cut this thing from here and then paste it here. And now here we have to create the headings and the other things, and here write h2 heading, and here is the h2, and here give the class, here is the top 6 to provide margin on the top side, p6 to provide padding on the bottom side, and here is about schedule. And now after this what we need to do, we have to provide the paragraphs, and here is, I'm gonna provide these paragraphs, 3 paragraphs. Here is, and this is the first one, and here I'm gonna provide paragraph, and here is the class, and I'm gonna give it a little white type color, and here is p7 to create padding on the bottom side to separate the other paragraphs. Here is the p, here is the class, and then here is the p7, and here is its closing tag, and then Here is the last paragraph, and here is the hyperreference. Here it is, and here is the class link. We have to provide this link here only on the more, but I have provided on more text, so I'm going to remove this text. Now it is okay. This is the third and first and all the paragraphs, and now let's look at it. Here it is. Here we have to reload it and then click on schedule, and here it is loaded. Now we have to give it the styles. Here is, first of all, I'm going to create the P6. I think the P6 is created, already existing, and now I'm going to create the P7 to create the distances between the paragraphs. P7. Here is the 12 pixel, and then here it is. Here we have to write P7, and here is the distance in between the paragraphs is created. And now I'm gonna give the colors to these paragraphs, the color to this text, and here is the color 7 is given to it, and here is here is white color, and then here I'm gonna put this text in the strong. Here is strong, and now let's execute it. Here it is. So now it is okay, and now we have to create this section. We need to put a div who have the 66% width, and then we will produce this calendar. So here I want to tell you something, that here are 4 days are present. We have to divide this div in the 4 sections, or in other words, we have to divide the 66% into 4 sections. And here is the first div. This Monday calendar is placed inside a first div, and it will take 25% width. It also takes 25% width. It also takes 25% width. When we mix these 25%, so it is going to make that 66% total width. The 25% of the 66% is given to it, and this. And here I want to tell you another thing. In a single div, this calendar of each day is exist, and in that div we have to create the individual div to contain this day, then another div to contain this time and names, and then this time and name and all the things. And now I'm going to create it, then you can understand it clearly. Here we have to create it here, and first of all we have to put the headings and then the other things. And here is the block. Here is the top 5, and now here we have to put the H2 heading. Here is H2. Here is class color 6 and P6, and here is schedule and P6 is just for creating the space on the bottom side here. And here I want to tell you something, that all of this complete schedule inside a single div, and then there is a div who have a 1 day schedule. And here is, I'm gonna show you. Here is the div schedule, and here is its closing tag, and here is this. And first of all, we have to make another div who have the 25% width of the 66%. Here is the div. Here is the adjust for. And here is the wrap call. And now here is the closing tag of this div. So now in this div, in this adjust for div, we will create the schedule of the Monday. Here we are gonna create this, and adjust for have the width 25%. Here I'm gonna define it 25%, and here is the 4, and this is the 25%. Here it is. Here is, and then here I'm going to give adjust for. And first of all, we have to put this Monday, then this time and all the things, but here we have to put the Monday first, so we have to put this thing in the div. Here is the div. Here is the Monday. Here is the class. Here is the row, and here is the border. And now here I'm gonna add a space, and now here I'm gonna add the other thing, that is here time, and this border class is just for giving the border. Here you can see that this border, and this row is just for the content is not going to be mixed up. And here is the second div for creating this content, this thing, and here all of these three things is in the span. And here is, paste it here. Here I'm gonna make it in a single line. Here it is. And now this first time is also in the span. Here is the span, and here is span, and here is the span. Here is span. Here is temper, and here is class clear 4. So this text is become red, and here is, I'm also gonna apply the span on this text. Span, here is, and now let's render it. Here is this, and here is schedule is created, but here we have not given it the style, so that's why it represent like this. We have to create this adjust for. Here is the adjust for is created. First of all, here I'm gonna create the 4 timetables. Here you can see that this one and this one. For this I'm gonna copy and paste it again. here it is, and now I'm gonna give the style to this border and the schedule div. Here first of all the schedule div, here is the schedule, here is this, and now here I'm gonna apply this style on the span, that is in the divs. Here is, it contains the text, so I'm gonna show it as a block. This is a span, this is a span, all of this text. So now I'm gonna apply the border on these divs, that is appear here on the bottom of every div, and here is, use this, and here is dot schedule, and here is the border, dot border, here it is, and here is the margin on the bottom side. So first of all provide the margin on the bottom side because we have to create a distance between the text and the border. And here is the padding, and here I'm gonna show you the difference between why we provide the padding and the margin. Here you see that this is the border of the div, and this is the padding that is inside, and it is just creating a distance between the text and the border, and this is the margin that is creating the distance between the next div and itself. So that is why we are using this. And here is the border, bottom, and here it is, here is 1 pixel solid, here is just gray type, d6 d6 d6, and now let's execute it. So now it is created, and I'm gonna adjust it, then it will be okay. And this thing is happened due to because we have not provide the complete content inside the content area, so that's why it is happening. And now here I'm gonna provide the border on the bottom side of this div and this div, and for this we have to copy this and we have to give this class to this div, and here is also present, here is this, and now here it is. And now when we provide the background, so this border is just like a gray, and now what we need to do, we just need to copy this div and then paste it again to create the 4 schedules and 4 days, and then you can edit the text easily. I'm gonna leave it on you. Here is the Friday, here is Sunday, and then here is Thursday, here it is, and now let's execute it. So now these schedules are created and you can change this text easily, there is no problem. And this background is later will be appear when we made this below section, then it will be okay, and this red color is already applied. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video and we will make this section. See you in the next video, and if you have any problem kindly add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we are building this schedule page. We reach at this statement, the background is not applied because we have not put enough content. So now we are gonna make this thing after the closing tag of the div schedule. Here is, I think this is the closing tag of the schedule div. Here let's check it. Yeah, this is, and after it we have to create the heading first. Here is the h2, and here is the class color 6 p6, and here is events schedule, and here is, and then after it we have to create a div and give it the class wrap. We will create these all 4 divs in that div, and here is the div, give it the class wrap. Here is the wrap, here is this, and now in this div we will create these schedules. And first of all we will create this box, these 2 divs is in the separate box in a separate div, and these 2 divs in a separate box. So now first of all I will create this side. For this we have to put a div, give it the class box2, and then here is the div, and after it our first div in which we will put this text. Here copy this, and here is, we have to create a div. Here is this p4 to create a distance on the bottom side, and here is the text, and here is the paragraph, here is its closing tag, and then here is the strong, and here is the strong. And now after this we will create a paragraph, and here is the paragraph closing tag, and here is the anchor tag. Here is the link, and now here is the first div is ready in the box 2, and now we have to create this div, and I'm gonna copy this and then paste it. Here is this, and then paste it. So now here this is the first box, this is the first box, and it contains only 2 divs, and now we have to create the second box. So copy this, here we have to copy from this point the complete box, and here is this. So now the second box is created, and now give the style to the box 2. Here is, first of all give the style to this wrap. Here is wrap, and now here is the box 2, and here is this, and here is the float left. Here is the width of the each box, because there are 2 boxes, and here is the margin on the right side of the box, 20 pixel, and here is the color of the text is black. And now here this is the margin right and the width of the boxes, and here it is. the background is apply, the margin right is apply, boxes are created, you can change this text. And now at the end I'm gonna add the link like this, and here it is here, and this is the closing tag of the box 2, this is the closing tag of the wrap. So after the closing tag of the wrap we have to paste the link. Now we have to copy it here. I'm going to copy it from the about.html, and here we have to write more events. Here is more events, and here it is. So now this page is ready, and now we have to create the fourth page, that is about the gallery. First of all, build this list item and then this gallery, and then we will make this contact.html. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this schedule.html, and now in this lecture we are going to build this gallery. So first of all we will build this sidebar and this list, and then we will build this gallery. So now here, how to build this gallery? First of all we will create a 66% width div, and then in that div we will put two divs, and each div have the width 50%, and it is the 50% of the total width, that is 66%. So now in the first div we will put this image, then this one, then this one, then this one. All the four images are in the first div, and then here on the right side 4 images in the vertical line are in a separate div. So first of all we will put these images and then these images. So let's start. Here is the new page, and here it is, and now here is gallery, and now here we have to copy this. Here is at this point including sidebar, and then here I'm going to copy and pasting the closing and opening tags of the sidebar, and then the 66% width div, and here is this, and here is, and now here I'm gonna paste the footer, and here it is, and then here is, I'm gonna adjust the menu, remove this thing and paste it here, and now here I'm gonna create the sidebar just like this. Here is our archive, copy it, and here I'm gonna paste it. H2 heading, here is H2, and here you have already know we have to provide two classes, top6 and p2. Here is notepad++ is closed. I have pressed the button, and here is top6 p2, and then after it we have to create the list, the UL that is here. So now here is the UL, give it the class. Here is the list one, and then here is its closing tag, and here is the list item. Here is the list item, here is the anchor tag, here is this, and after it we have to create this April 4 date, and here I'm gonna insert it and then increase it. Here I'm not going to change the text, you can change it. So UL is ready, and now I'm gonna give the style to this UL by using its class. Here is dot list one, and here first of all I'm going to give the style to the list items. Here is this, and here is the padding 0 0 0, and here is 14 pixel, and then here is the line height 22 pixel, and then here is the background image. The background image that is appear here, that is the arrows, and here is the URL. And here is the marker 1.gif, and here is 0 and 9 pixel, and here is the no repeat, and now here is and here is font size, here is 14 pixel, here is color 8180, so it is just like white. Here is this just like white gray, and here is the line height 22 pixel, and then when we take the mouse over it, so the anchor tags color is become red. Here it is. Here is the color is become red. Here is hash dd, and now let's reload it. Here is the gallery, and now here is the archive is created. Now what you need to do, you just need to change the text. You have to put the different list items, January, December and the other months, so it will be okay. And now I'm gonna create this section, and first of all here in this area in the adjust to, we have to create a block one. Here is the top 5, and now here is the div. And now here we have to place the h2 heading, and here is the class and now after this what we need to do, we have to create a div that contain all of these images, and in that div we will create another div, and here is, let's do this. Here is a div, and now here I'm gonna add the distance, and this div is just for creating a position relative property. So why we are creating this position relative property? Because in this div we will create another div that will contain all of these images, and we have to give it the static position. Here is, it is hard to explain. Here I'm gonna create it, then you can understand it. Here is image, page, and here is, and now I'm gonna give the style to this pages and image page div. Then you can understand it why we create these two divs. Here is first of all page. Here I'm gonna give it just position relative. So if we give any position absolute static inside this div to any element, so that element will be moved according to the position of this div. And here is image, page, and now here I'm gonna give it static position, so that's why I create this div and give it the relative position. And here is the static, and here is the left side is 0, and here is the z index is 1, and here is the display block, here is block, and here is overflow, here is visible, and I'm gonna remove it when we need it, then I will put this property. So now this div function is just, we have to give it static position, so it will stay on the page, and left side is 0, displays the block whole div. And now in this div we are going to put the images. Here what we need to do, now we have to put all of these 4 images in the left side, and now for this we have to put that div who have the 50% width, and here is div, and here is the class, and here I'm gonna give it adjust 3 because it have the 50% width. So now this div have the 50% width of the total width, and the total width is 66%. And now here we have to put the images. So first of all, here I'm gonna make the div of every image, and this div contain the text and the image. And here is the div, and now here I'm gonna give it the class, here is the row, and here is the div. And now in this div, first of all we will provide an anchor tag, because when we take the mouse over the image, so it contains the link. Here is the anchor tag, and in that anchor tag we have to put a span. Here is the span, here is the span, and here in between this span we have to provide the image. Here is the image source, here is the source. After the image we will provide the text. Here is images / gallery 1.jpg. After this we have to provide the strong, and here we have to put the text. I'm gonna put this Jennifer 10 years. And now here you can understand this anchor tag contain the span, and span have the text and the image. And now this div is completed, and now let's reload it. Here it is inserted, and now here I'm gonna insert the content, then it will be okay. First of all, here I'm gonna define the styles for these span and the anchor tag and the image by using this image pages class. Here it use this, here it is, and here is the anchor tag. First of all, the external thing is the anchor tag, so that's why I provide the anchor tag. And now here is the span, here is this. So now we have to apply that style on the span. The span contains the image and the text. Here is the block, and then here we have to apply the style on the strong. And here is the font weight, normal, and here is the display, block, and here is the margin from the top side, a distance between the image and the text. Here is 7 pixel 0 0, and here is the 11 pixel. And now when we take the mouse over the image, so a border is shown around the image. Here is border, 10 pixel solid. Here is hash B9 FFF. Here is the semicolon, and now let's reload it. So now here it is, the border is shown, and now here I'm gonna give some other style to this image. We have to provide the border, so that's why when we provide the border, so its width and height is changed. Here is the border, we have already provided its border. Here you see that when we provide the border, so its width is changed, but now the border is already applied, and here is its width is not changed, only the border color is changed. And now this text, here I'm gonna give it some style. Here is strong class text 2. Here it is. Because the background is not applied, so that's why it is not shown correctly. When we put enough images in it, so the background is shown and all the things are okay. And now I will give the rest of the styles and images in my next lecture. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. If you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built the gallery, and we have reached at this statement, this line, and now we have to put more images so all the background is visible to us. And now here you see that in one line there are 4 images, so we have to copy this code 4 times and then change the names of the images, this row div, and here I'm gonna copy it one more time. So now let's look at it. Here it is inserted. So now here you can see that there is a text is present. Remove this text to property, this text to class, and here you can see that there is no distance in between these things. So here we have to provide the distance between the divs. Here is margin on the bottom side, margin bottom is 20 pixel, and here I'm gonna copy it and then paste it here. So here the distance is created, and when the background is become white, so this black text is also shown on the screen. And here I'm gonna provide text too. And now here is, I'm also gonna copy it and then paste it again 4 times, because each 33% div have 4 images. And here I'm gonna reload it. Here it is. And now here we have to change the name of the images. And here is 5, 6. And then we have to copy this complete div. Here is div that contain this left side, and then paste it again and then change the names of the images. Here is 3, and here is 4, and then 7, 8, 8, 7. And now here it is, insert it. And here you see that the background is still not applying, and here I'm gonna check it. Here is the block, we have to write only block, so now it will be applying. Here it is. And now what we need to do, it is just overflow from the div. And now here you see that this content is overflow from the div. And now here in the image page we have to provide overflow hidden. And now it is okay. Here it is. And now at the end we have to provide a link like this. So now here I'm gonna copy it. Here it is. And now here is after the closing tag of this adjust 3, and this is the closing tag of adjust 2, this and this before the closing tag of the block. Here it is. You can change this text to the full gallery. Here is full gallery, and here it is. And now in the next lecture I'm going to create this contact.html. Here you can see that I will teach you how to insert this map. You have already know how to give this map, and then this description list, and then this form, how to give the rounded corners by using the border radius property. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this gallery, and now in this lecture we are going to start building this contact form. First of all this sidebar, then this area. So let's start. Here is create a new page, and then save it as contact.html, and here is paste the code that is same. Here is copy this, and then here is the closing tag of the sidebar, and here it is. And then here is at the last footer, and then here is the adjust, and here is the site section area header is created, and here I'm gonna adjust this menu. Here is the contact page. It have not anything, and first of all I'm gonna create this sidebar. First of all put the heading. Here is contact us. Here is the class top 6, and after this we have to put the map in a div. Here is the class to the div map, and then here is the div, and here I'm gonna put the code of the Google Map, and here I'm gonna get the code from the internet. You have already know how to get the code of the Google Map. Here is Google Maps. Click on this. Here is click on share or embed. Click on embed map and copy this link and then paste it here. And here you see that this is the iframe containing the link to the Google Map, but here you see that it also have the allow full screen attribute and the style border 0 and height and width. You can also specify all of these properties by using the CSS. So that's why I have removed it. In the previous website we have put the height and width here in the iframe in the HTML page, but now I'm gonna apply these height and width by using the CSS properties. So after this map we have to put the description list that contain the address. Here is the description list, and now here is close it, and here is first of all here is this is the dt, and here is the br. Here is the br to add a new line. This is the description term, and then here is the description, and here it is. And now here I'm gonna apply a span on this telephone. Here is and here is the dd, and here is the span. And now here is the span closing tag. So now these are the description lists, and now I'm gonna give the style to this description list and the iframe. Here first of all render it. Here it is. Here is the map and the description list. So here I'm gonna adjust it. First of all give the height and width to the div. Width of this div is 250 pixel, and here is the height is 164 pixel, and here is the border is 10 pixel solid #ff, and then here is the background #ff, white background of this div, and here is the margin from the top to create a distance between the heading and the div. Here is this, and now I'm gonna give the height and width to the iframe. Here is the iframe. Here is the width is 250 pixel, and then here is the height is 164 pixel, and here is the border is none. And now let's execute it. Here it is inserted. Here you can see that the white background is applied, and here's the same thing. Here is a white background, and now I'm gonna adjust this description list. And here, first of all, to the description list I'm gonna apply a distance from the top. So a distance is created between the description list and the map. Here is 0 0 0, and then here is the DLDD. Here is span. This style is going to be applied on span. Its color is white. These are the headings, and here is DD margin is 0 0, and padding is also 0. And now let's check it. Here it is adjusted. This description list is created. Now we have to put that content area form, and now let's go and create it. First of all, here we have to put the heading contact form, and here is h2, and here is h2 and contact form, and here is the class color 6. And now after this we have to put a div, and in that div we will create the form, and this text and the fields are all in that div. Here is the div, and now here I'm gonna give the ID to the div. Here is the form is the ID, and here is its closing tag. And now first of all, here I'm gonna put that text in the strong. Here is the strong, the text that is appear on the screen above the form, and then here is the form opening tag, and here is the form closing tag, and here is the label, and here is the label, and now here I'm gonna write the text first, that is appear here. I'm gonna check it. This text, first of all we will put this text, then this field, then the text, and then the field. And here is the input type text placeholder. Here is enter name, and here is this is email, and here is type of email, and here is email, and you can put the both things, the text and the placeholder. And this is the message, and here is remove this text area. I'm gonna make it text area, and here is its closing tag, and then after this I'm gonna create a div, and in that div we will create these buttons clear and send. And here is div, here is class, here is this, and here I'm gonna put the class btns, and here is the pad 2 to create a margin and a padding, and here is both links. Here I'm gonna copy the link that is here, and then edit it. And here I'm gonna add a little bit dashes. Here is, and now here is, this is a clear, and send. And here is, all things are okay. Now we have to give the style to it. Here is it, and now let's give it the styles. First of all, I'm gonna give the style by using this form ID, and here is form ID. Here it is. First of all, give it the padding 5 pixel, and then here is, I'm gonna give the style to the label that contain the field and the text, and here is 4 pixel for the top and bottom and 0 pixel for the left and right, and here is the display block. So what is the distance for this? What is the benefit of this margin? Because it create the distance on the top and the bottom of every label. Here you can see that this distance is created between the fields by this margin. And now here is the hash form, and here is the input. I am gonna give the same styles to the input and the text area that are common in both things. Here is the text area, and here it is. And first of all, display as a block, and then here is the width is 90% of the div, and the div name is form. Here you can see that here is the div, it will cover the 90% of the div. And then here I'm gonna give the border radius to both of these fields. So first of all, what is the border radius? Here is, I'm gonna show you what is the border radius. Here is 4 pixel, so the edges are become rounded. Here I'm gonna show you. Here is the corners are become rounded, so this is the border radius. And then here I'm gonna provide the background color. Here is the background color is, here is hash F44, just like a gray type, white and dull. And here is the color is black. And then here is the border. I'm gonna give it the border 1 pixel solid hash 9EE9E, and then here is the padding 10 pixel, and then here is a margin on the bottom side of every field is 25 pixel to create a distance. And here it is. So now it is created, and here I'm gonna check it why the background is not apply on it. So now here is my fault, because I have not put this sidebar and all the content inside the block div. Here is the block, and here is the top 5, and here is its closing tag above the footer. And now here is, let's check it. Here we have provided at wrong place. Here it is not, here it is in the 66% width. Here is, we have to place it after it. So now it will be okay. And here I'm going to give the styles to it, then it will be okay. Here is the height. I'm gonna give the height to the text area. Here is hash form text area. Height is 200 pixel, and here you see that there is a distance is added from all over the field. So here is the wrong, we have to add the distance only on the bottom side, then it will be okay. Here it is, and now we have to provide the style for these anchor tags by using its classes. Here is the .btns, and here it is. And first of all, text align to the center, and then here is the margin on the left side of the div. Here is 82 pixel, and then here is the overflow is hidden, and then here is the clear both, so there is no floated element allow onto any side. And here is the display as a block, and then when we here I'm gonna apply some stars on the anchor tags. Here is this, here is the display inline block, and then here is the margin is 0, and here is 15 pixel and from the left, and 0 for the bottom, and 15 pixel from the right side, then it will be okay. So here it is ready, and the last page is completed. So in this way you have to build this site, and you can insert anything. And now if you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can. Thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we are gonna start building this website. This is related to the bikers. This is an awesome website. It is usually related to the boys and the young boys and the girls who are interested in the racing. So here you can see that this is the front page, this is the home page, and this is a long page. Here you can see that this is a header, slider, and beside these things its content area is too long. This is a new strategy it is using by many programmers. Many programmers are built the website like this. It is awesome. They have put the post here. These are the posts. You can click on it, read more, and you can read the article about this bike. And here is the services, and here is the about us, little about us, and care and sport, and the latest news. So here is the map and the footer. So now here I'm gonna teach you how to create this effect. So now let's start. We are gonna build the structure of this site, and beside this, here I have already downloaded the images. Here are the images of this site, and here is the font that we are gonna use. And now here I'm gonna create the folder. Here is, and here is the for website, and now here I'm gonna cut this folder, and here in the for website paste the images, and then here is new folder of the CSS. It contains the CSS files, and the font here is cut this, and here it is Racing Sans 1 regular. So now it is okay, and now we have to create the pages. And now here I'm gonna save it as index.html. Here is done. Here it is. Here is index.html, and now we have to create two new files, grid.css and the style.css. And here is the style.css in the CSS folder, style.css, and here is a grid.css. Here is a grid.css, and now here I'm going to create the structure, you have already know how to create the structure, but here I want to tell you about the structure of this page. First of all, create the header, then a separate section for the slider, then a section for the content area, and then we have to create the individual sections for this thing, then a section for this thing, and post are in a separate section in the content area. So all the things are in the home page are in a separate sections, and all of these sections in a same section. And now, so now let's create the structure. Here it is. Here is the doc type, and now it is too time consuming, so I'm gonna copy the same code that is in the previous sites, and here I'm gonna open this. Here is contact.html from the previous website, that is the just like childish website, and here I'm gonna copy till the main, and here it is, cut it, and here is paste it, and now here remove this thing because we have the fonts, and here all the things are inserted. Here is, and now here we have to insert the closing tags of the main, and then here is HTML, and now all things are okay. And now here I'm gonna create the structure. First of all, we have to place the header, and here is its closing tag header, and then after it we have to create the slider in a separate section. Here is the section, and then after it we have to create a content area, so the content area is in a separate section. Here is its closing tag, and then the footer, and here is the footer. And now, so now here I'm gonna give the styles to this body, and then we will start building this header from the very next lecture. Here I'm gonna reload the file in the browser, load the file in the browser. Here it is, and now let's give the style to the body, and then rest of the styles is apply from the next video. And here is the body, and here it is, apply the width 100% because the website is spread on 100% screen. Here you can see that this slider is 100% width, header is 100% width, so all the things are 100%, so that's why I give it the 100% width, and then the padding is 0, and here is the margin is 0, and here is the background is white, and then here is the color, here is hash 3f 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 color of the text, and here is the font is 14 pixel line height, here is 25 pixel. And now I'm gonna apply the font. I'm gonna include the font that is the Racing Sans 1, and there is no style is apply on the site because we have not put the content, so these are the limited styles. And now here I'm gonna include that font. Here is right font face. Here is, I'm gonna show you the font file. Here is Racing Sans 1. It is the true type font TTF extension, and here is font family name. I'm gonna give it Racing 1. You can give it any name, so that's why I have give it Racing 1. And here is the source is URL, and here is name and then extension TTF. So now it is included, and the next thing that I want to give here is the box sizing. Here is right static. I'm gonna apply the box sizing on all the elements in the website. Here is the box, and here is sizing, and here is border box. So now you have already know what is the box sizing. So when we give the border box value to the box sizing, so the width and the height of all the HTML elements in the website contain the width and height of the content. And when we give the padding or the border to any HTML element now in this site, so the width and height is not going to be increased. You have already know when we give the padding, so the width and height is easy increase. But now we apply the border box property, so width and height of all the elements have the value of padding, border, and the content. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. So from the next video I'm gonna build this header, and then we will build this slider and all the things. See you in the next lecture. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built the structure of the site, and now in this lecture we are gonna start building this header. It contains the logo image and then this menu. So go to the Notepad++, and here I'm gonna create a div, and then I will give it the class container, and after it I will create another div that is the row. And you have already know why we are creating the row class, because the content is not going to be mixed up or not float onto each other. And here is container, div, and here is the div class row, and then here it is. And here we have give the container class to this div, because here I want to show you something, that this header has the same width as the width of the content area, and it has some same styles that is also present in the content area. So that's why we have to give the container class to the header. And now let's create the next thing. And in this row, first of all we will put this logo, and then this menu. So this menu is in another div, in a separate div, and here it is. First of all, here is the anchor tag, and then here I'm gonna tell you about hyperreference. Here is index.html, and then here is the class logo. Here is the logo, and then here is the image src, and here is images, and here is the logo.png. So now the logo is inserted, and after this what we need to do, we have to create another div that contain the unordered list of the menu, and here is that div. Here is the class, here is menu, and here it is. And in between this, here is the UL, and here is the UL. And now here I'm going to give a list item, and here is the list item, and then here is the anchor tag, and here it is. Here is home, and here is hyperreference. Here I'm gonna give index.html, and now here is it is home, and there is motobike, and here is motobike.html. The page is not created, but I'm gonna set this menu, so we don't need to set the menu later when we create other pages. Here is about.html, and here is the contact.html. And now let's give it the styles. First of all, I'm gonna create this container, give it the width and the height, then I will create this, give the styles to the row class. Here is the container, and save it. Here it is. Here is the width of the container is 1200 pixel, and here is space, and here is the position is relative, and then here is the margin 0 pixel auto to align it in the center. Here is this, and here is the padding is 0 pixel, and then here I'm gonna give some other styles, so the content is not going to be float onto each other and it is not going to be mixed with each other. So here is container, and here is after. After the container, we cannot allow any element to be float onto each other, and we will insert this space after the container. Here it is, and here I'm going to tell you where this style is apply. Here is the container. Here you can see that container start from this, so it will insert the space after this closing tag of the container. And now here I'm going to give it a display block, and the width and height is 0. Here is the display block, and here is the height is 0, and here is the clear both. And then here is the visibility hidden, and now the style is inserted, and let's give the style to this row class, and here it is. Here is first of all write container and then dot row, and here is it will insert the content before and after the row, and here is dot row, here is after. And now here I'm gonna copy the above things, copy from there, and here it is, and paste it here. And now here is the height. Here I'm also gonna give it width is also 0, and then here is I'm gonna remove this clear both. We will put this clear both separately for the row. Here is overflow hidden, and then here is the display block and all the things. And now here we have also need to give width is equal to 0, and then here is I'm going to copy this, paste it here. After the row, we cannot allow any element to float on each other. Here is that's why we have provided this clear both. So after this row, here you can see that after this row div there is no element that can be float onto each other. And now let's execute it. So here it is. Now I will give it the style, then it will be okay. Let's give the style to the header and this image. Here it is, and here is space, and here is header, here is the background, here is hash fff, and now it is okay. And now we have to give the style to the image that is inside the header. Here is header, and here I'm going to write the class name logo, and here is image. And now first of all I'm going to give it display inline block, and here is inline block, and then here is the margin 0 pixel auto, so then it will be in the center 0 pixel auto. And then here is the padding around the image is 10 pixel, and here is the width to 10 pixel. And now let's see it. It is adjusted, it is a line, or in other words you can also say that we have given it margin 0 pixel auto, so then the image is in the center, or you can say that it is a line in the center or in the horizontal direction in the x-axis. So this is the center. So now the header have not the content. When we give it the content, then its width is increased, then it will be adjusted to here in the center. Now the header have only this width, this list, and this logo. Now I'm gonna give the style to this menu. So now let's start. First of all, here is the div that name is menu, and now let's start by giving it the styles. Here is dot menu. First of all, display inline block. Here is the inline block, and here is the float to the right side. Here is the right. And now let's execute it, and here it is. So now it is at this side. Now I'm gonna remove these margins and the list style type. And here I want to tell you another thing, that we have to give the float left to the list items. Then these list items are just like this: home, motobike, about, and the content. And here it is. Here I'm going to remove the margin of the ordered and remove the margin of order and the unordered list, because we will create the order list in the about page. So that's why I have write it. Here is 0, and here is the padding, and here is the list style none, and here it is. So now I'm gonna give the float left to the list items. Then it is in the horizontal lines floated next to each other. Here is menu dot menu, and here is the list item, and here is the float left, and here it is. Now you can see that every list items is float to the left side, and if we give it the float to the right, so then this home is start from this position. And here we have to change the text in the menu. Here we have to write about, and here is the contact, it is about. And now let's execute it. So here it is. And now let's give it the styles to the anchor tag, and here is, copy this, paste it. Here is the anchor tag, and first of all I'm going to give it the padding to the anchor tag, top side 27 pixel, and 17 pixel. So this 27 pixel is apply on the top and the bottom, and this 17 pixel for the left and the right side. And here is the letter spacing is become 2 pixel. So by giving this padding here, I'm going to show you what is the effect. Here you can see that this background is the anchor tag, or you can also say that this is a padding on the top side and the bottom side. So that's why we have give it. So here it is. And next thing is the text decoration none. My text decoration is none, and here is the color is become hash 33, just like white and gray type. And here is the font weight 500 pixel, and here is the border is 0, and here is the text transform uppercase. Here is the uppercase, and here is the line height 1, and then here is the display block. Here is the block, and after this we have to apply the position relative, and then here is the box sizing. Here is the box sizing is border box. And now let's execute it. So now it is adjusted, you can see that. And now I'm gonna give it the background when we take the mouse over this menu. So its background is become orange type, and here is dot menu li hover. Here is a is become, here is the background hash f354 2D, and here is the color is become white. And now here it is. Here you can see that this menu is ready, and now the next thing is we have to put this slider, then it will be okay. And I'm gonna put this slider in the next lecture. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. And now welcome to this lecture. If you have any problem in my previous lectures, so kindly add the discussion in the course. I will help you as much as I can. And now in this lecture I'm gonna build this slider. So first of all we will put a section, and in that section we will put this image. We will create a separate div, and that div contain this span text and this heading. Let's start. Here is this, and this is the section that is for the slider, and here I'm gonna give it the class slider, and then in between this here I'm gonna insert the image src, and here is images, and here is slider show. Here is slider show. Here we don't need to write slider show. Here is the image 1.jpg, and now this image is inserted. Let's check it. Here it is. Now I'm gonna check its name. Here we have to write slide show, and here it is. And now we have to give it height and width, and then adjust it, then it will be okay. And now after this we have to create another div that is here. This is a black div. It have the black background, and it is little transparent by using the opacity. And now another thing is this div, that is the black div, it have the text, it have z index greater than the z index of this slider image. So now that's why I'm gonna give the z index to this div greater than the z index of this image, because we have to show this text and the div on the top of this image. And here I'm gonna create another div for the text. here is the class caption, caption, and here is the div, and then here I'm gonna create the h1. Here is the h1, and in between this we have to put the text. Here it is, and then after it we have to put the text in the span. Here is the span, and here it is. Copy and paste it here, and here is the div that contain the text, and here is the slider section. And now let's give it the styles, and here is, first of all, give the style to the slider div, give it the height and width. Here is, first of all, position is relative, and then here is the width is become 100%, and then here is overflow is become hidden, and then here is the height is 600 pixel. This is the height of the image, and we have to give the same height and width to the div that is also the height and width of the image. And now here it is. So now let's give the height and width to the image. Here is dot slider, and here is the display block, and here is the position relative, and then here is, I'm gonna give it the z index to the image. The image have the z index 1, and then we will give the z index to the div, this div 2, then it will be shown on the upper side. And here is the maximum height of the image is 600 pixel. Here is 600 pixel, and here is the width, and now let's check it. Here is this. So now the image is inserted. Now the next thing is, here we have to give the style to that div that contain the text and give it the z index 2. And here is, I have given it the class caption, and here is the class caption dot caption. Here is, and here it is, display block. And here is the z index to show it on the top. Here I'm gonna give it the z index 2, and then here I'm gonna give it the black background. Here, then you can understand it why it is why we have given it the z index 2. Here I'm gonna give the color in the RGBA, and here is the color is 0, 0, 0, and I will give the opacity later. And here is, I'm gonna give the 0.9 full opacity, and here we have to set its position, and here is the absolute position, and here is 0, right side is also 0, and here is the bottom side is also 0. And now here it is. Here you can see that this is the div that is appear on the top of this image. It contains the text. It is shown on the top because it have the z index 2. This image have the z index 1. And now here it is. Left side is 0, right side is 0. So when all sides are 0, and that's why it is shown just like normally, and that's why when we give it the bottom side 0, so it is shown on the bottom side. When we give the top side 0, so it will show here. At this point we have give the bottom side 0, so the bottom side distance is removed, then it will show at the bottom side. And now here is, I'm gonna reduce the opacity to 0.7, and then here is the color of the text is white #FFF, and here is the padding of the div is 30 pixel, and here is the 20 pixel, and here is the 10 pixel. 20 pixel is just for left and right, 30 pixel is just for top, 10 pixel is just for bottom. And here is the text line in the center, and here is the margin, maximum width none. And now here is the, let's check it. So here it is created, so we have given it the maximum width none, so it have not any maximum width, it can be anything, or its maximum width is maybe 2000 pixel or anything, you can say that. And now here I'm gonna give the font size to this text, and then I will reduce this margin on the bottom side of this heading, and here it is, right dot caption, and here is the font size, here is this, and here is this, and margin bottom 20 pixel, and here is, and now I will give the font size to this span, and then I will remove the default margin and the padding of the H1. And here is, let's give the style to the span text, and here is this. And first of all I'm gonna remove the margin and the padding of all the H1 and the H2, H3 and all the headings that we will create in the future in this website, and then I will give the font size and line height to all the headings and that we will use. And here I'm gonna add the distance, and here it is, and here is H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6, and here it is, margin is 0 and the padding is also 0, here it is. And then here I'm gonna give the font size to the headings. First of all H1 and H2, here is its font size is 25 pixel, and here is the line height is also 25 pixel, and here is for others, and here is 4, and here is 3, and here is 5, and here is 6, and here is 20 and 20, and here is 16 and 16. And now let's execute it. So now it is adjusted, and from the next lecture I'm gonna create this content area. We have to create a section, and then in that section we have to create the section for this thing, all of these posts, and then we will create a separate section for this and this. So see you in the next lecture. If you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion. In the course, I will help you as much as I can. Thank you for watching this video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this slider, we have inserted this div and it containing the text, and now we are gonna build the content area. And first of all we will build this area, and now let's start. Here is, and this section is the content area, and I'm not gonna give it any class. And in this section we have to create a separate section for this featured service, this part that contain these 3 images and this heading. So here is section, and here is its closing tag. Here is the section, and here I'm gonna give class. Here is the class name is content box, and here is the box 1. And now after it, here I'm gonna give another div. Here is, and its class name is container, and here is its closing tag. And then after this, first of all what we need to do, we have to create this thing that is the heading of this section. So this black background is the background of the heading H2, and then this text is inside the span and then this paragraph. So now here I'm gonna create it. First of all, put this heading inside a div. Here is a div to contain this heading. Here is div, here is class, and now here we have to place header, and then here is div. And then after this what we need to do, we have to put the H2 heading and then this text in a span. And here is H2, here is class heading, here is, and then here is a span, here is a span, and then in between this we have to write featured service. And now after this heading we have to put a paragraph under it. Here is the paragraph, here is its closing tag, and then here is its opening tag. Now it is okay, and this heading is ready. And now let's give it the style. First of all I'm gonna reload it. Here it is. So now what we need to do, we have to apply the background color black to the H2 heading and then give the style to this text. And let's start. We have to give the margin on the bottom side of this section. Here I'm going to show you, this is the margin on the bottom side, and we have to use this content box. And here is start from this. First of all, the content box, to create the distance between two sections, here is the margin on the bottom side is 30 pixel, and then here I'm gonna give the style to the content box. Here is the box 1, it contains the box 1. Here don't create the distance between these two things because both classes are given to the same element, and if we write only one then it will be okay. And now here in the box 1 we have to give the height to this box, and here is the minimum height is 380 pixel, and then here is the padding on the bottom side is 30 pixel. So now the padding is added on the bottom side and its height, complete height of this section is defined, and here is this. And now we have to give the style to the div that contains the heading. Here is the header, and first of all give it the text align center, so the text is automatically aligned in the center. Here is the text align in the center of the div, and here is the margin is 60 pixel from the top side, and here is the auto on the left and right and 50 pixel on the down side. So what is this distance? This is the distance on the top and the bottom side of this heading. Here you can see that, and now I'm going to execute it. So here you see that the distance of the top and the bottom side is defined, and the height of this section is already defined by using this box1 class. And then now I'm going to give the style to this h2 heading by using its class heading. Here it is. Here is heading, and first of all background, black background, and here is we have to insert the border on the right side. Here is the right, and here is the 6 pixel solid hash F3542D. Here is, so now a black color border is applied on the heading, and here is its border right. And now I'm gonna adjust it. We will give it width and height, then it will be okay. Here is height is 60 pixel, and then here I'm gonna give it the color to the text. Here is hash FF white, and then here is the display of the text is inline block, and then here is the font size 36 pixel, and then here is the font weight normal, and then here is the line height 42 pixel, and then give it the padding on the top, all the four sides. Here I'm going to give 10 pixel for the top and the bottom side. Here is height, and here is the 10 pixel for the top and bottom, 20 pixel for the left and right side. Then here it is. So now it is adjusted. We have give it the padding and top side 10 pixel, 20 pixel down side, and now here we have to move this div. Here you see that this h2 heading, here you see that it is literally transform. We have to apply the transform property on it. Here is first of all give the position relative, and then here is the transform. Here is, and rotate it to the 0 degree. So this heading is rotate to the 0 degree, and then here is scale, and then we have to move, and here I'm gonna write 1.0, or you can write 1. So now, so what is the function of this scale? So by using the scale we have given it the value 1.0, or you can only write 1. So now the height and width is increased by 1 pixel. The width and height of this heading is increased by using this scale, or you can also say that the scale increases the width in the x-axis, height in the y-axis, just simple. And then we have to give it skew property, and it will move the element. The skew is a little hard to define what is it. Its movement is so tough, or you can say that it is just 3D movement, so you cannot explain it. It will move the element in the x and y axis by minus 40 degree. And I have already I have already teach you the effect of these functions in the CSS section, so you can view that lecture. And here is the translate. So the will move translate will move the element in the x and y axis by the given parameter. Here we have given the 0 pixel, so it will move the 0 pixel in the y-axis and in the x-axis. And now here is, let's see what happened. So now it is tilted, and now here you see that this is not flat, it is just disturbed, or you can see you feel that this heading is just like it is not in good quality. It have poor pixels or poor image quality. So we have to apply this thing, transform style flat. So now it will be okay. It is just flat, or it just make it smooth. And now the next thing is, here you see that this heading is not tilted. This text is just fine, it is not moved, but here the text is moved. So how to make it correct? And now here I'm gonna give the style to the span. Then it is not tilted, it is not in the italic style no more. And here is display it as a block to apply these styles, otherwise it will not apply. And now here copy these styles and paste it here, and here it is. And now here is a little difference of this skew. This is minus 14 degrees, so we have to write it 40 degrees, then it will be okay. And here it is. So now it is correct. And here you see that its width is less. Here you see that its width is equal to the paragraph, because these letters are all capital, so we have to provide it text transform. Here is the text transform uppercase. Here is uppercase, and then here it is. And now the next thing is, we have to build this thing. And now let's start. Here is this, and now after this div we have to create a div. Here is a class row, here is the row, here is a div, here it is. Here in this row we will put all of these 3 images and its text, but one image and its text take 33% width. And now I'm gonna create the first one, and here is its div class, and here is just one div, and here is the wrap goal class wrap goal, and here is the item, the class is given to it. And now after this, what we need to do, we have to give an image. So this image, we have to put this image in a div, because when we take the mouse over it, so it becomes zoom, so we have to use its div, and this image is just in a div. So make a div for an image, and here I'm gonna give it the class zoom. We will use it when we want to zoom on the image. Here is the div, and here is images / banner. Here is img1.jpg, and now it's okay. And after this we have to create a div, and in this div we will put this text. Here is here is the closing tag of the div, and in between this we have to put the text and this link. Here I'm going to copy this text, copy it, and then paste it here. So the first line is in the span. Here is span, and here it is. And the second line is in the paragraph, because before this paragraph the margin is already present, the space is present due to its default margin of the paragraph. Here is this is a paragraph, and then after it we have to create this link, more details, and here is anchor tag, and here is hyperreference hash, and here is the class to give it the styles btn, and here is anchor tag, and here is more details. So now this div is ready, this image div is ready, and whole div is ready. And now in the next lecture I'm gonna give it the style, then it will be just like this. And here I'm gonna reload it. So now it have not any styles, width and anything. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we are creating this little gallery, and we have reached at this space at this place, and now we have to give it the styles. And first of all we have to create the adjust one, and then we have to give the style by using the item. So this item class is just for giving the padding on the top and the bottom side of the div. Here you can see that on the top side there is a space, on the below side there is also a space. And now let's do it. First of all create the adjust one. Here is adjust one and the wrap code. Here is the adjust one. Here is copy it, and here I'm gonna write its name directly, adjust one, and here is its, give it float left. Here is the display inline. Here is block, and then after it we have to give it width. Here is the width is 33% of the total width. Here it is 0.33, and now here is, I'm gonna give the style to this item. Here is here is thought content box. here is this, and here I'm gonna write padding 10 pixel, and here is 0 for the left and right, 10 pixel on the top and bottom. And here is its width is adjusted because we have given it 33%. And now let's give the style to the image. Here is the div of the image, zoom, and here is this, and here is the position is relative, and here is overflow is hidden, and here is the display is inline block, and here is the width is 100%, hey, exclamation mark, and important, here it is. So now this div have the 100% width, and the 100%, what is the meaning of the 100%? 100% means this zoom div cover all the width that is provided to its parent div. This is the parent div adjust one, and it have the total width 33%. So it means this zoom div will cover all the 33% width. And now let's give the style to the image that is here. Here it is, dot, I'm gonna copy it, and here it is. Here is img, and first of all write the display of the images as a block, and then here is the width of the image is 100%, and here is important, and here is the height auto, so its height is automatically adjusted. Here is the transition all, so the transition will be applied on all the properties that is related to the image. And here is 0.5 seconds transition, and here is ease. So what is the transition? Transition is just a way to slow the animation, then we can see the animation. Here it is. And now let's give the style to the content. Image is adjusted because we have given it width 100%, so that's why it is shown completely. And now let's give the style to the text. Here is this item content, here it is, this class. First of all give the style to this class, and this div, here it is. And before it, here is, and here is the background color is white, the text background color is white, and here is the padding 25 pixel, and then here is the border of the div is 1 pixel solid, hash DDD, gray color. And now here is the div that contain the content, its name is item content, and here is the padding around it, here is around the text padding. And now let's give this style to this text that is here, this uppercase text that is in the span, and here I'm gonna use it. Here is span, and now here is font size 15 pixel, and here is the font weight 500 pixel, and here is the color is black. And now let's reload it. Here it is. And now here you see that this div have the distance on its top side. So now here we have to give it some style to this span and the div and the images. Here I'm gonna write it. Here is image div and span. Here is vertical align to the top side. And now let's reload it. Here it is. So now it is okay, there is no distance between this image and the div. And now we have to give the style to this paragraph. We have to reduce this space on the upper side of the paragraph. Here you see that we have to adjust all of these things. Here the paragraph have the different colors, so we have to give the style to all the paragraphs. Here is P, and here I'm gonna give it, here is the color is hash 777, just light gray, and here is the margin to the paragraph on the top and the bottom side is 10 pixel, left right is 0, and here is this. So now here you see that on the top side the margin is reduces, also the margin is added on the bottom side, so the anchor tag have the distance. And now we have to give the style to this link, and first of all I'm gonna apply a default style on all the anchor tags, and here is the color is hash ff and 970b. This is just a orange or light orange type color, and here is the text decoration is none. And then after this, here I'm gonna give vertical align to the top. Here is vertical align top, and here is, now the next thing is when we take the mouse over the anchor tag, so we have to give it text decoration is underline. And now let's execute it. So here it is, and now we have to give it some other styles. Here you can see that this thing is awesome, and here it is. The difference is it have not the style, so I'm gonna give the style to this anchor tag by using its class btn. Here is the btn, and then we will give the other styles when we take the mouse over it. So a picture is become zoom. Here is, here it is, border 3 pixel solid, and here is hash, it is just like orange color 583e, and then here is the border radius around the anchor tag is 3 pixel, and then here is the display is inline block, and here is the font size 14 pixel, and here is the font family racing 1. We have included that font at the start, racing 1. And then here is the line height is, here is 1.4, just half, and here is the margin on the bottom side of the anchor tag is 0, and now let's execute it. So here it is. We will give it more styles, then it will be okay. We will give it the padding on the top and bottom side 6 pixel, left and right is 12 pixel, and here is the text line to the center. So the text will be in the center of the anchor tag, and here is the transform. We have to make it just like this. It is tilted italic, like italic. So here I'm gonna give it. Here is copy the style from the above. Here it is. Here is, and then here is the vertical line, middle, and white space is no wrap. It is not necessary, but I'm going to include it. So why we include the white space no wrap? Because when we don't include it, so these are the two words, so maybe when we open this website on the mobile or on any other laptop or on any other machine, so these two words are maybe into the new lines, maybe broke into two words. This thing is okay. Next thing is when we take the mouse over it, so this image is become zoom, the background of this text is become changed, the color of the text is also changed, the background of this anchor tag is changed, border color is changed, its color is changed. So now we have to apply the style on the three things. First is image, second is this content area, its background and the color of the text is changed, and the third thing is anchor tag, its border, background and the color of the text is changed. And now here is this. I'm gonna apply those styles here. Here is, and here is, first of all let apply the style on the image, copy this, here it is, and when we take the mouse over the item div, this div will contain the image and the text, both things. So that's why here is dot zoom div image. Here is the transform property will be apply on this image. Here is the scale, so the image width and height is increased by 1.25 and it is rotate to the 5 degree. Here it is, and now let's check it. Here you see that it is moved, and now we have to apply the style on this text. And now here I'm gonna apply the style on the background of the text and their color. Here it is, and now here is when we take the mouse over the item, so here is the item content, here is the item content, the style is applied on it. Here is the background, it's become red. Here is hash F3542D, and then here is the color, it's become white. And now here it is, its color is changing. We will apply the color on the paragraph by specifying it separately. We will give the paragraph color to the paragraph and the span separately, but here we have to apply another thing, that is the transition. So here is the 600 millisecond, and here is ease, and then here is the border color. Border will also apply, but the color of the on the text is not going to be applied. Here is F2 6324, and here is remove this because it is not executing right now. Here is this, the transition is applied, so it is filling so smoothly. And now I'm gonna give the white color to this text. Here is this, and when we take the mouse over it, here is copy this, and we have to apply the color, white color, on the paragraph and on the span. Here I'm gonna write span. Here it is, color hash white. Here I'm gonna separate it by writing all these things. When we take the mouse over the span, here it is. So now all the things are correct. We have to change just the border of the anchor tag and its background and the color. Here it is. Let's start. First of all, paste this. When we take the mouse over the item div and item content, here is remove this, and here we have to write a dot btn class, and here is its border color is become white, and here is the text color is also become white. Here is the hash FFF, and then here is the border. Here is, and here is, and now let's execute it. So now here it is created, and now I'm gonna copy and paste the code. Then we will create the two images, the next two images. Here copy from the adjust one and paste it inside the row div. This is the row div closing tag, and here is this is 3, and here is 2. Here it is, and now here is this. So now all the things are okay. We have to create the distance between these images. This distance is not created because we have not defined the wrap goal. Wrap goal will provide the distance around it by using the margin. Here is 10 pixel. So now here it is. So this thing is okay, and so thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this part, we have inserted these posts, and now in this lecture we are going to build this section. First of all, what you need to do, just create the container div and the section content box, and then a row, and we have to put this heading. So we have already know how to create it, then this paragraph. So it is just simple. Here in the index, here is the closing tag of the section, and here we have to paste the code of this new section, and here is section content box, and we have also need this header and its row div. And now let's copy it and paste it here. Here we need to create a section, so that's why here is its opening tag of the section, and here I'm gonna write its closing tag of the section. And then after it, here I'm gonna remove this from here, and we have to put this header and the heading also in the div row. Here is closing tag of the divs, and then here is, so all the closing tags are completed, and here we have to give it box 2, and here is the div container and row div, and here is the header, and here I'm gonna give a different text. Here is welcome, and after it we have to give a paragraph, and this paragraph contain the text. and here is this, and now execute it. So here it is. So now the next thing is we have to put the image in the back, and then we have to give it the style, then it will be okay. And here we have to remove this paragraph under the heading, remove it, and now here is the div, and here it is, and all the things are okay. Here it is. And now we have to add a little space at this. Here we have to add a new line, or you can also call it space, and here is br, and here it is. And now let's give the style to this box too. Then the text is a line, and then we have to give it the background image. First of all, give the background image. Here is the content box, and here is, we have to write box 2, and then here is the background image. Here is the URL, and here is this, and here is images / background 2.jpg, and here is the fixed 0 and 0. So now here it is, let's check it, and here is the image is not inserted because here is the fault. Here we have to write like this, and then it is inserted. And now we have to give it the style to this box too. We have to give it the padding, because the image width is just same as the width of the box 2 and as the width of this div here, box 2. And now here is the padding on the top and the bottom side, 14 pixel, left right 0 pixel. So a distance is added on the top and the bottom side, here you can see that. And then here is the text is a line to the center. Here is the center. Here is, it is in the center. And now the next thing is minimum height. Here I'm going to give the minimum height to this div. Here it is, the minimum height is 380 pixels, so it will be apply. And the next thing is the color to this paragraph, and here is #FFF, and here is important. And now let's execute it. So here it is, not applying. Here is the color is this. So now the color is not applying by using this method. We will apply the color by separately. We have to copy this, and then we have to reference the paragraph. Here is this, and here it is paragraph, and here is the color is #FFF, and then here it is, the color is applying on it. Here you can see that. And now the next thing is this thing, we will build this heading, and then this post. Here the image is on the left side and this post is on the right side, and then we will build this. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this image and we have put this text, and now we are gonna build this part, these posts. So first of all, let's do this. We have to create another section. Here is, copy this because we need it. This is the same code, and here is this, and then after it we need its closing tags. So here are the closing tags, and here is the closing tag, and here is the div and the section. And now what we need to do here, we have to write about auto image about auto image. And now here, after the closing tag of this header, we have to create a div post, and in that div we will place one post, its image and its text. And now here I'm gonna reload it. So here it is, and now we have to change this. Here we have to write box 3, then it will be okay. Here it is, this heading is created, and here is a div to contain the post. Here is the post, and then here is its closing tag. And now in this div, first of all, we have to make a div who have the 50% width. Here you see that, here I want to tell you something, that this is a section element, and this div have the equal width as the width of the row container, or consider the width of the post is equal to the container. So now here we have to create a div. In that div we will place the image, and we have to give it the width 50%. So the 50% width is given to the image and 50% width is given to the text div. And here is, let's start. Here is a div that contains the image. Here I'm gonna give it 50% width, so adjust to, and here is this, and here is images, img, src, images 23.jpg. and now after this, what we need to do, we have to create another adjust to div. Adjust to, and here is the div, and now here we have to create a wrapper. So by using this wrapper, we will give it the different properties to give it the padding on the right and the left side and bottom and the top of the text. And here is this. So this div is just for the text, this div is just for the text, and this is the one post. Here I'm gonna reduce this, and this div is just for the image. And now here I'm gonna put the first image text. Here it is, here is, and here is the link. We will also create it. Here is it, remove it, we have it, its code, we will copy the code, and here is the first thing is in the h3 heading. Here is the h3, and here is the paragraph. Here is, now after this paragraph we have to paste anchor tag. Here I'm gonna copy the anchor tag. Here is, just edit it and write read more. Here is this, and now here is this, and let's execute it. Here it is, and now we have to give it the style to the image and the text, then it will be okay. Here is, first of all, create the adjust to. here is it have the 50% width. Here you can see that 50% width is given to the image, 50% is for the text, so the total width is equal to the container. And now here is adjust to have the width 50%, and here is and now it is created. Here, let's check it. Here it is. And now we have to give the style to this box 3 by using the box 3, and then we will give the style to the post to give it the background color and all the things. I'm gonna give the style to the post. I'm gonna manage this post. Here you can see that here is the post, and let's give it some styles. Dot content box 3. Here I'm gonna copy it and then paste it here. Here is the box 3 dot post. Here is the background color of the post. Here I'm gonna give it the background color a little gray type. Here you can see that this is the gray type color, so we are gonna insert this color, and then after it we have to give the color to the text a little black and gray. Here is hash 3f, and then here is the margin on the bottom side. Here is the 30 pixel, so space is added below the post section, and here is the 1 pixel solid hash FFF, and here is, you see that this is the margin 30 pixel. And now let's execute it. So now the margin is added and we will give it more styles. Here is this, and now give the style to the image that is inside the post. Here is copy this, here it is image, give it the width and height. Here is this, here is maximum width, maximum height 440 pixel, and here is the width 100%, and here is the border. Here is none, and here it is. I have given it the width 100%, but the actually width that is given to its div is the 50%. Here you can see that its div have the 50% width of the total width. So now it is covering all the 50% width because we have given it the 100%, so it means 50%. So now the next thing is I'm going to give the style to the wrapper. What is the wrapper? Wrapper is a div that contain this text. We will give it the padding from all the sides, then it will be okay. And here is post it, and here is dot wrapper. Here is the padding 60 pixel and top 60 pixel left, and here is 20 pixel bottom, and here is 60 pixel right side, and then here is the text align to the center, and here is, let's execute it. So here is, it's fine, and now let's look at it. Here is the box 3, and here is the background, and all things are applying on it. And now I'm gonna create the second one, so what we need to do, we just need to copy and paste the code again, but here the content is going to be mixed up. Here is copy it and then paste it again. And now here is what we need to do. We just need to change the image name, then see it what happened. So here is the it is inserted. Now here I want to tell you another thing, that is we have to give float right to the image. We have to give it the class float right in the second post. And here I want to tell you something, that here you see that this background have a different color, but here is not. This content is also float onto the other content. This is just because we have not provide a little space and the clear both properties before and after the content, then it will be okay. Here I'm gonna give it, here is, this is the div, and here I'm gonna write f right, and now here is, I'm gonna give it dot f right, and here is float to the right. So the image is floated to the right side. And now the next thing is, it is already floated because the content is floated on each other, and now we have to insert a space before and after the post divs, because here you see that there are two post divs, so that's why they are floated onto each other. So now let's give it the style here at the end. Here I'm also gonna give this style to the sections, because we have created too many sections, so I'm not gonna allow any section to the float on any other section, and that's why I'm gonna create it. Here is this, and here is this, and here write this, and here is section, and here is clear both. Here I'm gonna give clear both, visibility, hit, and all the properties, and here we have given these properties. Copy it, and then here is paste it here, and then here is the clear both. And now let's do it. So now it is adjusted, and now you see that this image is on the right side, the background is apply, because we have not give the priority to the float right. Here we have to give it priority, it is not apply, important. Let's check it. So now here it is adjusted, and the next thing is we have to build this thing, this section. And thank you for watching this video. If you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion, I will help you as much as I can. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this post area. Here you can see that this area we have inserted these images and their text, and now in this lecture we are going to build this thing here. First of all, this is the background image. Here you can see that this is an image, it have different style in the background. We will insert this image, this heading, and then these are the 4 headings, and each heading will take only 25% width. So now let's start. Here is, this is the closing tag of the previous section, post section, and here is we have to create a new one, and now I'm gonna copy that thing from here and paste here, paste it, and now here is the closing tags, this, and now this is the section div, and now here we have to write, edit it and write service, and now we have to create a div here that have the 25% width, and it will contain this heading and the text. Here is div class. Here is adjust 3. Here is the div, and now here is the wrap goal. Here is the item class, and now we have given the item class to create a padding on the top and the bottom side of this heading and the text. And now here I'm gonna copy this text and paste it here, and this is a h3 heading. Here is its closing tag, and here is its starting tag. And now here is the paragraph. Here is its closing tag. So now what we need to do, we have to copy it and paste it 4 times, and you can change the text simply. And here is the 4th time, and we have to create this adjust 3, and then here is the box 4. First of all, create the adjust 3. Here is the adjust 3. It have the 25% width, 25%. Here is adjust 3, and here is adjust 3. Now it is okay, and now we will give the style to the box 4. Copy it here. I'm going to copy this, and then here it is, box 4. Here is background. Here is URL. Here is this dot images, and here is background 3.jpg. We are gonna insert the background. Here I will show you what is its background, the image of its background. Here is the height is 380 pixel, and the padding to the background to create the space on the top side and the bottom side, and 0 for the left and right. And then here is the text align. Here is text align to the center, and here is its background image. This is the background image, and now let's check it. Here I'm gonna save it, reload it, and here is it is inserted. So the background is not apply. Why? Here I'm gonna check it. Here is the fault, and now let's check it. So now here it is inserted, and you can change this text. I'm not going to change this text. This is just a little work, and now I'm gonna create this thing, this and this. So here this side is taking 33%. It is also taking 33% width. It have also 33% width. This is the heading, paragraph, logo, and then text, and this is a list item and all the things. So now let's start. Here is after the closing tag of the section. Here is, let's copy the same code. Here it is, and now here is copy this, paste it. Here is added this to the box 5, and then here I'm gonna edit it because it have not any header or any heading. So inside the row div, first of all we will create this first div who have the 33% width. Here is adjust one, it is already created, and here is its closing tag. Now here is the wrap call and the item class. Here is the wrap call and item. The wrap call is just for creating the distance between the padding and the divs, and the item is just for creating the padding on the top and downside of the paragraphs. Here you see that this distance, and box 5 is just for creating this border around the div and this distance on the right side. And now here is, first of all I'm gonna put the content of the first div here. I'm gonna copy this. Here it is in the h3 heading. h3. Here is the span. And then after this we have to insert the image. Here is the image, and here is image source, images, and here is the logo.png. And then after this we have to insert this text. Here is this, here is this. Here is the paragraph is starting, and here we have to insert the anchor tag. Here I'm gonna copy the anchor tag. Here is read more. Here it is, and here is more only. So now the first div is created. Here is the h3 heading, and here is its text, and here is the paragraphs. So all the things are okay, and now let's check it. Here it is, but now one thing is left. We have to create a border on its right side like this, and then create a distance inside the border, and we have to use the box 5, and here I'm gonna use it. Here copy it, box 5, here it is, and here I'm gonna apply this style on the item div, and here is the border right, the border on the right side. Here border right is 1 pixel solid #cc, just gray type, and here it is. So now it have not the distance under it, so we have to give it a distance by using the padding right. Here is the 30 pixel, and then we have to give the minimum height to the whole section, 380 pixel. Here it is, and now here is it. So now here is the padding is created, and this thing have a specific minimum height that is 380 pixel. And now here you see that when we take the mouse over this, so this anchor tag is become disabled. It is not showing, but the anchor tag is still present. Here you see that it is present. And now here I'm gonna give it some style, then it will be okay. Style, here it is. Here I'm gonna give it border. Here is 3 pixel solid hash D258 3E. Here is the 3E, and then here is the color is hash FF970B. And now check it, and here it is still present. And now the next thing is we have to create this section. So let's start. This is the div, and now here I'm gonna copy this and paste it right after it. Here it is inside the row div. This is the closing tag of the row div, and here is copy this, and here it is. So first of all, what we need to do, we have to put some content. So now I'm gonna copy it, and here it is, and then paste it, and here it is h3, here is h3, and here is span, and here is paragraph, here is the closing tag of the P. And now after it, what we need to do, we have to create the another list. First of all, I'm gonna reload it. So here it is, and let's create this list. Here I'm gonna copy a single text, and then I will create the copies of it. Here is the class, here is the link, and here is the UL, and here is the list items, here is the list items, and here is the anchor tag, and here is this hyperreference, here is hyperreference. And now we have to give the style to this list by using its class, and we have to insert these squares, and now let's use its class and give it the styles. First of all, here I'm gonna create a margin on the bottom side of the list. Here is 25 pixels, so a distance is created on the bottom side, and here is the text is aligned to the left side. And then here I'm gonna give a margin on the bottom side of every list item. Here you see that every list item have the margin, and here is this, and here is a margin bottom 5 pixel, and then here is dot link A. I'm gonna give the style to the anchor tags. Here is the anchor tags. First of all, display it as the inline, and then here is block, and then here is the text decoration, none, and here is the font weight. Font weight is become bold, and here is the letter spacing. Letter spacing is 1 pixel, and then here is the font size. Font size is 12 pixel, and now it's okay, and let's execute it. This black dot is a space, and we have give it the height, width, and the black background. And now when we take the mouse over it, so its color is red, and I'm also gonna give it this style, and here it is hover, and here is hash F2 26324, and then here is the link li, and before the list items here is the content, and then here is the margin on the right side. So a space is created between the list items. Here you see that this is the margin, right? And here is a space is added, and then here is a display inline block, and then here is the width, and then here is the height, and then here is the margin bottom. Here I'm going to give 2 pixel margin on the bottom side of every list item. Oh, this black dot so we have created a margin bottom on the downside of these dots, and then here is the background color. It's just like black, and here it is. So now it is inserted, and now we have to create this. I'm gonna create this thing in the next lecture. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have reached at this stage, and now we have to build this content area. And so now let's start. Here is this, and now we have to copy this adjust one div and its closing tag, and here is right after this. Here it is, and these are the closing tags of these divs. Here it is. And now first of all, what we need to do, we have to create this content. And now here you see that there is no border on the right side, and here I'm gonna reload it. So here is the border is created. So first of all, remove this border because we don't need it. At the end, the style border right none. Here is the border right none, and now here it is no more present. And now let's copy the first content. This is the heading, span, and the paragraph, and here is paste it here, and here is the h3, and here is the h3, and then here is the span, and now here is the closing tag of the span, and here is the paragraph, and here is the closing tag of the paragraph. And now after this paragraph we need to create this dashed border. This is the horizontal rule, and here I'm going to create it by writing HR, and then here we have to put style, and here is the border is 1 pixel solid. It's not solid, it's dashed, and here is cc, and then we also need to give the margin on the top and the bottom side of the border. Here is 17 pixel and 0 for the left and right. So here is that 17 pixel on the top and the bottom side, and here it is created. And now I'm gonna check it why it is not dashed. Here is border dashed, here C, and now it is okay. Here it is, and now we have to copy and paste it, and then you can change the text. Here is this. I hope you can change the text, and here is this, and I'm not paste this text, and at the end there is no horizontal rule, and here is move this, and here is this, remove this, and at the end there is no horizontal rule. So now here it is complete. So in this way you have to build this thing, and now in the next lecture we are gonna look forward. So thank you for watching this video, and if you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion in the course. I will help you as much as I can. See you in the next lecture. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have reached at this place. We have built this bar and it containing some text and the picture, and then we will build this section, and then we have built this part. And now in this lecture we are gonna build this footer. This map is also inside the footer. So first of all we will insert this map inside the footer in a separate div. Its width is 100%, and then we will build this content part of the footer. This is the content of the footer, and now let's start. Here is the footer. Create a div. Here is the div class, and here is map. Here is its closing tag. Here it is, and now here I'm gonna add a distance, and now here I'm gonna insert the map. So first of all here I'm gonna get the link of the map, and you have already know how to get the link of the map. And go to the Google map, and then we have to click on this option. Here it is, and then here click on the share or embed, and here is click on embed map and copy this link and then paste it here. So now here you can see that there is a width, height of the iframe, and the frame border is 0. So all the attributes are present. And now here I'm gonna give it 100% width because the map is spread over all over the screen. Here you can see that its width is 100%, and then here is the height is 250 pixel, and here remove it, and then all the things are correct. Now let's execute it. Here is, and here it is loaded, and here you can see that the map is inserted. But one thing that I want to tell you, we have to add the space on the above and the downside of the map. So here you can see that there is space on the downside. Here you can see that this space is just inserted by using the margin. And now I'm gonna give the margin. Here is by using this class, I'm gonna give it the margin. Here is map dot map, and here is the margin 30 pixel, and here is 0. And now here it is. So now here you can see that space is added on the top and the bottom side. And now here at this spot we have to create we have to give the background to the footer, and then we will create the text of the footer. And now let's start. This is the background of the footer, and here is inside the footer. Now we have to make the div. So by in the footer div we will give this content and this background. Here is this div, and here is a class wrap footer, and then here is the div. And now we have to give the width to the div, add a div which have the width equal to the footer equal to the header. And here is container, and then here I'm gonna provide the row, so content is not going to be float onto each other or not going to be mixed. It contains the content. Here is this. And now first of all, what we need to do, we have to place the heading. Here is, this is the heading, and I'm gonna copy all of this thing. Here is, we have to copy it and then paste it here. And here is, this contact is a h3 heading. Here is h3, and then after it, here we have to give the span. Here is the span, and here is br. Here is the br, and here is the span. Here is the br, and here is the span. Span closing tag, and then here we have to include this text also inside the span. This is the small text, so that's why I have placed this text inside the span. And here let's reload it. So now it is shown here. We will give it the style, then it will be okay. And here are the two links. So this text is also inside the strong. It have the font weight more than the others, and here I'm gonna place it inside the strong. Here is the strong closing tag. Here is this, and here is anchor tag, and now here is the closing tag, hyperreference, hash, and here is hyperreference hash. So now let's reload it. So here it is created. Here are the links, and now I'm gonna give the style to this text by using the class. First of all, I will give the margin on the top side to this footer, and then the text align to the center background color, and then I will use this wrap footer, and here it is. First of all, the footer element, and I'm gonna create the margin on the top side. Here is the margin on the top side is 40 pixel, and here is so now a margin on the top side is created, and now the next thing is the text line in the center. So the text is become in the center. Here it is, and then here is the background color, that is orange type. Here is F35 and for 2D, and here it is. And now here is the background and all things. And now I'm gonna give the style to the anchor tag. Here you can see that anchor tags have the yellow color. I'm gonna give it the white color to the anchor tags. Here is the color, and here it is. Here is the footer dot. We have to give the style to the wrap footer that contain the text. Here is the wrap footer, and the wrap footer have the color of the text white, and here is the font size. Here is 13 pixel, and then here is the padding on the top and the bottom side, 30 pixel, 20 pixel from the left and right side. And here it is loading, and here is the padding on the top and the bottom side is created. And now I'm gonna give this for the margin on the bottom side of this h3 heading, then it will be okay. Here is the dot wrap footer, margin bottom 10 pixel, and here it is created. And here you see that there is a little space is created under it and the footer is not correct, so I'm gonna check it. Here is the div map, and here is the fault. We have placed the closing tag of this map div and here, and that's why this content is inside the map div, so that's why it is not shown correctly, and here it is shown correctly. Here you can see that all the things are okay, and here we have to place this text. Here is this text is outside. Here is we have to place the break line, and here it is okay. So now in the next lecture I'm gonna create the second page. Here is this motorbike, and first of all what we need to do, we have to create this subheader. We can also call it subheader. It have the background image and then heading and then text in the paragraph, and then we will build this post. It contain the heading and then this text name and the date, and it contain the image and the text related to the post. We will create this thing, and then we will create this meta lasted and all the things. Thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this footer, we have inserted this map, and now in this lecture what we need to do, we have to create the second page. So here is the second page, motobike, and now we have to create the page and then copy the code of the header and the footer because it is the same, and then we will create this subheader and then this post area and then these sidebars. And now let's start. Here is the control N and save it as motobike.html, and here is, and now let's copy the header. Here is, this is the header, copy it and paste it here. Here it is, and then after this there is a section. It contains the content area. Here I'm gonna create it section, and here is its closing tag. It contains the content, and here I'm gonna insert the footer code and the closing tags of the body, main and the HTML. Here is footer, and here is its closing tag. Here first of all reduce this distance. Here is this, and now it is okay. Footer, and here is this. So now it is created and all the things are okay, and in the section we need to create the content area. Here I'm gonna reload it, and then here is the motorbike, and here you can see that the map is inserted. This is the footer, and now we have to insert this subheader in the content area. And here is, first of all here, and here we have to create a div, and here is the div, and here is give it the class clear fix. So now what is the function of this class? By using this class we will insert a space before and after this div, and so the content is not going to be float onto each other, and we will give it the clear both property. So that's why I have created this div. And now after it we have to create the subheader. Here is the subheader and its width is full width and image is repeated. Here you can see that, and it is enclosed inside a container. And first of all here is create a div subheader, and then here is the closing tag of the div, and here is div and class, and here is the container, and here is this. So now all things are okay. First of all inside this container we will create a heading and then this text. Here is this, copy it, and here it is. Here is the h1, and here is the paragraph. Here is the paragraph. So this is the code of the subheader. Here is this, and now we have to insert the background image by using the subheader class. Here I'm gonna reload it. So here is just text, and let's give it the style. First of all I'm gonna give this clear fix property values, and here I'm gonna write the clear fix also. This, and here is clear fix, and it's okay. And now let's give the background image. Here is the subheader, class subheader. Here is the background URL, and here is images. Dot dot, here is the background for dot jpg, and here is, we have to give it the minimum height is 50 pixel, 150 pixel, and here is height 150 pixel. And now let's render it. So the background is inserted, so we have to give it the padding inside the background, so a space is created around the text, and then give the color to the text. And now here it is, the padding 35 pixel, and then the 10 pixel for the left and right, and 0 pixel for the bottom. And now here is the color is become white, and then here is the text shadow 0, and here is the 1 pixel for the y-axis 0, and here is black. So a black type shadow is apply on this div. Here it is just a little shadow on the top side, and here is the shadow is also apply on here on the text. Here you can see that the text is just like a black, so the shadow is apply. and then after this I'm gonna create a margin on the bottom side, so a distance is created between the subheader and the content that we will place below it. And here is the color of the text is white, and here you see that the text, the color of this text that have the shadow is not white, so I'm gonna apply the white color on it separately. Here is subheader, here is P, and here is color is become white. Here it is, and now here is it's become white. And now the next thing is we have to give the font size to this text, and then we have to provide the margin on the bottom side of this heading. Here is copy it and then paste it. Here is the font size 35 pixel, and then here is the margin on the bottom side 10 pixel, and here it is. And now here it is okay. And now we have to create this part, and let's create it. Here is after the closing tag of this header, here is the header closing tag. We have to create another div, and here is div class. Here is the container, and here is div, and then here is the div. Give it the class row. Here is row. Here is the div. And then after it we have to create a div who have the 65% width, 66% width, and the 33% width is given to this area. So now here is the div. Here is adjust for, and here is the div, and then here is the wrap call. And then here is, so now here in this div we have to put all of the three posts. Here is the first, second, and this third. So all of these posts are placed inside this div, and now I'm gonna make the first post. So first post is in an article. Every post is placed inside an article. So here I'm gonna create an article. You can put the section or the div or anything you want, and I am just using this article. And then here is the article. First of all, we have to create the header of the post. The header contain this name and this date, and here is copy this, and then here is paste it here, and here is the name of the post, and this thing is in the header. Here is class. Here I'm gonna give art header, and here is this is a div, and here it is. So now this is the header, and then here is this name is inside anchor tag, and here is the anchor tag. When we take the mouse over this name, so it contain a link, we can click on it and we can go to another page. And then here is the H3 heading to give it specific font size, font styles. here is h3, and then this text is inside a div. Here is a div, and then here is the closing tag of the div. Here is the div, and here is this anchor tag inside this event text is inside the anchor tag, and here is hyper reference. So now this is the header of the post. It includes this name and the text, and now let's check it. And here it is created, and when we take the mouse over it, so it is underlined, it have the yellow color. But now we will edit this color, we will give it the different styles by using this art header class. Here is the art header, and now after this we have to put the content of the post. Here is the content, the image and the text, and for this we have to create a separate div. Here is separate div, and here is a div, and here is its closing tag. Here is this, and first of all, before this paragraph we have to place the image. Here is this, here is hyperreference, here is this, and then here is the image. Images 6.jpg, and now it is okay. There is a paragraph, link, and the header, and all the things are inserted, and now here it is. Now we will align this image, we will give the style to this image, then it will be okay. And now first of all, I'm gonna use this art header to give the style to the title of the post and the date on which it is created. Here is save it, and now here it is art header. Here is art header, and here we have to write h3. We will give it the style to the h3. Here is the font size 25 pixel, and here is the color is become gray type, just like black. It is dark gray black color, and here is a margin on the bottom side of the heading is 10 pixel, and now it is okay. And here you can see that this is created, its style is applied. And now when we take the mouse over this anchor tag, so here it is, here I'm gonna write article. The style will be applied on the art header that is in the article, and here is copy this, and now here is hover, text decoration, none, here is none, and here it is. So now here you can see that it is adjusted, and the next thing is we have to create this adjust for. Here I'm gonna copy this, leave it, and adjust for is taking 66% width, 66.66%. You can exactly give the 66% width. Here is 4, here I'm gonna remove it 0.66, or write it, because we have give the 33.33% to the others. And here is adjust for. And the next thing here, I'm gonna reload it. So now it is created, and the next thing that I want to tell you, we have to give the style to this article. By using this article, we have to give it the margin on the bottom side of the post. Here you can see that there is a margin on the bottom side of the post and the padding inside this border, and then we will apply this border. And here is the style to the article, and we will give this style in the next lecture. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous video we have reached at this spot. We have created this post, and now we have to give the style to this article that contain a single post. Here you can see that this is inside the article, and now I'm gonna give the style to the article to insert the bottom and the margin and the padding. Here you can see that there is a border, and here is the margin and the padding. So let's give the style to the article. Write article, and here is display is inline block, and here is the border on the bottom side. HDDD, and then here is the padding on the bottom side, 30 pixel, and here is the margin on the bottom side is 30 pixel. And now here is it, the margin on the bottom side, padding is inside. So now the next thing is we have to give the style to this image. We have to float it to the left, so the text is automatically float to the left. Text is wrap around it. Here is, we have to write article, the image that is in the article image, and here is, first of all, display it as inline block, and then here is a float to the left, so the text is also float to the left. This is my C cleaner, and here is the margin right, so a distance is created between the image and the text. Here it is, this is the margin right, that space between the text. And after this we have to give the border around the image. Here is 1 pixel solid, just light gray border. It is not visible, but it is existing literally. Here is this. So now like this we have to create the second post, then third, and then fourth. Now for creating the other post, we have to copy the code and then paste it. Here is this, and here is a motobike, and then copy from the article. Here is, we have to copy complete articles. Here is this, and then here is, and copy it, and then after it paste it second, and here is the third one. And now we have to change the name of the image. Here is 6, and here is the 7, here is the 8, and now let's execute it. So here it is inserted, here is the image, and now here I'm gonna insert this image. Let's check it, and the image name is wrong. Here I'm gonna write 5, and now it is okay, and here is, it is inserted. So now what you need to do, you just need to change this text. You can change it easily, so I'm not gonna change it. And the next thing that I'm gonna create it, here is this, we have to create this sidebars. And first of all we will create a div, just one, and it have the width 33%. So all of these items in the sidebar is placed inside that div. Here I want to tell you something, that is the widget. So first of all, what is the widget? the widget is just like a small application, or it is a small program, and we can include it in any website, in any software. So here, for example, when you are browsing on the search engine, when you are browsing on the internet, you have opened many websites, and many websites have the weather conditions. They are telling us whether today is rainy day, tomorrow is sunny day. So that is the weather conditions, and that program is a simple program and a small program to tell the weather conditions, and that is called the widget. And because that is the small program, and we can include that program in any website, in any software, and that is the widget. And here this is the sidebar, and this meta is a widget because we can include this meta in any page in the sidebar. And this is also the widget, this is a widget, this is a widget. So the widget is just a concept. You can make anything a widget that we can use in more than one place. So it is just a concept, and let's start. So I'm call it widget. This we will build this widget first of all. Here is motobike, and here is after the closing tag of this 66% width. Here is this, and now I'm gonna check it. Here is, and now here is, after this here we have to create another div, and here is its class. Here is adjust one, and here is its closing tag of the div, and here it is. And then after this here is class, and here is wrap call, and here is the wrap sidebar. And now why, and in this div we will place all of these sidebar here, meta, last state, and these, all of these things are in this list. But here why we give this sidebar class, here I'm only gonna write it sidebar. Why we have give this class? Because we have to create a some distance on the top side of the sidebar and also on the down side. So that's why we have give it. We will give it the margin to the sidebar. And here is, now I'm gonna give the first div of this first widget. Here is the div, and give it the class widget. And by using this widget we will give the padding and the margin on the top and the bottom side of this meta. Here you can see that the padding. And here after this, in this widget we have to create, here is, this is the closing tag of this sidebar, and here is the adjust one. And where is this? I think one closing tag is missing. Here is, this is the adjust one, this is the wrap call, this is the widget. And now in this, first of all what we need to do, we have to create this header. So this header, this meta heading is inside a div, and we have to give it the class header. Here I'm gonna give it, here is the div, and here I'm gonna give the class, and here is the class name is widget header. Here is the widget header because it will contain the heading, and here is its closing tag, and this all tags are completed. And now here I'm gonna place it here, and here give the h4 heading. Here is h4, and here we have to write meta. Here is the meta, and here I'm gonna give the class to give it the different color. Here is the color orange, because we have to give it the orange color. So here I have write color orange. And then after this header we have to create this thing, that is the list items. So for this we have to make another div. Here is the div, here is the class widget content, and then here is the UL, and here is the list item, and here is the anchor tag, and then here is the log in, and here it is. Here is the hyperreference hash, and now here I'm going to give the class to this link UL. Here is the, and now here is a div, and this div contain this list items. Here I'm going to increase it, so now you can change the text. And we have already defined the style for this link class, that these styles are given to the UL. Here is, it is defined already, and here we have to define our styles for this sidebar. So now first of all reload it, here it is. So now let's give the style first of all to the sidebar. Here it is. Here is dot. I have not used the aside element. It depends upon you what you want to use. You can use the div or the aside element or the section or any element, but I have used the div. And here is first of all create a margin. Here is the 0 pixel, and this margin is on the left and right side. Top and the bottom side is 0. Here is, save it. So now this margin is given on this side, left and right side, and then here is the widget, and here I'm gonna give the padding on the all the side of this widget. Here is widget. First of all create the margin on the bottom side of the widget, because we have to place another widget on the bottom side, so that's why create a distance. And here is the padding, 5 pixel from the top, 25 pixel from the left and right, 10 pixel from the right side. When we have give the margin to the whole sidebar, so it is not applied because it is so less 10 pixel. So now the padding is work, and here you can see that. Now we have to insert a space before and after this widget, so the content is not going to be mixed up, because we have to create so many other widgets. Here you can see that, so it's maybe mixed into each other. And here is, we also need to write the article here, the article element, because we have give too many article, we have used the article element in the post, so the content might be mixed up. So here first of all write the widget. Here is also widget, and then here is this, and here we have to write article. Here is the article, and now here I'm gonna reload it. Now we have to give the style to this heading, that is the meta heading. We have to change its color, and then we have to create a margin on its bottom side. So how to this margin create is I'm gonna tell you about it. First of all, dot color orange. Here I'm gonna give the orange color to the heading. Here is color orange. This class is given to it, and here is the color. Here it is. Here is hash ff 970b. I have picked this color code from the internet. You can search the more codes, and here is it is important because we have already give the color to the headings, and here is the font size is 27 pixel, and then here is the font weight is bold, and then here is the margin on the bottom side is 20 pixel. So now let's execute it. So here it is, the style is given to this heading, and now we have to give the margin padding on the top side of this text. This is a content area, item content. And now here I'm gonna change this text, and then I will produce the padding on the above side of this content by using its class. Here is the widget content. Here it is, and now here is widget content. Paste it here. Here it is, and then this. And now here is the padding on the top and the bottom side of the content. Here is 10 pixel and 0, and now here it is, the distance is created. Now I'm gonna change this text, and here this class, the widget header is we don't need it right now, so I'm gonna remove it. We have give the style to the h4 heading, so that's why I have removed it. And now here you can change this text, but here I'm gonna change it. Here is the enterprises is cut it, copy it, and then here is I'm gonna paste it here, and here is copy this one, and then here is this, and then here I'm gonna remove the last one so it will look better. Here you can see that I have just changed this text to look it better, and then I'm gonna create this widget. And now let's create another widget. Here it is, this is the widget. Here it is starting, and now first of all copy this thing and paste it here inside the adjust one div, and here is its closing tag of the widget, and here it is, and here we have to change it to the lasted, and then here after this, here we have to create the content. Here is I'm gonna copy this and then edit it and then paste it text inside it. Here is this, here is this, and here remove this and then paste a content inside it, a paragraph. Here is the P, and here is the text, and we have to copy the text, and here is this thing is created. And now in the next video I'm gonna create the rest of the things, this thing and this select button and then these links. So thank you for watching this video. If you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion in the course. I will help you as much as I can. Thank you for watching this. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have reached at this line and we have created this last it widget and this meta widget, and now we are gonna create this thing. And here you see that this heading have the low font size than these headings, last it and archives. So now here I'm gonna create it. Here it is, and now here we have to copy this one, and here it is, copy this, and here is, paste it here, and here we have to write recent post, and then here is the UL, and now we have to just change the text. Here I'm gonna remove these ones and copy this text. Here it is, increase it and then save it. So now this widget is created. Here is, remove this thing, and now let's check it. Here it is created, and now the next thing is this select button. So now what we need to do, we just need to write a select open and closing tag and then give the options and their values. So now let's start. Here is after the closing tag of the widget. Here I'm gonna place it, this thing, and here is copy this thing. We need this code. And here is this and this, so all the things are present. And here is archive, here archives, and then after this, here in between this, we have to place select, and here is the select, and here we have to place option, and here is option, and here we have to place first value in the option is select month. Here you see that this is a value but it have not any value when we select it, so it will not give any value, and it is selected at the first, then we will give this February, March and all the things. And here is first thing is select month, and you can write this thing at any place but you have to provide the selected attributes. So now it is selected, and here is, I'm gonna increase it, and here write March 2016, and here is December, here is 2017, and here is February, here is February 2019, and here we have to give the value, what is the value of this. Here is a Feb, and here I'm gonna give, when we select this value, so its value is like this deck, and here is March, here is March, and this the first value have not any value. And now let's check it. Here it is created but we have to give it the styles, so that's why we have to give another class to its widget. Here is widget archive, here is archive, and here I'm gonna copy it and then paste it here. Here is dot before it, and here is this. And one thing that I have left here is this heading have the less font size, and here you see that, so we have to give it the H5 heading. Here I'm gonna check it. Here is the H5, and now let's check it. Here it is. So now it have the less font size, and if you want to give more less font size, then you have to give it class and you can edit its font size, but now it is fine. And here is, let's give the style to this select, and here we have to write select. And here is, first of all, the margin on the top and the bottom side is 5 pixel, and then left and right side 0. And here is the height is 40 pixel, and here is the width is 100%. And then here is the padding is 10 pixel, and padding on the left side of the select. Here you see, I'm going to show you the effect. Here is the padding on the left side, and the margin on the top side and the bottom side, its width is become 100%, means it cover all the 33% total width. And here are the values. And then here is the font family. Font family is, you can give it any font family. Here I'm gonna give serif. So now this is not look good, this font is not look good. The default font family is good, Arial. This font is Arial, and this color is fine. This color is, I don't like this color, gray type. I'm gonna apply a white background color. Here you can see that. And then here I'm gonna give it font size. Font size is 16 pixel. And then here I'm gonna give the color to the text is gray type. Here 777, and here is the border is become none. And now let's execute it. So here is the border is no more present, and this is the outline when we click on it. And here I'm gonna apply the border, then it look good. So here it is. And you can also give it this background color. This is E9 background color, gray type, but I like this white background color, so that's why I have not give that color. And now we have to create this next widget. It contains the simple links. So now let's create it. Here is this. These are the simple anchor tags. These are not in the list items or in the UL. What we need to do, we just need to create the anchor tags separated by commas in the div. And here I'm gonna copy it, and here is this, paste it. And here we have to write, we have to remove this archive, the widget archive. And here is the tags, and here is remove this. And here is the anchor tag, and here is the hyperreference. Here is hash, and here is animals, and you can increase it, and you can change this text, but I'm not gonna change it. Here is this. So now you can change this text. And now in the next video, here we have to remove this map from the footer, because in this page there is no map. So here is in the footer, remove this div. Here is the div of the map. Let's remove it, and now here it is. Now it's, the page is prepared. In the next video I'm gonna create this about .html page, we will create this paragraph, image, and this list. This is order list. And thank you for watching this video. If you have any problems, kindly add the discussion in the course. I will help you as much as I can. See you in the next lecture. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this motobike page and we have inserted these posts and then we have built this thing and all the things, and now in this lecture we are going to build this about.html page. So let's create it, then save it, about.html, and here I'm going to copy the same code. Here is this, and we need this container and the row div, then this subheader and this section, and here is this, and here we have to place the closing tags of this container and div row, and then this section and div, and here is this, copy this footer, and here is the closing tags of the section clear fix container and the row. Here is, place it here, and now here is this, and here is this. In between this container, in this div, we will place this, all of this article and the image. And now here is the section, and here we have to remove this text, and we just need to place the blog here. We have to write only the heading blog, and now let's reload it. Here is reload it, and here is the about.html, and here is the header image, and now we are gonna make this part, and it contains this text. These are the different paragraphs. So now here remove this distance, this, and now here I'm gonna start from this part, and here in the row what we need to do, we have to create a div wrap call. Here is div wrap call. Here is the wrap and call, and then here is the div, and after this we have to place a article. All of this text and the images in the article. Here is the article, and then here is, and in between this, first of all what we need to do, we have to place the title of, here is the title of this, the title on the article. Here you are able to write any title, but I'm gonna write this. So this is in the div. Here is div, and here is its closing tag, and here is this. Here is h1, here is this, this is the entry title, the class given to it, and then after this here we have to place a separate div that contains this image and all of this text, and here is that div. Give it the class. Here is the class. Here I'm gonna give it art content, and then here is its closing tag. And first of all here I'm gonna insert the image. Here is img src, here is equal, and images /1.jpg, and here is, I'm gonna reload this page. So here is the image and its title, and we will remove this border and all the things. after this we have to create a div for the first paragraph. In this div we will paste the first paragraph. Here it is, and now here we have to copy the first paragraph. Here is in this div we have to create the paragraph opening and closing tag in the div, and here is this. And after this we have to paste the second paragraph, and now here is the paragraph, and here is the paragraph, and now here we have to paste the third one paragraph. Here is the third one. This is the block quote, so I'm gonna paste this paragraph in the block quote. Here is the block quote. Here is the paragraph, and then after this here we have to paste this paragraph. And now after this we have to place another paragraph. Here it is, and now here is this one, and here I'm gonna show you. Here is the paragraph, and now let's insert this paragraph, and here it is. The space is created in between the paragraphs due to the default margin and padding of the paragraph, and then here we have to place this line. This line is represented as the code. We have to place this text of piece of line in the tags of code. Here is the code. So if we want to write any code in the web page to show the users, so we have to write the code in these code tags. So in this way the code is displayed uniquely. Anybody can see it. Here its display is unique, and here is this one paragraph, and here it is. Here is this. Let's reload it. And now after this we have to place this ordered list, and for the order list we have to make the div here. Here is the div, and here is we have to place the OL. Here is the OL. Here is the OL, and here we have to place the text in the simple list item. It cannot contain any link, and here I'm gonna paste that text, and here is I'm gonna add an indent. Here it is. Here is this, and now after this we have to place two paragraphs after this div, and now I'm gonna copy these paragraphs. Here is, first of all, reload it. Here it is, and here are the paragraphs. Here is the paragraph tag, and here is its closing tag, and here is place it here. And here is, after this we have to place the last one paragraph. Here is this, copy it, and here is the paragraph, and then paste it here, and here it is. And now let's refresh it, And now we have to give the style to this paragraphs. So let's start. First of all, here is the content, and first of all we will give the style to this entry title and then the rest of the things. First of all, here is the article and here is the entry title. You can simply write directly the class name, and here is, first of all, I'm going to create margin on the top and the bottom side of the entry title, and here is the left and right side. So now it will create a space on the top and the bottom side of the entry title. It is moved, and here I'm going to check the class name, entry title, and then now I'm going to give the style to the h1 heading that is in the entry title. Here is h1, and here I'm going to give the line height 1.2, and here is the font size 38 pixel, and now here it is executed here. So now its font is already maybe 38 pixels, so that's why it is not applied. And now I'm going to give the style to this block code text. This is a block code text, and now you can see that it have not the font size, special font size, and the color. So now I'm going to apply. Here is dot art content, and art content have the block code. Here is the block code, and here we have to apply font size on it. Here is the font size is 18 pixel, and then here is the margin on the block code on the left and right side. Here is the 50 pixel, and then here is the font style is become italic, and here is the color is 666, and then here is the padding on the left side 20 pixel. Here it is, here it is. And now I'm gonna give the style to this OL that is present here, and here is the OL, means order list, and here is, first of all, place this art content. Here it is OL, and here is this, and here is float it to the left side, and here is a float to the left, and then here I'm going to give the text align to the center. Text align to the justify is better, or center is also better, but justify is better. Here is justify. You have already know what is the function of justify. Justify complete the line. Here you can see that this text is placed at this side, but I will provide a clear div, so it will be okay. Here is the margin is become 10 pixel from the top and the bottom, and 50 pixel from the left and right, and then here is the font size is 16 pixel, and here is the list style type circle, and here it is. So now for this condition we have to provide a div under this order list. Here is the order list, and here is we have to provide a div and give it the class clear. So this div have the property clear both, so it will not allow any element to be float on right or any side. And here I'm gonna write the clear here. Here is dot clear, and here is the clear. here it is. So now it is okay, the about.html page is ready. And now in the next lecture we are going to build this contact page. It have the subheader, and then we will insert this map. Here you can see that this is the map, and then we will insert this contact form, and then here is it have the awesome effect, and then this text, and then this all of this information. So thank you for watching this video. If you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this about.html page, and now in this lecture we are gonna make this contact.html page. It have this subheader, this iframe, it have the width equal to the container, and then here is a separate section for the contact form. It occupies 66% width. This section occupies 33%. So and now here we have to create a new page and drag it to here, and here is save it, and now here is contact.html, and now here I'm gonna paste the same code, copy from this header, and we also need this clear fix and subheader, and then we need this container and row. So copy up to here and paste it here, and now we need the closing tags and the footer, and from the end there are the closing tags of the body main, and here is the footer, and this is the closing tag of the section div. We need 4 closing tags. Here is this. So now all the things are fine. This section, here is this section, and this is the div clear fix, and this is the subheader container div, and here is the heading, and in this container we will place this map and the contact form and this contact info, and this is the subheader. And now I'm gonna make the subheader. First of all, copy this text paragraph and then paste it here under this. Here paste it without any paragraph, and then here is contact, and now let's execute it. Here it is, contact. So now after this we have to make this contact area. First of all, we will build this map div inside the container directly. Here is the container, and here we have to paste the map, and here I'm gonna copy the code of the map from the first page, and here it is along with its div. Here is, and here is, and here we have to give it more height for 50 pixel, and now let's execute it. And now it's loading, and here is the map is inserted, and here you can see that it's working. And now after this we have to create a div who have the 66% width, and in which we will put this input fields, and here is after the closing tag of this div inside the container we have to make another div for the form. Give it the class adjust for because it have the 66% width, and here is the closing tag of the div, and here is the wrap call div class wrap call, and here is this. And first of all, here I'm gonna place the h5 form, and here is contact form, and here I'm gonna give it the orange color by giving it the class color orange. And now let's execute it. Heading is created. Here it is, and now we are gonna make this part, and for this here we have to place the form. Here is the form, and now here is its closing tag of the form, and now here I'm gonna give id ff, means form, and here is place the label, opening and the closing tag, and then in between this we have to place input. Here is the type, here is the text, and then here is I'm gonna place the placeholder, enter name, here is make it capital, and here is another field for the email, here is enter email, and then after this we have to make another third one, that is for the text area. Here we have to change it in this field we will put the simple message. Here is the text area, placeholder have message, and here is the closing tag of the text area. Here it is, and here I'm gonna give the rows are equal to 4, and here is goals 25 columns. And now after this, first of all let's check it out. We have to create this button, and now it have not style, so that's why it look like this. And now create a button, and that button is in the center. Here you can see that, so we have to give it the center tag, so then it will automatically in the center. And here we have to place, here is input type, here is submit, and here is the value of the button, is the text that is appear in the button is submit. And here I'm going to give it the class btn to give it the styles btn, and now here it is the button. And let's go and give it the style, then it will be okay by using this ff form. And here it is, first of all give the style to the label, here is the label, and then here is the, first of all display as the label as a block, and then here is the font weight is bold, so all the text we will put is become bold in the fields. And here is the margin bottom is 5 pixels, so a distance is created between every field. Here you see that margin bottom on the bottom side of every field. And then now I'm gonna give the same styles that are the same in the input fields and the text area. Here is hash fff, here is input text area, here it is, and here we have to give the display block, and here is the width is become 100%, and here is the border radius of the fields 4 pixel, and here is the color is become black, the text color. And here I'm gonna show you what is the border radius. Here you see that the corners are rounded, so this is the border radius. And the next thing is give it border around the fields 1 pixel solid. Here is the hash EF, and then here is the font size 16 pixel, and then here is the background color, white. Here it is. And now we will give the padding to the input field, so a distance is created inside the input field between the text and the border. Here you can see that. Here is first of all input field, input, and here it is padding, and here is 12 pixel, and here is the margin, 5 pixel top, 0 pixel left, 10 pixel bottom, 0 pixel right, and here is the maximum height for 45 pixel, the height of the input field. Here it is. And now here is the hash FFF text area. Here is the height, 200 pixel the text area height, and the padding is 10 pixel. And then here is the margin to create a distance from the other fields, 5 pixel top, 0, and 25 pixel bottom, and here is a 0. And now let's check it. So here it is created, and now I'm gonna give the style width to this btn, and here is hash ff dot btn. Maximum width is 25%. Its maximum width is, total width is 66%. That is the width of the adjust one. So that's why it's occupying all the 66%. So now it will occupy the 25%, and it is in the center. And when we take the mouse over it, so its color is become little transparent. So it is the opacity. Here is, copy this and paste it here, hover, and here it is. And here is the opacity is become 0.7, and here is, so now here it is, here is our page. So now here is the opacity. And the next thing that I want to tell you is we have to create this part. It have the width 33%. So after the closing tag of the adjust one, here is adjust 4. Here is, we have to create another part. Here is div. I'm gonna copy the code from this and then edit it. Here is this, paste it, and then its closing tags. Here is, and here is h5, and here is contact info, and here is the adjust one. And then here I'm gonna place a text inside the span. The first text is inside the span, the first line. Here is span, and then the second is the paragraph. Copy it like this, and here is this, and here is align this text right here, and also this one, here it is. And now this paragraph, this is a paragraph, and then here is the closing tag of the paragraph, and here is, this is a paragraph, but here is a br to add a new line. So the second line is display on the new line, and here is the paragraph, and here is the br, here is the paragraph, and here is the paragraph, and here is the paragraph. And now it's okay, and let's check it. So now this page is ready, it is created, and one thing is left, that is here we have missed the closing tag of the center. Here is, this is the closing tag of the center, and now it going to be work perfectly. It is already working perfectly. And now in the next video I'm gonna develop the fifth website that is related to the music videos and the music concerts. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we are going to start building this site, and it is related to the music. It is just like a website of a singer, and here you can see that there are the latest news and the traders. I'm going to teach you how to make this, and this is an image. This rock band is an image, and the background that is here, it is also an image, and this background in the menu is an image, and it is also an image. And this header contained three things. First is logo, second the menu, and the third thing is slider. So all of these three things are placed inside the header, and then this is the content area. It is placed inside the section, and this is the footer element. So now let's start. Here is, first of all, here I'm gonna create, here is the images. Here you can see that this is the images of the site, and here is the video. We have to include the video. Here I'm going to show you when we click on this video. So this video is played. This is a song 6 days, and now here I'm going to stop this, and I will teach you how to insert that video. And here first of all I'm going to create a folder of the website. Here is fifth, and here is move this images folder to fifth, and this video folder also to the fifth. Here is this, and then here is the folder CSS. It contains the CSS files. And now let's start. And now here I'm gonna create the first page, home page, and the style sheet page. It contains the style, and here is the grid.css page that contain the width of the divs, and here is this. And now let's save these pages. Here is fifth, and here we have to write index.html. Here is, and then here is Control Alt Save CSS, and here we have to write style.css, and here save this with the name of grid.css. And now let's create the structure of the first page. So now we have to write the same things to include the CSS files and the body and all the things. So I'm gonna copy that thing from the previous website. Here is fourth, and open the index.html, and here I'm gonna copy from this doc.html, and here is main till the main, and close this and paste it here. And now here I'm gonna create the closing tag of the main, and here is the closing tag of the body, and then here is the closing tag of the HTML. And now here I'm gonna check it, all the things are right. And now here is, I'm gonna make the structure. So first of all, here I want to tell you something. We have to place the header and the content area in a div, and we have to give a class to that div is extra, and we will define the position, relative, overflow, hidden, and all the properties z index to that div. And in this way we have to adjust this website. We can also adjust this website without that div, but it's fine if we use it. Here is if we place the content inside it. Here is the class main, here extra, it is extra type, and here is that div closing tag, and inside it we have to place the header. Here is its closing tag, and then here is the section. Here is the section, and then outside of this div we have to place the footer, and here is the closing tag of the footer. So now all things are fine. Here is a div which contain header, section, footer, and all the things, and now it's okay. That we have to add the font that we are going to use. Here is this font name is, here you can see that this font name is Vigor, so I'm gonna include that font. Here is, I have downloaded its file. Here is back, and here is the font file, and here I'm gonna paste it in the CSS. Here is the font file, and now I'm gonna copy its name and its type of open type font OTF. And now let's include that font, and here is in the style sheet. Here is, first of all, write it font face, and here is the font family. Here I'm gonna write Vigor, and here is the source URL, and here is .otf, and then now it is included, and now I'm gonna give the style to the body and then the extra, and here is body. I'm gonna apply the font default font for all the text in the body. If we cannot give any text to a font family, so this font family will be applied on it. Here is the font size is 100%, and then here is the color of the text. It is gray type color, so here is light gray, and then here is the background of the body is black, and then here is the margin is 0, padding is 0, and then here is the extra. Now here I'm gonna apply the height of the extra div is auto, as we added the content inside the div extra, so its height is increased as we add the content inside that div, so that's why we have give it auto. Its height is vary according to its content, and here I'm gonna give it minimum height when we open the website on a small screen, so its minimum height is 100%, and here is the margin is 0 pixel for the top, and here is left and right is auto, and here is the bottom side is 40 pixel, and here is the position. Relative, and here is the overflow hidden, and here is the z index 1, and now here I'm gonna load the file, and here it is. Now it have the black background and all the CSS styles. So now in the next lecture I'm gonna start building the header. We will put this logo, then this menu, and then this slider. Thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have reached at this place we have give the style to the body and the extra. Here you can see that we have included that font, we have built this structure, and now in this lecture we are going to start building this header. It contains this menu, slider and the logo. And first of all we have to create a div inside the header that will contain all of these three things, because we have to give a specific width to this div around about 950 900 pixel, and then we will give it the font and the padding to adjust it, all the things, slider and menu and the logo. And here is the header, and here I'm gonna create div class main, and then here is its closing tag. And then first of all we will put this background, and this background is the background of the div, and then in that div we will have to put this logo. So this logo is inside h1 heading, and basically it also contain a link. First of all we will place a heading and then an anchor tag. Here is the div of the logo, and here is pg1 background 1. Here is div, and here we have to place h1. Here it is, and then here is the anchor tag. Here is the rock. Here is hash, and now I'm gonna give the style to this logo. First of all we will create this main, and here is after this main dot main, and here it is, and here is the width is 960 pixel, and here is the padding 0, and here is the margin to take this main div into the center, because it contains all these three things, slider, menu and the logo. And here is 0 pixel auto, and then here is the font size is, here I'm gonna go give 0.8 em. 1 em is equal to 1 em is equal to 32 pixel, so you can calculate it. Here is line height is 1.5 em. So now all things are fine, and let's give the style to the header. And first of all, height to the header. Here is header minimum height is 189 pixel, and here is its width is 100%. So now here we have give the 100% width to the header. Here you can see the header. So now header is spread on full screen, but the main is only spread in this area. The main width is equal to the width of the menu. And now here is the position relative, and let's give the style to the h1 heading that contain the logo. Here is the h1, and here is the padding 40 pixel from the top, 0 pixel from the left, 0 pixel from the bottom, 0 pixel from the right, and here is the margin 0, and here is the position relative. And now here is h1 anchor tag, and here is the margin is 0 pixel auto, and here is the display block to the anchor tag, and then here I'm gonna show this width is 246 pixel, the width of the anchor tag. Then the logo is clearly shown. Here is 62 pixel, and here let's check it how it look like. So here is the anchor tag, and now we have to insert that image. And here you see that there is only the anchor tag, but there is not this background. We have to give this background here by using this div. Here you see that this anchor tag is inside this bg1 class, and here I'm gonna give the background by using that div. Here is the bg1, and here it is. First of all, give it the width to this div is 100%, and then here is its background is url dot images. Here is bg top dot jpg, and here I'm gonna give it no repeat, and then here is the center for the x-axis position, top for the y-axis, and then here is the height of the logo of the background. Here is 131 pixel, and here it is. And now the next thing that we have to give here is the logo image, and here it is. Here first of all, here is the background url dot images, and here is the / logo dot png, and here is the 00 no repeat, 00 position for the x and y axis. And here you see that this logo is inserted in the background of the anchor tag. Now here is the text. Now we have to remove this text. We have to give it the text indentation, so it is moved to this side and the overflow is hidden, so it is not appear on the screen. Here is the text indent. Here I'm gonna give -5000 pixel, and now let's check it. So now it is moved to this side, and the main div and the other divs have the overflow hidden. So now here is, this is ready, this logo is complete, and now after this logo we have to give the menu. For the menu we have to write a separate nav element. Here is the nav, here is the nav, and here is its closing tag. And now in between this, first of all we have to place a container and the adjust. The container is just for giving the width. And now let's start. First of all, create two divs. Container, and now here is the div class adjust, and here it is. And now here I'm gonna place another list. Here you can see that another list. Here is right ul, here is the ul, and then here is the class menu, and then here is the list item, and here is the anchor tag, here is also anchor tag, and here is the home, and here is hyperreference index.html, and then here I'm gonna give it the class current, because when we are on the home, so it will show our blue color on the home, and when we are on the audio, so it will show the blue color on the audio. When we are on the video, so it will show the blue color on the video option. Here is when we click on it audio, so the blue color is on the audio. When we click on video, so it is on the video. And now here we have give this current class to the anchor tag, and then here I'm gonna increase that thing. Here are the 6 pages, so remove it. We don't need on the other pages now. Here is this and this, and here is at the last is the contact.html, and here is the tour date tour.html, and here is the gallery.html, and here we have to give audio video.html, and here I'm going to create another one, and this is the audio.html. And here is the audio, and here is video, and here I have give these addresses, but these pages are not exist right now. So when we create the pages, so the menu will work. And here is the gallery.html, and here is tour dot, here we don't need to write .html, it is by mistakenly. And here is contact, here is and now the menu is complete, and here we have to write tour dates. And now let's give the style to the menu. First of all, give the width to the container. Here is the container dot container, and here I will give it the style in the next video. So I will complete all of this menu and the slider in the next video. Here we have to give the width and the position relative and the overflow auto properties. So I will start from the next video. Thank you for watching this video. If you have any problem, so kindly add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can. See you in the next lecture. Hi guys, in this lecture we are going to give the style to the container, and we will build the complete menu. So let's start giving the style. Give it the width. Here is its width is 960 pixel, and then here is the position is relative, and then here is the margin 0 pixel auto, and then here is the padding is also 0 pixel. And then here I'm going to give a little space before and after the container, so the content is not going to be mixed up. I'm going to give a clear both property. So here is the container, and here is content and space, and here is the display block. Here is the height is 0, and here is the width is also 0, and here is the clear both, and then here is the visibility is hidden, and now we have to create the adjust div and the adjust have the width 100%. Here is dot adjust. Here is the width 100%, and then here is dot adjust. Here is the float left. Here is the display, and here I'm gonna give inline block. So now after this we have to give the style to the menu, and it is created, adjust is created, and now we have to give this background in the menu. And for this, here in the nav we have to give that class menu background, and let's give it the background. Here is this, and dot menu background. Here is this, and here we have to give the background. Here is the URL dot images, and here is the menu, and here is the bg dot jpg, and here is the no repeat, and here is the center top. Now it is inserted. Here is this. So now here is the menu, we will adjust it, and here is, I'm gonna give it the width to the nav element 100%, and then let's give the style to the menu by using its UL class. Here is the menu, and here is copy it, and here is paste it here, dot menu. Here is this, and here we have to give the padding 10 pixel from the top, 0 pixel from the left, 10 pixel from the bottom, 0 pixel from the right. And here is the width is 100%, and here is the height of the UL is 40 pixel, and here is the overflow hidden, and here it is. So now here is the overflow is become hidden, and now here we have give the width is 100%, so the menu is inside the adjust. So adjust also have the width 100%, and adjust is inside the container, so container have the 960 pixel width. So all of this menu and the adjust have the 960 pixel width, that is the total width. And now let's give the style to the li list items. Here is this, here is float to the left side, and here is the position is relative. Here is the background URL images, and then here is the menu, and li line dot png. And what is this thing? I will show you what is this image. Here is no repeat left top. Here I'm gonna show you what is this thing. Let's render it, and here you see that here you can see it clearly. These lines, these are the lines in the background of the list items. Here this is the line, this is the line, and this line and this line. To separate these options, these are the images in the background of list item. So I have inserted these images. Here you see that these are small images. Here I'm gonna zoom it. Here are these images. Here this like white, and now here is the padding of list item 5 pixels from the top, 33 pixels. So the width and height is increase of the list items. Here is, so now here you see that the lines are present, and now we will give the style to this anchor tag. And let's start. First of all, give it the display inline block. So by giving this display inline block, it is shown as the inline as well as the block. We can give it the width and height, and by the inline, so the new line and new line after and before the anchor tag is not added. And here is the font size. Here it is. And then here is the line height 1.3 em, and here is the text transformation. Uppercase, and here it is. And now here is the padding. Here is the color HFF, and here is the letter spacing. Here is -1 pixel, and here is the font family, Vigor, and here is the font weight. Here is 700. So now let's execute it. So now here is the anchor tags, but now here you see that this white line is also present on this side, and we don't want it right now here. So what we need to do here, we have to remove it, and here I'm gonna give it the style. Here is the background, none. We have to give it background none, then it will be okay. Here it is removed. And now the next thing is, this text is so on the bottom side, so we have to reduce the padding in the li. Here I'm gonna make it 0, and now it is just good. And now let's apply the color on it when we take the mouse over it. And here is dot menu, lia hover, and here is dot menu. And when we are on the home, so it will show a color on the home. Here is current. Now we have give the current class to the anchor tag, so we have to apply the style on the anchor tag. When we give the current class to the list item, so we have to apply the style on the list item. We can give this current class to any element, like we can give it to the list item or to the anchor tag, and here it is. So now here is the color is apply and the menu is ready. So now the next thing is we have to insert the slider here. So now let's insert it. After these two closing tag, after this closing tag of the nav, we have to make another div. Here is the div, and here is closing tag of the div, and here insert the image src, and here is images and slider img1.jpg. and now let's execute it, and here it is inserted. And here you can see that there is a distance on the top side of this slider. So why this is appear? Because we have not removed the default margin and the padding. Here is the margin 0, and here is the padding is 0. So now it is removed, and here you see that these options are on the top side list items, so we have to give the padding from the top side, that we have made it 0, 5, and then here it is okay. And now in the next lecture we will build the content area. Here you can see that we will build this part, and then this. So thank you for watching this video. If you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion in the Udemy. I will help you as much as I can. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this logo and the menu and the slider, and now in this lecture we are going to start building this content area. So let's start. Here is, first of all, we have to give it the class to the section, and by using this class we will give it the overflow, hidden, and the position, relative, and other properties. Here is the content, and then here we have to put div class equal, and here is main, and here is the closing tag of the div, and then in between this we will need to put this content area. It have a different color, and this different color is not a color, it is an image that is repeat over the page. And here is this, background 2 is a class, and here it is. And now inside this we have to create another div and give it the class content padding 1. So by using that class we will give the padding on the top and the bottom side of the content area, and here is its closing tag, and then here is the padding that is given by this class here on the top and the bottom. And after it we have to give another two divs. This is the container to give the width and the height, and here is the row. Height is automatically adjusted. Here is the row, and here is increase it. And then after it, what we need to do, we have to put the article. We have to put a separate article for this latest news, then a separate article for the tour dates, then an article for the stores now. And let's put the first article. Here is article, and here is, and now here we have to give a class. Here it is. And now here I'm gonna give it the width to this article is 33%. Here you see that this latest news have round about 33% width. And now in this article, first of all we have to put a class. And what is this class? To create a distance between the content and the borders. Here is the wrap call, you have already know. Here is wrap call, and then here is its closing tag. And after this, here we have to give another class. Here is padding 1. So what it means, padding 1, here I'm also gonna write another thing, grid. So its meaning is we have to give a padding on the right side. Here you see that this padding is given by using this class, and we will create the distance between the two articles. And after it, what we need to do, we have to put the heading, and here is H3. And then here I'm gonna put this news in the strong because it have a different color, white. Here is the strong, and here is the strong. And then here we have to put a class on this heading. Here is the class letter. And then after this, what we need to do, we have to create another div that will contain all of this thing, this time, this date, and this its text. And this black circle is a image, and this is a text. 9 November, we have to put this text in the image. And here is, let's make that div, and here is the class wrapper. So wrapper class is just for giving the overflow, hidden, and the position relative property, so the content is not going to be disturbed. And here is another class, indent bot 1, and here is its the time tag. Here is time, and here you see that this number is also in the strong, but it have the different style, and this 9 is also in the strong. So here is, first of all, put the class on the time tag. Here is time, and here is time set 1. And by using the time set 1, we will give this background circle image, and by using the time we will give it the different font size and the height and the width and all the things. And here is the date. First of all, we will put the 9. Here is strong, it have the different style, so here I'm gonna give it the class text 1, and here is a 09, and then here I'm gonna add a new line, and here is the strong, and here is also the strong. Here is November, after this we have to put the text in that div, this text, and here I'm gonna copy it. Here is the div, here is the class, and here I'm gonna give it extra wrap, and here is its. And now extra wrap is just for overflow, hidden, and all things. And here I'm gonna give indent top to create a margin from the top to the text. And here is the div, and here I'm gonna create again another one, and here is another closing tag, so all the closing tags are present. So now here we have to put that text. Here is this, and now we have to put the link. Here is the anchor tags, free website templates, anchor tag, and here is the hyperreference hash, and here is class, here is link. You can put as many as you want. And now this article is ready. Here I'm gonna rewind all the things. Here is the div. These divs are just for the text, and here is this div. This div is just for putting the time and the text both, and here is the heading, and here is the div, and this is the complete article. And now what we need to do, in our latest news there are 3 articles. We have to copy this article 2 more times, and then we will create this thing. It is just simple like this, just change the text, and then we will create this. And now let's reload it and let's check it how it look like. And here it is. Here is the text, and now we start giving it the style. First of all, start with the content. Here is the content. Here is the first of all width. to the content area is 100%, and then here is the padding is 0, and here is the position is relative, and then here is the z index is 1. Here is 1, and then after this here I'm gonna give the style to the bg2, so we are gonna insert the background. So here is the background bg2, and here is this. Here first of all put it the width of the div. Here is the width of the div is 100%, and then here is the background image, and here I'm gonna put URL. Here is this, and then here is dot images and /, and here is the bg2 tail dot gif, and now after it here is the repeat, and then here is the center top. Here is the center top, and now let's reload it, and here it is inserted. Now here another thing is the corners are rounded, they are literally rounded, so here I'm gonna give the border radius. Here is the border radius is become 3 pixel, and now I'm gonna give the style to the content padding. I'm gonna create the padding on the top side and on the bottom side. The content padding dot content padding, here it is, and now here I'm gonna add a comment to separate the content area code. Here is the content, and this code is related to the header, all the above code. Here it is, and now here it is. Here what we need to do, we have to put the padding. Here is the padding, 18 pixel for the top side, 0 for the left side, 37 pixel for the bottom side, and here is the 0, and let's reload it. Here it is, the padding is given, and now I'm gonna give all the style, then we will reload it. The row, we have to create the row, and now here I'm gonna write the row here, and here we have to write dot row before the row, and then after the row dot row after, and now we have to define another style for the row. Here I'm going to copy this, and here is this, and here is clear both, so it cannot allow any element to be float onto left and right after the row. And then here I'm going to create the wrap call. You have already know what is inside the wrap call. Here is the margin 10 pixel, and now we have to give the style to the, here is adjust one. Let's create the adjust one. Here is adjust one, here is 66%, and then here is this, and now here it is. Now after this we have to give the padding grid one the style to the padding grid one. It will create the padding on the bottom side. Here is this padding, and here let's give it here padding grid 1. Here it is, and here is 0 0 0, and here is 28 pixel. And now just reload it. Here it is created, and this is the wrap code 10 pixel distance and distance on the bottom side. And now let's give the style to it. First of all, here we have to give the style to this heading. Here is the letter. I'm gonna use the letter class, and here is paste it here, and I'm gonna give the style to the headings here. This is the separate for the headings letter. Here I'm gonna give it letter spacing. Here is -1 pixel, and now I'm gonna give the rest of the style to this article. In the next lecture we will complete this thing. In the next lecture we will create this second one thing. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we are building this latest news article. We have given it the style, and now I'm gonna give it the complete styles. Here I'm gonna reload it. We have given it the letter spacing, and now let's give it the style to the H3 heading. Here is, after this, add some space, and here is the headings. And first of all, I'm going to remove the padding and margin of all the headings and accept H1 because we need its padding and margin. Here you see that here the distance is added due to the padding and margin of the H1 heading, and here is the margin is 0. Here is padding, and after this, here I'm gonna give the style to the H3 heading. Here is its font size is 25 pixel, and then here is the line height is 2 em, and here is the margin is 009 pixel, and here is 9 pixel is just on the bottom side. Here you see that there is a difference going to be increased on the bottom side of this heading. And now I'm gonna give the style to the heading. Here first of all give it the color blue. Here is 93 CEE, and then give the different color to the strong that is inside the heading, and here is give it the color, and here it is. Here I'm gonna check it. Here is this, and then here it is. So now it is okay, and now we have to give the style to the text and the other things. And here is the wrapper. Let's give the style to the wrapper. Here at the top, here is the wrapper, and here is width of the wrapper is 100%, and here is overflow hidden, and now let's check it. And here we have give the 100% width to the wrapper, and the wrapper total width is equal to the adjust one width. Adjust one width is 33%, so its actually width is 33%. And now let's give the style to the 9 number. Here you see that there is the 9 number, and here is, let's give it the style by using its class time. Here is the time, here is this, and here is give it the display this date as a block. Here is display block, and then here is the width of this 9 November div is tag is here is 55 pixel, and then here is the height of this time tag is 54 pixel, and then here is the overflow is become hidden. Here is, and then the text line is in the center, and then here is float to the left side, and then here is the margin on the right side is 16 pixel. Here is the 16 pixel difference on the right side. Here you can see that the 16 pixel difference is added, and now we are going to apply this background image. Then all the things are okay. Here is this image is applied by using its class time set 1, and here is this, and here is this background URL images and marker text 1.png, and here is no repeat 1 pixel, and here is the top. Now let's execute it. So now here you see that it is added, and now we have to adjust it, then it will be okay. We have to give the style to this text. Here is text 1, and here it is, and now give it the style here, text 1, and I will give it the rest of the styles in the next video. So if you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion in the course. I will help you as much as I can. Thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. And here is, we have to give the font size, and here is the font size is 25 pixel, and then here is the line height is 2 em, and then here is the display as a block, and then here is the color of the text is white #FFF, and then here is the margin from the top. Here is -6 pixel, padding left 2 pixel. So now it is okay, and now here I'm gonna give the font family to the text one, but now here I'm not gonna give the font family here, because we have to apply these styles or many other text 2, text 3, other text, so that's why here I'm gonna give it a separate font family. Here is figure, and here is the font weight. Here is the font weight is 700, and then here is the text shadow. Here is 1 pixel for the X and Y axis, and here is a hash A1, and now it is okay. Let's check it. Here it is, and now I'm gonna apply the style on this number, and here I'm gonna copy it and make it text 2, and here it is, and then here is the text 2, and here I'm gonna change this color A1, and then here is the font size is this, and here I'm gonna apply letter spacing. This is the letter spacing -1, and then here is the margin top minus 29 pixel, and then after it we have to give this text to, and here is 400 font weight. So now after this let's reload it. Here is this. Here is the text shadow is not right. Here we have to change it to 191919, and here is also the same 19199, and now let's render it. So now it is okay. And the next thing that I want to tell you is this width is too much. We have gave the wrong width. Here is we have to give it 33.33%, and here it is adjusted. And now here I'm gonna give this style to this extra wrap. Here is the extra wrap, and we don't need this indent top. Here is copy this, remove it, we don't need it, and let's give the style to the extra wrap, give it the overflow hidden. Here is extra wrap, overflow hidden, and here is this, and then here is, let's check it. So now it's okay, and then after it we have to give the style to this indent bot one. So what is the function of the indent bot one? Indent bot one give the margin between these dates and their paragraphs. Here I'm gonna copy it and then paste it again, and here we don't need this, and here is this, and now here I'm gonna reduce it. Then now it is easy to judge from where we need to copy, and here it is, and at the end here is it, third one. And now let's check it. So here you see that there is no difference, there is no margin between these things, so we have to apply this indent bot one. Here I'm going to copy this, and here is, and here at the top I'm gonna give the indent bot one, margin bottom 23 pixel. Here it is, and now let's check it. Here it is given, and now you can change the text, you can change the dates. And now here I'm gonna give the style to these links, and for this we have to copy its class. Here it is, and now here is this is the letter, and here I'm gonna give the style to these things. Here is, first of all, here I'm gonna give the style to all the anchor tags. Here is the color, and here I'm gonna give hash 93 CEE, and then here is outline, not, there is no outline, and then here is the text decoration is none, and here is the vertical align to the top, and here is, I'm gonna define when we take the mouse over the link, so here is move it, so its text decoration is underlined. So let's execute it. Here it is, and here we have to give the underline. Here I have give this underline, and here it's complete. And now what we need to do, we just need to copy it, and then we need to change the text and then paste it again to create the tour dates. And here it is, this is the article, we have to copy the whole article. Here is, copy this until the article and then paste it after the article. And now here the heading is tour dates tour dates, or just simply the tour. Yes, it's tour dates. And here we just need to change the text. Here I'm going to change the date 3, and here we have to change the image, and that's why we have to put a different class here. Here time set 2. Why? Because here you see that it have the green circle, so we will put the different background. Here is, that's why I have changed the class. And then here at the place of the text, remove this text, and here we have to write a new text. Here I'm gonna copy it, and this is a link. New York contain a link. Here it is. And now here is the text, and here is the H4, and here is H4. And now here I'm gonna enclose this New York in the anchor tag. Here is the anchor tag, and here is the hyperreference, this. And after this, here is the text now. And here I'm gonna copy this because we have changed this div, we have changed the classes, and here I'm gonna paste it here, and then here. And the next thing, I'm gonna define the background for the time set 2. Here is the time set. Here I'm gonna short it, and here is the time set 2, and here is 2. And now let's check it. And now here you see that this New York heading have not the specific style, so we have to give it the style to the H4 heading. And then here is the text 1 and text 2, so we have to change these classes. We have to give new style to this text by changing its class. And here I'm going to change these classes. Here is 3 contain text 2, and here is, no, it's text 4, and the previous one is the text 3. And then another thing is this heading, so let's go and give the style to the text 1, text 3 and text 4. Here it is, and this style will be applied on text 4 dot text 4, and this style is applied on dot text 3. And now here it looks okay, but we have to give it the font family and the shadow, then it will be okay. And here I'm gonna give the style to the text font family to the text 3 and text 4, and here is the text 3, text 4, and here is the font weight is 700, but the difference is color of the font shadow. Here is 4F 4F 9D. I've copied this from the internet, and here is, and the next thing is, here is, I'm gonna give the color to the text, then it will be clearly seen to you. Here is 400, and all the things are okay. And now here it is. So now it is clear, it is just like this. And now we have to copy it and then paste it for the next. Here is text 3. Here I'm going to change it, and then here is the text 3 and the text 4. And now let's give the style to the h4, and here it is. First of all, reload it. So it is apply, and now give the style to the h4. Here it is, h4. Here is, this style is for all the text that is in the h4, and then we will apply the separate style on the anchor tag that is in the h4. Here is the 20 pixel. Here is the line height is 2em, and here is the color is #FFF, and then here is the letter spacing is -1 pixel, and then here is the margin on the bottom side, and here it is -8 pixel, and here is h4 anchor tag, and here is the text decoration, and here is display inline block, h4a, and when we take the mouse over it, so here is the color is become #93CE, and now let's execute it. Here it's become blue. So style is apply on it. So now we will create this thing, and we have to create a separate article for this. So let's create it here, and here after this article create another article for this. Here is article, give it the class just one, and here is its closing tag, and here is the div class, wrap call, and here is padding grid 2, here is div to give the padding on the bottom side, and adjust one have the 33% width, and here is the padding on the bottom side. And now here we have to create the h3 list, h3 heading. Here is h3, and here I'm gonna give in stores, and here I'm gonna give now in the strong. Here is the strong, here is this, and here is now, and here is this, and here I'm gonna give the class to the heading. Here is letter, and then after this we have to put the image in a div. Here is class wrapper, and here is the div, and then here we have to put the figure, and then here is the figure, here is the figure. Here I'm gonna put that image. Here is image source, and here is the image. Here is page 1 image 1.jpg, and here is this image is in the anchor tag when we click on it, so a specific page is going to be open. Here is hash, and now this is in the figure because figure contain the images and the text with it. If we can give it more styles by using it. And now let's define the padding on the bottom side by using the padding grid 2, and here is this padding grid 2. Here is it is little more 29 pixel. And now let's give the border to the image. Here we have to give the class to this figure. Here is class is style image, style image, and here is style image and float left. Let's give it the style. Here is this. First of all, remove the padding and margin. Here is the padding and margin, and then here is, and here it is. And then after it, here I'm gonna give the style to the image by using the class style image. Here is the border, gray type. Here is 1 pixel solid, and here is hash 3b 3b 3b, and here is the padding. Inside the border is 1 pixel, and then here is float it to the left side. Here is float it to the left by using this class f left, so the image is float to the left. Here is float to the left, and now let's execute it. Here it is. So now here you see that the image is correct, and here you see that there is a space inside the border at the bottom. So to remove this space, here just write image align vertical, image, here is vertical align top. So now it will be okay. Here it is okay, and in the next lecture we are gonna building this part, this and this. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have reached at this place, we have built this content area, and now we are gonna build this part, and this part is just like this, and then we will make this part and then this. So let's start. Here, after the closing tag of the last article which contain the image in stores now, and here is the closing tag of the article, and here is the closing tag of the background. Here you can see that this is the background div. Here is its closing tag. So now after its closing tag we have to make this part, because this part is not in this div, so that's why we are gonna make it after this. And after this we need some code that is already written, and here we need some content padding and the container and the row div. And now let's copy it, paste it here, and then we need 3 closing tags of the div. Here copy this, and here is. So now in between these divs we have to place this content area, and first of all we will place this upcoming events, and this upcoming events is in a separate article. And so now this is just like this. What we need to do, we just need to change the text. Here is, I'm gonna copy the article from the above, and here is copy from this, and we also need this heading. We will change this heading, and copy this, and now paste it here. And then here we need the closing tag of the div, and then the closing tag of the article. Here is article, and now here we have to write upcoming events. And now let's check it, and here you see that it is created, the heading is created. And now we have to put this content, and for it here I'm gonna copy from the above, and here is I'm gonna copy from there, because we have already copied this heading and the article, and now we need this thing, and we will change this text. This is just similar, both things are similar. Here is, we have to place it here. Here it is. And now here we have to insert a different image whose color is white, so that's why we have to put a different class. Here is set 3 and then we will change it, and here is the text style is different, text 5 and text 6, and here we have to place the text inside the extra wrap. Here is this text and here it is, and now it is created. And before this, here I'm gonna insert the image by using its class times set 3, and I will give the style to the text 5 and text 6. Here is, first of all, here is on the text 5 this style will be applied. Here is text 5 and here is the text 6, text 6, and then here is the style for the text 5 and 6. Because the background is different, background image is different, that's why we are applying the different style on the text. Here is the font family of this figure, and here is the 700 font and it contains 400 weight. And here is the text color. I'm gonna change it. Here I'm gonna look at the color, what color. Here is, we have to give the gray color to the November, so here is the gray color code 4D 4D 4D, and then here is for the light blue. Here is a 5CA 8D2, and then we have to give the image times set 3. We have to give the third image a different type of circle. Here is 3, and now it is created. Here is reloaded, and here is the first one is created, so now we have to copy and paste the code again. Then the third one is created. Here is, we have to copy this wrapper, and here is this, and here is, and the next thing that I want to made is this latest video part, and for this we have to made a separate article. Here is after the closing tag of the article. Here we have to make a different article. Here is, first of all, I'm gonna copy the same code. Here is this thing, and we also need this heading. Here it is, and we have to place it here, closing tag of the div, and here is the article. Here it is, and here is the adjust one wrap call padding grid 2. Here we have to apply padding grid 2, and then here is the letter, and here is a different thing. We have to apply a margin on the bottom side. Here is, I'm gonna apply, you can write any name. Here I'm gonna write indent bot 2, so it will apply the padding difference on the bottom side. Here is, and then here we have to place the wrapper div and then a figure in it. Here is the wrapper div. I'm gonna copy this code. We have already inserted an image, so let's write it, leave the copy. Here is the class wrapper. You can clear your concept clearly, so that's why I have not copied this. And here is, in this, first of all we have to place the figure, and here is this, and then here in between the figure we have to place this anchor tag, because all the things are in the anchor tag. The image that is displayed on the screen is also in the anchor tag, and here is, here I'm gonna add some space before it. And now here, first of all, here in the anchor tag I'm gonna give the hyper reference. equal, and here is we have to give the destination of the video when we click on this anchor tag, so the video will be open. And here is the video. Here I'm going to show you, this is the video folder and it contains the video, and its type is mp4.mp4 and its name is video. So I'm gonna give here the reference to the video folder, and then the file name is video.mp4, and then here I'm gonna give a class light. Here I'm gonna give light box, just it is here I'm gonna give light box image. Here you can see that this class is just referencing that a light box which contain an image, you can call it anything. And then in this anchor tag we have to give an image. Here I'm gonna give the image. And what is the image? This image, here you can see that this man is standing on a car, and in his hand there is a mic, and so we are gonna insert this picture. And here is this image source, and then here is images / page 1. Here is images image2.jpg, and now it is inserted. Let's check it. So now here you see that this image contain a link. When we click on it, so here the image is playing, and here I'm gonna on the speakers, so here you can listen the song. So now it is playing. Here I'm gonna stop it and back it. So now this is the way of inserting a video, and by using the anchor tag, and we have displayed an image. But here another thing that is left is the display button. So this is an image, we have to show this image on the top of this image. So here I'm gonna show you where is this button. Here is this is the button. Here maybe it is not visible to you because it is so light. Here I'm gonna increase it, then you can see it. Here this is the button, and now it is clearly seen to us. Here you can see that this is a dark color blue. So now this is the light button, and let's include it. Here is this, and for this, here after this image we have to insert a span, and this span doesn't contain anything, and we will give that play button image in the background of this span, or in other words we will insert that playable button in the as a background of this span. So let's do it. We will give it different styles. All styles are given. First of all, we have to define the style for the light box image, and here I'm gonna give some style to this figure. Here give it the class. Here is the style image 2. Here it is, and then another class float left. And now here is, I'm going to copy this and then paste it here. Here I'm going to give the style image 2. This is just for creating a border around the figure and a padding. And here is the border. Here is 1 pixel. And now here I'm going to give a different type of border, #333 is its gray type, and here is its padding is more than the image. This style image is given to the image that is here. And now here is the main page. So now here is the border is added by using the style image tool, and now here is the next class is the lightbox image, and by using this class lightbox image we will give it the width and height and all the things, and then we will insert the play button background as a background image of in the span. And here let's do this. Here is after this, here I'm gonna do this. Here is the lightbox image. First of all, give it the position. Here is the position is relative, and then here is, and here I want to tell you something, that we have to give the z index, so that's why this play image is shown on the top. We have to give the z index 1 to the figure, and then we have to give z index 1 to the image, so both have the same z index, and then we have to give the greater z index like 2 to this playable image, so that's why it shows on the top. And here I'm gonna give it the z index 1, and here is the overflow hidden, and here is the display inline block. Here is the image, and now here I'm gonna give the position, and here is the z index 1, and now I'm gonna insert this playable button image and then give it the z index 2, so it is shown on the top. Here is this, and here is span. And first of all I'm gonna give display as inline block, and then here is the position absolute, and then here is the left side is 0, and here is the top side is also 0, top side is 0, and then it will show on its position. And here is the width of the span is 100%, and here is the height is 100%, and here is the background. I'm gonna insert that image. Here is images forward slash, here is magnify is the image name, here is a dot png, and here is no repeat, and then here is 50% in the x-axis, 50% in the y-axis. It is moved, and here is the z index to show it on the top, 2 z index, greater z index, and here is the padding is 0, the padding of the span, and here it is inserted. And we have given it the width and height 100%, so it means it cover all the width and height that is possibly given to it. It cover all the width and height inside the figure. Here you see that. And I'm gonna build this area this shortly about. This is so simple. We will build this in the next lecture, and then we will build this footer. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. If you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion in the course. I will help you as much as I can. Hi guys, in this lecture we are gonna build this shortly about part and then this footer, and we have reached at this place. So now let's build the shortly about part. So first of all, for this part we need the article, and here I'm gonna copy the same code. Here is we need these 3 things, and let's copy it and paste it here. And then after this, here is this, Here is this, and now here I'm gonna write here about shortly about. Here is previous indent bottom. You can write any name, bottom one, and we can give the margin on the bottom side of this heading. And here we have to copy this, copy it and paste it here. And here is h4 h6. Here I'm going to give h6. It have the small font. Here is, and leave this text here, and then let's reload it. Here it is inserted. Now we have to give the style to this h6 heading, and then here I'm going to apply the bigger font on these headings here, upcoming events and all these things. Here I'm going to change this heading to the latest videos. Here is this, and here we have to write latest videos. Here is latest videos. We have not changed this heading, and now here it is. And let's give the style to the headings. Here is at the end. Here we have to apply the style on the h6 heading, and here it is. Here is font size. Here is 13 pixel, line height is 20 pixel, and here is the color is white. And then here I'm gonna give the font to the h3 and the h4 headings. Here is font family, bigger, and here is the font weight. Here is, and now let's execute it. And now these fonts are changed, and now we have to build this footer. And now let's go and build it. Here is the footer, and here is, first of all, we have to put the div of the main class. Here is main, and here is this. Here is the div, and then a div of the footer background. We have to insert the image. Here is the footer background div, increase its closing tag, and then we have to put the container and the row. Here is container, and here is the row, and then here is the adjust to give the 100% width. Here is adjust, and then after it, here is the row through which we give the footer padding inside the footer. Here is footer padding, and here is, we have to give 6 closing tags, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then after it we have to give the wrapper. Here is the wrapper. Here is its closing tag, and then after it we have to put the text. Here is, first of all, we will put this text. Here is this, and let's paste it here. And first of all, enclose the whole text in the span. Here is the whole text is in the span, and here it is, whole text is in the span. And here we have to give the class footer text to give it the font size and all the things. And then this superior and this symbol is copied, so here we have to create a copy and this, and here is it is also in the span, and then here is this, and here we have to apply the link on the and Fahad Chaudhary, and here is this, and remove it. Here it is copied 2 times, so now here I'm gonna remove it, and here we have to apply the anchor tag on it, and here is the hyperreference hash, and now here give it the class to apply the style on it. On the link, here is a class link, and then here is apply a anchor tag on Udemy. Here is this, here is link, and here is the anchor tag, and here is the BR, and then all the things are okay, and let's check it, but it have not any styles right now, so that's why it look like this. And let's give it the style to the footer, then it will be okay, and start from here. Let's give the style to the footer, and here it is. Here is the width is 100%, and here is the padding is 0, and here is the height is 140 pixel, and here is the position is become relative. Here is the Z index is 2, and here is the color is hash FF white, and then here is the overflow hidden, and we have given the Z index 2 to the footer, so it means it is shown on the screen more prominently because we have given the Z index 1 to the extra that have all the things header and the content area. And now here I'm gonna give the footer background, footer BG, and here it is, give the width 100%, and here is the background is URL, and here is images / here is the footer, and here is the background.jpg, and here is no repeat, and -1 pixel, and here is the top, and now after it we have to place the minimum height 104 pixel. So now it's okay, and let's check it. Here it is inserted, and now we have to give the padding inside it, so there is a space is created inside it, and here is dot footer, here is footer padding, and here it is, and here I'm going to check this class existing, and here is padding 28 pixel, and here is a 80 pixel, and 0 and 29 pixel. Let's render it, and now we have to give the style to this text, and here I'm gonna give the style by using the class footer text. Here it is font size, here is the 14 pixel, and then here is the line height is become 24 pixel, and here is the color is white, and then here is the display as the block, and here is floated to the left, so the text is float to the left, the whole span is float to the left. Here it is, and now here is inside the footer text, and I'm gonna target the span. Here is the display as a block. So now here I want to show you something, that this span here, when we write footer text, so the footer text class is given to the span, and then we write span, so it will target the span that is inside the footer text span. So it is displays as a block and new line is added. And now here we are gonna insert the images that are here, and let's insert that images. Here is, after this, here we have to insert the images. Here is the UL, and here is class. Here is list services, and then after it we have to place the list item. Here is a closing tag, here is the anchor tag, here is this, and then here I'm gonna give the hyperreference null, and here we have to give the image this, and in between the anchor tag we have to place the image source, and here is images facebook.png, and here it is Twitter, and here is the YouTube. And now let's check it. Here it is inserted. Now we have to give it the style, then it is okay. And here is use its class list services. Here it is, and now then insert it here. And here is the float it to the right. Social icons are floated to the right, and then here is the padding. From the top is 2 pixel and 0 0 0, and here it is. So now there is a padding on the top and float to the left, right, and then here is the list services, and here is, I'm gonna give the style to the list items, and here is the list items are float to the left, and here is the padding is 0 and 4 pixel left side, and 0 and 0. And after this, here is, I'm gonna give the style to the anchor tag. Here is list item anchor tag, and here is the display inline block, and here is the width of the anchor tag is 51 pixel, and here is the height is 51 pixel. And when we give the float to the left to the list item, so all the images are now in the line. Here you can see that, and now it is completed. The first page is completed, and now in the next video I'm gonna make this page. We will make these images, we will insert these images by using the figure, and then we will insert these links, this list, and this is a separate list, and this is a separate list. So we will make this list in the next lecture. So thank you for watching. Hi guys, welcome to this lecture. In this lecture I'm gonna teach you how to make this audio page. Here is the audio page, and it have not the slider, so now we have to create this. And let's go and make the audio.html page. Here it is, and alt control save. Here is the audio.html. Then copy the same code, and I'm gonna copy the code till the header, and then we will remove this slider. Here it is, and now copy this and paste it here, and then remove this slider, we don't need it, and here it is. And now we need the content area code, that is same. So here we need this thing till the row, and copy it and paste it here. And we don't need this bg background here. And now we need its closing tags. Here are the closing tags. Here these are the closing tags. So now here I'm gonna copy this, copy the footer, closing tags of body and main, and here are this. So now here is the footer, this is the closing tag. So now here I'm gonna check the closing tags. So all the closing tags are present, and this is the content area. And now I'm gonna reload it, reload the page, then we will see the audio.html is created. Here you see that. Now let's create this content. So first of all we have to create this heading. This heading have the width 100% because there is no content present in front of this heading. Here you see that this is blank space. And here I want to tell you something. First of all we will make a div, and that div will contain this image and this heading and this text and these lists. And then we will create another div, and in that div we will place this second image, second list, second text, and this, then the third one, and it contains this. So now let's create it. First of all here remove this and then paste it here. And after this, here in the row div I'm gonna create the heading firstly. Here is the div that will contain the heading. Here is the class, adjust, and here is the div, and here is the div that will produce the padding on the bottom side by using this class. Padding grid 1, here is padding grid 1, and here is this. And now after this, here we have to put the heading. Here I'm gonna put this. Here is closing tag, and then after this here we have to put our here is our discography, and here is the song. Here is the song discography, and here I'm gonna give the class to this heading. It contains the class letter. And now here in this 100% width div, this div have the width 100%. So in this div we will put, first we will put this image that have the 33% width, and then we will put this thing, and let's do this. And here is this. And now in this div we will put the first, we will put a div that contains the class wrapper. So in that div we will put this image and these lists and text. And now here is the div, and here is the class wrapper, and here is a p3. Create the margin on the bottom side. Here is this margin, and here is the closing tag of the div. And then here let's start. First of all, what we need to do, we have to put the article for the image. Here is the image, we have to create an article. And now I'm gonna copy its code from the first page. We have insert the image in this page, so the code is same, so that's why I'm gonna copy that code. Here is the article. It have the adjustment div, padding grid 2, and here is the wrapper. So it is just like that code, and here is copy this and paste it here. And now here remove this class wrap call. Here we don't need any wrap call, and then here we don't need this heading, and then here is the div wrapper, and here is the figure, and it have the class. Here I'm gonna give it the class style image 2 float left, and here is the images, and here I'm gonna put 2, and here is the image 1, and all the things are okay. So now the first image is inserted into the page. Here is the image, and now we have to create this part, and then we will give it the styles. And for this part we have to create another article, and this article also have the 66% width. So for this, here I'm gonna create the adjust to, here is adjust to, and here is adjust to, and here I'm gonna create it article, and here is this article have the 66% width. Here is the article, and here is the class adjust to, and then after it we have to put a div. Here is the padding grid 2, and then after it here is the div, and then here is a class, and here is the h4. This heading is in this h4, and now copy this 2011 is in the strong. Here is, and here is the strong, and then here is a class margin none to make the margin 0 and on the bottom side, and here I'm gonna give indent top 1 to create a margin from the top for the h4 heading, and then here I'm gonna put that paragraph. Here is the paragraph, here is this, and then here is, and now here paragraph is ready, and now here I'm gonna give it the class previous indent bot, and then after this paragraph we have to put the order list. This unordered list, this is a list. Now let's create the first list. Here it is, and for this here we have to create the div for it, and here is the class wrapper. Here is the wrapper, here is this, and then in between this we have to put the lists, both lists, left and right, and here is the list, and then here is give the class list 1, and here is float left, and here I'm gonna put the list item, and here is the anchor tag, Here is the anchor tag, and here is the hyperreference, and then here is in between this we will put this text. And here I'm gonna increase it, and now this list is ready. And after this we have to create this list. So first of all, here I'm gonna reload the page and then check it how it look like. So here it is created, here is the image, and here is the heading, text, and this is the list. So first of all, I'm gonna give the style to this list, then we will insert these images. Now let's give it the style. Here is this, and now let's check it what things are left. First of all, start from this wrapper div, and here is the class p3. So by using this p3 class you have to give the margin on the bottom side. Here you can see that there is no space on the bottom side, so give the margin. Here is p3, I'm gonna give it here dot p3 margin bottom 30 pixel. Here is the 30 pixel, and after this here let's check it what is the next. Here all things are okay in the image, and now here the adjust to is created, 66% width. And now here is the heading. So first of all, here what we need to do, we have to give this margin none. We have to remove the margin on the bottom side of this heading. This is too much distance on the bottom side, and here is the p3 margin is created. And now give the margin none. Here I'm gonna give it here. Here is the margin none. Margin bottom is 0 pixel. Here it is. And then I'm also gonna remove the margin of the paragraph. Here you can see that the margin is also given by from this paragraph, so I'm gonna remove it. Here is right p, and here is p, and here is the margin is 0, and here is the padding is also 0. And now here it is. And the next thing is, here you can see that on the this heading is literally down. The image is started from here and it is on the downside, so we have to reduce the default margin from the top side. And here we have given the class indent top one, and here is the indent top one. Copy it. Here we have to copy it, and here is this, and paste it here. Here it is, indent top one. Here is, and now here I'm gonna give the margin top, reduce the margin top, so the heading and the paragraph are equal, minus 10 pixel, and here it is. And now that's the thing, here it is reduced. So now the next thing is, we have to give the style to this text. 2011 is in the blue color, this is inside the strong, and we have to give it the style h4 strong. Here is the h4 strong, and let's give it the style h4 strong. Here is its color is become #93 CE. Here it is. And the next thing is, here is this, we have to give the margin on the bottom side. Here you can see that there is no margin under this paragraph, so we have to give the margin under the paragraph by using this. Here is, I'm gonna paste it here in the indents. Here are the indents. Here I'm gonna give the margin. Here is the margin bottom, and here I'm gonna give it 10 pixel, and here is the margin is created on the bottom side of this paragraph. And Here I want to tell you another thing, that is in the home, when we give the class to this paragraph, we have to reduce this margin. We have given the class, here it is, here is this previous indent bottom to the heading, and by using this class we have to reduce the margin on the bottom side of this heading. So now I'm gonna give it, I have forgotten this thing, and here is margin bottom one, and here I'm gonna give margin bottom is 20 pixel, and now here it is reduce, and here I'm gonna give it margin bottom. We have to give the bottom side margin, so that's why it is creating the problem. Here it is, here it is not equal. You can see that this text is starting from here, there is too much margin here, reduce it to 6 pixel, and here is, now I hope so it is okay, and I will give the rest of the style in the next video. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. I will prepare the second list in the next video. See you in the next lecture. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have created this list, this text, and this thing. We have given it the style, and now we have to give the style to this list, and then we have to create this list that contains these images, 3 images, play button, speaker button, and this line in the center. Here you can see that these are the 3 images. We have to put these images inside the list item, and first of all here we have to create the second list. Here is list 2, float right, and here is the list item, here is the list item, image source, here is images, and forward slash, and then here we have to write the name of the image. Here is image1 dot gif, and then here we have to give the second image. This is the image of this speaker, this volume button, or just like a speaker, and then we have to put the second image, that is a line. Here is in between the play button image, here is images, and here is we have to write list 2 line dot gif, and after this here is the image src images forward slash, here is image2 dot gif, and here I'm gonna add a new line here, and now here this third image is this play button, and the second image is this line, and now let's render it. So these things are present here. We have to give it float right, then it will be at this side, and here is, let's give the style to these lists. Here is this, and here we have to write and here it is. First of all we have to give the style to the list one that contains text, and let's give the style to this list one, and here is this list one, and here it is, and give the style to the list items. Here is dot, and here is this. First of all give it the font size. Here is the font size is 13 pixel, and here is the line height 20 pixel, and let's check it. Here it is list 1, its style is given to the list 1. You can change this text easily. And now I'm going to give the style to the list 2. First of all, here is we have to create this float right class to float it to the right side. Here is float right, and here I'm going to give float right. Here is right, and now it is at this side, and now we have to remove these list style types and all the things. And here is in the UL, here at the top we have to remove the list style type, list style only, it is none, and here it is removed. And now we have to give the style to the list, and first of all give it the padding from the top side. Here it is dot list 2, and here is the padding from the upper side, 5 pixel, 21 pixel, from the left side 0 and 0. And then after it we have to give the style to the list items. Here is dot list 2 list items, and here is the position is become relative, and here is the overflow is hidden, and then here is the width of the list one is 41 pixel, and here is the minimum height is 20 pixel. And now here it is adjusted. Now we have to copy and paste the code again, then it is created. And now I'm gonna add the distance in between the images. So now I'm gonna give the margin right to the images, margin right side, and here I'm gonna give 8 pixel, and here is the margin. The margin is not created because here we have to give it separately. We have to give this margin to the images. Here we have to write list item, here is the images, and then it will work. And here is this, and it is too much. Here I'm gonna give 4 pixel and check it. So now it is okay. Now copy and paste the code, and the list items are created. And here is this, and this, and here is this. We have to add 2 more. Here is this, remove it. And now here is these things are created, and now this is a single wrapper div that contain this article and this article. Now what we need to do, we have to copy and paste it again, and we have to create the second list. And you can change the text easily. You can change this text and this text, and then we have to change the name of the image. So now here is it is started from this wrapper div, and we have to copy this thing from here, wrapper div, copy it, and not this wrapper div. Here is another wrapper div. This is the wrapper div. We have to copy, start from here, and then we don't. Here is copy from this wrapper div that also contain the images. Copy both lists. Here is this, and it is ending on this tag, I think. And yes, this is the tag where it is ending. Copy all the wrapper. Here is it also contain the image. Copy it, and then here it is. And then after it, third thing And here what we need to do, we just need to change the image. Here is third one, and here is the second one image. And now here it is. So now here it is created, and now you can change this text. And in the next video I'm gonna create this video page. It contains the videos. First of all, create this heading, and then we have to insert the videos. And you have already know how to make this video. We have to give the figure and then an anchor tag to the video, and then this image, and then this image. We have created it in the home page. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this audio.html page, and now in this lecture we are going to build this video.html page. And you have already know how to put this heading, and then this video we have already created the code of this video in the home page. So I will copy from that page, and then we have to put this paragraph, and then we have to put this rating. This is an image, it is put in the background of the anchor tag, and this is a different image, and this is a different image. So now let's start. Here it is. And first of all, create a new page and save it as video.html. Here is video.html. Here it is. And now we have to copy the same code. Here is this till the header, and now here is save it. And after this, here I'm gonna copy the footer, and then I will copy the code that we need in the content area. Here is the footer and the closing tags of the body and main. Here it is. And now what we need to do, here it is. And then after this, here in between this, we have to copy the code of the content area that we need. And here I'm gonna pick this current class and paste it on the video.html. And now copy the content area code that is same. Here is, this is the code section. We need the section content main and till the row, and here is this, and we have to paste it here. And then we need its closing tags. Here I'm going to copy these closing tags from here. Now all the closing tags are present, and here I want to tell you an interesting thing. First of all, in between this we have to remove this thing, and here we have to put the content padding too. It have the different padding values. And here is the wrapper. This is the wrapper. And here first of all what we need to do, we have to put this heading and this heading and this heading almost same way to put these headings. So I'm gonna copy the code of the heading from the content area in the audio.html, and here it is. And then here is this. Here you can see that this is the div padding grid 1, and here we have to write our music videos. And then after it, here I want to tell you something, that this heading and all of these videos are placed inside a div who have the 100% width. So now here is that div, and here is its closing tag. So this div have the 100% width, and then in between this div we have to place these videos. And here I want to tell you something. This video is have the separate code. It is in the article, this is in a separate article, this is in a separate article. You can also use the section, but I'm gonna use the article. And then we will create these videos, we will insert these videos row wise. First of all, we will create a div who have the class wrapper, and in that div we will place these first three videos, that is in the first line, this, and then we will create the second div, and in that div we will place these three videos in the second line. So in this way we will create it, and we will put these things inside this adjust div. It have the 100% width, and now all the things are okay. And let's reload that page, and here it is, and here is the video page. And here is the interesting thing is that we have to give the padding, content padding from the top. Here you see that we have give it the content padding too, so we have to define this content padding. Here is, it is at the top. Here is the content padding. Here is the padding from the top is 23 pixel, and then here is the 57 pixel from the bottom side to separate the videos. And here is this, and now here it is. And here I'm gonna check it why it is not applied. Here is 2, and now here is the distance is created, and let's put the videos. So first of all, here in this, in between this, and if you have any problem in coding of these sites, so kindly contact me. And the next thing is I will provide you the clean code of these websites. Here I have created the mixed code, but I have provided the websites, you can download these websites, and these websites have the clean code. I have added the comment to recognize the code, what part is this of the code. And now here first of all I'm going to create a div which contain these three videos, and here is that div name is, give it the class wrapper. Here is this, here is the class, and here is the wrapper, and here is, I'm gonna write indent bot 1. So what is the function of indent bot 1? Indent bot 1 is just for creating the margin on the bottom side to separate the first line of videos with the second line. Here you see that this difference is inserted by using the indent bot 1, and here is this. So now here I'm going to create its closing tag. Here it is. And now in between this, first of all we will put the first video, this video, and its code is already present in the home page. We have created this thing in the home page. Here you see that, here it is, and now here we are, and let's pick its code. We have to copy the complete article and then paste it here. And here I want to tell you something, that it have the width 33%, and then we don't need to provide wrap call. It is just for creating the space around this heading, and then we don't need this heading. And here it is, and then here we need p2 to create the margin on the bottom side of the video. Here you can see that the margin on the bottom side of the video to separate this line of text. And then here is the figure, and it has a style image too, and all the things are okay. Here is, and here is, and then here is the div of the wrapper. And then after this, what we need to do, this video is created, I'm gonna show you. Here it is, and after this we have to put this paragraph and the image in the anchor tag, and after this div we have to put that paragraph. Here is the P and here is the closing tag of the P. We have to paste this paragraph after the closing tag of the wrapper, and here I'm gonna give a class to create the distance on the bottom side to separate the rating image, to create a distance between the image. Here is the indent, here is the bot 2, and here I'm gonna paste that text here in this, and here it is. And then here is, after this we have to put this image in the anchor tag, and here it is. And here is the hyper reference, and here I'm gonna give the class to this anchor tag to give it some CSS properties linked to, and in between this I'm gonna put that image photo rating image. Here is source and here is images / and here I'm gonna add some space, and this image is 4 stars, so I have saved its image with the name of star4 .png. so now it is inserted. Here it is inserted. This is the anchor tag, and now I'm gonna give the style to this thing. Here is, first of all, the content padding 2 is created, it is created, and here is the indent bot 1 is already created, and then here is the padding 2 grid 2 is created, and now we have to create this P2 to create the distance on the bottom side of this video. So then there is a distance between this line of text and the video. Here is the P2, here is P2, here is P2, here is 15 pixel, and here it is. And now we have to create the distance around this anchor tag. So now here I will give this thing, I'm gonna give the margin on the bottom side of this paragraph, so this rating have the distance on its top side. There is a difference between these things, and let's give this previous bot to previous indent bot margin on the bottom side, and here is 8 pixel, and now here it is, there is a distance. And now the next thing is, here I'm gonna compare both things. Here it is, both things are clear, so here we don't need to give the style to the anchor tag, it is okay. And then the next thing is, we have to create the second one, and it have just a different image on its rating, so we have to put the different image here. We have to copy this article for the second one, and here it is, and here is change the name of the image. Here is 3, and here is the page is also 3, and here is 1, and here is 3 page and 1 image, and here is the page 3 and 2 image. And now let's reload it. So now here it is, here we have to put the different rating image, and here is, we have to put the star 3. Here I'm gonna put 3-star rating, I have saved it with the name of 3-star, and here it is. And then put the third one, here is this, copy this and paste it here inside the wrapper. We have to paste this article inside the wrapper, and here is 5-star rating and image is third one. and here it is. And now we have to create the second line. So for the second line we have to copy and paste the whole wrapper here. Copy from this closing tag of the wrapper and also copy this wrapper, copy it, then paste it here. Here it is. And now here I'm gonna give the different image. Here is the image 4 and here is the image 5 and here is the 6 and here it is. So now video page is ready, and the problem here is that this distance is too much. So now here on the second wrapper, this is the second wrapper, we have to remove this so the margin on the bottom side is removed, and let's check it. So here it is, this is a less margin, so it is okay, and this page is ready. And now what we need to do, we have to make the second page, and here is the second page, that is the gallery.html. we will make this gallery. Here it contain here the text about the gallery, and this text is not look awesome, this is too much text. We will put the control amount of text, less text, then it look awesome. And here are the links, you can see that. So thank you for watching this video. If you have any problems, kindly add the discussion, I will help you as much as I can. Hi guys, welcome to this lecture. In this lecture I'm gonna teach you how to make this gallery, and I have changed the gallery because the previous gallery is too odd and that gallery is not so beautiful. So here I have changed it, I have reduced the text, and then I have changed the pictures, and then I have give the border, so now it look awesome. Here it is. And now here I want to tell you about its structure. Here when we create this video.html page, so first of all we have put this heading, and then we have create a 100% width div, and then we have inserted these videos by row wise. And at the first we have put these 3 images of this first line in a single div, and then we have create another div for the second row videos. And in this gallery we use the same strategy. First of all we will put the first, second and the third images and its text in a single div, and then we will create another div and that contain the second row images and the text. So now let's start. Here it is. First of all create a new page. Here is create a new page, save it as gallery.html, and then we need the code that is same in both place in both pages. And here first of all I'm going to copy the header, here it is, and then we need the footer. And before this, here adjust this menu, and here it is. And then here is, and now in between this what we need to do here is, first of all here I'm gonna copy this section. Here is this section, it contains the menu, we need the main and this content padding too, and then this wrapper, and we also need this heading because we will create our heading. Here is this, save it. And then after this we need its closing tag, and here is at the end I'm gonna copy these closing tags. Here is, these are the closing tags, here are the closing tags, section div, here is, and now all the closing tags are complete. And this is the div. These things you are already know. This is wrapper, container, and all the things. And the new thing is this is the div adjust. It have the 100% width, and in this width we will put these gallery images. And then here is the heading, and here we have to write gallery, our gallery. And here is, I'm gonna reload it, and then here is the gallery, and here is the heading. So now what we need to do, we have to write the first div, and the first div contain these first row 3 images. And here is that div. We have already created this div in the video. Here I'm going to show you, just show you. Here we have created the wrapper indent bot, and indent bot is creating the distance between the 2 rows of images. And here what we need to do, we have to copy this div, and in this div we will place these images. And here I'm gonna insert this. Here is the closing tag of this wrapper, and now I'm gonna edit this edit this code to insert this image. So first of all, it needs the 33% width. This image have the this image and its text have the 33% width. This image and the text have 33% width, and this image and text have the 33% width. And this padding grid is just for creating the padding on the right side, this distance. Here you see that here. And then here we need the wrapper div, and remove all the things inside the wrapper. And then here we also need to remove this. So now in this wrapper div we will put this image, and then we have to put this text, and this text is outside this div here after the wrapper. And here is the image, right? Image source, and here is the images gallery 1.jpg. and now after this, here we have to put the text. Here is the text, this is the anchor tag, and then a paragraph, and here is that anchor tag, and here is anchor tag. Here is this. After it, here is hyperreference. Here is class, give it the class link, and then after this put this paragraph inside a paragraph, in a paragraph tag, and here is its closing tag. And here I'm gonna give a class to create the margin on the bottom side of the paragraph. So in this way a distance is created between the anchor tag and the paragraph. Here you see that there is a difference between these two things, paragraph and anchor tag. This is due to this class. We will give the margin on the bottom side, and here is this p2 will create the distance on the bottom side of the image. And now here I'm going to create this p2. First of all, let's check p2 is existing, and then here is, I'm going to create this one, bot 2. Here is bot 2 is already existing, and now let's reload it, and then we'll give the style to the image. Here it is existing, all the styles are given, and here I'm going to create the anchor tag after this paragraph. Here is hyperreference hash, and here is the class button. Here is anchor tag, and here read more. And then I'm gonna give the style to the anchor tag by using its class button, and then I will give the style to this image and to give the style to the image, here I'm gonna give it a class set image to provide the border on the image, and let's give the style to the anchor tag here by using its class dot button. First of all, reload it. Here is the anchor tag. Here is, I'm gonna give the color. First of all, color is white, and then here is the font size is 16 pixel, and here is the line height is 30 pixel, and then here is the display inline block. And when we take the mouse over the button, so it's become underlined. Here is button, here is hover, text decoration, underline, and now let's check it. Here it is, and here I'm gonna check it. So now here the text decoration is not applied because here we have provided the space before the colon of the hover, and here it is. So now it is applying, and now I'm gonna apply the style on this image. And now I'm gonna give the border and the width to this image, and by using its class set image, here is this, and I'm gonna give it here set image dot, here is width of the image is 90%, and the total width of the div is 33%, so it will cover the 90% of the 33%. Here is the border 5 pixel solid hash FFF, and now here it is completed. We have to apply this style on the image. Here is image, now it's okay, here it is. And now we have to copy the second image, third image, and here is copy this article and paste it inside the wrapper. Here it is, and change the image name to, and then here is this third one. So now in one div we have to place only 3 images, so here are, it is full. Now, so now we have to create another wrapper div, and for this I'm gonna copy this and then paste it again. Here is, and then here is 6 5 4. So now here it is. Here I'm gonna insert this image, its type is PNG, and here it is. So all the images are inserted. Here you can see that it is looking awesome, and this distance is too much, so we have to remove the indent bot from the last wrapper div, and here it is reduced. And now in the next lecture we are gonna create this tour dates page. First, you have already know how to make these tour dates. You have already made this thing here, tour dates. So we have copied the code and then increase it, and then we will create this thing. This is the anchor tag, and we have provide the link to show on the page, and then telephone number, and then we will make this list. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this gallery page, and now in this lecture we are going to build this tour dates. So here I want to tell you something, that this is the tour date heading. First of all, we will create this, and these two list, this is a list of the date, and this is a list of our tickets and the telephone, or inside the same div. This div have the 66% width, and then we will give the 50% width to this New York date div, and then we will give 50% width to this list, tickets and the telephone, and then this list have the 33%. So let's create this, And first of all, here create the page, and here is the control alt s, and here is the tour.html. And now copy the same code, and here is, we also need this wrapper and all the things, and we also need this heading. So now I'm gonna copy the header first, then I will copy the other things. Here is now footer, here it is, paste it and correct the menu. Here is, this thing is now here on this, and now here in between this place the content area. Here is this, and now here is, copy this, place it here. Then after this we have to place the closing tags of the div. Here is this, place it here, and here are the 4 divs tag. Here this one is extra, remove it. And now after this we have to place the heading, so that's why here I'm gonna copy the heading code. Here it is, copy it and then paste it here, and here is the div, and this div have the 66% width. Here is its closing tag, and now here I'm gonna give the width to this div is 66%. So here I'm gonna create a new adjust. Here is the adjust to, and that have the 66%. So why I have give this div 66% width, because here you can see that this tour dates have is inside the 66% width of the div, and then this list is also inside the 66%, and this list is also inside it. And now here we need to create these lists. First of all, I'm gonna create this list. First of all, what we need to do, we have to create a div, give it the class wrapper. Here is the wrapper, and then after it, here it is, here is the closing tag. And now after it, what we need to do, we have to create an article for all this list of the dates, and this article have the 50% width. So here is article, and here is the class. I'm gonna give it 50% width. Here we will create this adjust 3. Adjust 3, it is the adjust 3. Here is article, and now here is the adjust 3. It have the 50% width. Here is this, and here is adjust 3. So now here I want to tell you something. This adjust 3 have this 50% width, and then 50% is given to this list, and this 50% is the 50% of the total width. Total width is equal to 66%. So you can clearly understand this thing. And here is the div. Here is the class padding grid 1 to create the padding on the left side. Here is the div, and then after this article we will create the another article for the second list. And now this padding grid 1 create the padding on this side, and now we have to copy the code of this thing. So now I'm gonna copy its code from the first page. We have created the tour dates. Here are the tour dates, So now we have to copy from this line till this, copy it and paste it here. This will create the first date, and here is indent bot 2. This indent bot is just for creating the distance on the bottom side. Here is on the bottom side of every date, and then here is a time set 2. All the things are fine. Here is, I'm going to create the indent bottom 2. I think it is already created. Here is the indent bottom 2. Here is 2. Here is 26 pixel, and then here is, I'm gonna reload it, and here it is. So now here it is created, and now what we need to do, we just need to copy it and paste it again. Here it is. And now let's check it. So here are the 6 dates are created, and here I'm going to change this heading, and then we will create another article to the for the list and this telephone number and the tickets. And here is the heading, here is dates tour, and here it is. And then after this, here we will create this part, and we have to create the second article in this wrapper div. This is the closing tag of the wrapper div, and here is, it also have the 50% width. Here is the class adjust 3, and here is adjust 3 50% width, and here is its closing tag article. And then here I'm gonna create the padding by using the div class. Here is padding grid 4. Here I'm gonna create the padding grid 4. So now this padding grid 4 will create the padding on the right side and then on the top side of this list. And now after this, I'm gonna create this first tickets and the telephones, and for this we have to make a div. Here is its class margin bot 1, and here is its closing tag. And then after this, this margin bot create the distance on the bottom side of this telephone and tickets. Here you can see that. And now we have to put the text, and here first of all we have to put the tickets in a span. Here is the ticket, and here is the tickets, and here I'm gonna give it the class add, to add a little property, so that's why I have give this class. And then after it we have to give this link, and when we take the mouse over it, so it shows. And here is, put it inside the anchor tag, and here is the anchor tag. Here is the hyperreference, here is null, and then here we have to give it the class link. And then after it we have to give a break line. So now new line is starting, and here we have to give this telephone, and here I'm gonna copy this and then paste it here. We have to paste the telephone number, and here is, and here is, after this we have to place the telephone number, and here I'm gonna write the span, and here is the span, and in between this, here I'm gonna give the class add. We also need to give it the inline block, and here is, we have to give it another class color1, so we can apply the white color on this number. And here I'm gonna write the number, copy it and paste it here, then remove it. Now this div is ready, and now we have to give this padding grid 4. Here it is, and padding grid is on the top. Here it is. Here is the top side is 3 pixel, and here is the bottom side is 19 pixel, and here I'm gonna write another thing, line height is 24 pixel. And now after this, I'm going to create the margin bottom to create the margin on the bottom side. And first of all, I'm going to reload it. Here it is. It is now it is at this side. Later it will be adjusted. Here is margin bottom. Here is 32 pixel, and then after this, here I'm gonna give this add class, and here I'm gonna give it inline block. Here is display as inline block, and then after this, here is all the things are fully clear, and here I'm gonna give the white color to this number. Here is color is -ff, and here is white, and now let's check it. So it is created, and now it is still at this side. What is the problem? I think problem is in the grid.css. Here is the problem. We have to give it 50%. Now let's reload it. So now it is at this side, and we have to copy and paste this code again to create the next one. Here is this, and this, and here it is. So now it is adjusted. Here are the things. You can create more if you want, and now I'm gonna create this thing that is here, and here you see that these things are not equal. We have not applied the padding on the top side correctly, and here I'm gonna check it. Here is, we have to write padding grid 4, then it will be apply, and now it is adjusted equal. And let's create the third list, this one. This arrow is an image in the background of the list item, and here it is. Here is after this, and here we have to create it after these closing tags, the closing tag of the wrapper and the div who have the width 66%. Here you can see that this adjust to. Now after this, we have to create a div who have the width equal to the 33%. Here is article. Here it is, and here is the class adjust one. Here we have to place the h3 heading. Here is the h3, and here is, we have to write past, and here is in the strong tours. Here is the strong, and here is tours. And then after this we have to place the UL, give it the class list3, and then here is UL, and then here is the list items, here is the list items, here is the anchor tag, and then here is the hyperreference, and here is in between this anchor tag I'm gonna place this text. Here it is, and increase it, and then I'm gonna give it the style by using its class list3, and here it is dot list3, here it is. First of all, give the style to the list items, and here is the font size. Here I'm going to give the font size 13 pixel. Here it is, and then here is the line height 20 pixel, and then here is the background. We have to put the image in the background. Here is images / list 3 marker dot gif, and after this here is the no repeat property, and here is the left side, it is on the left side 10 pixel for the y-axis, and here is 5 pixel from the top padding, 5 pixel from the bottom, 12 pixel on the right side, and then here is the dot list 3, and now give the style to the anchor tags. Here is this, and here is a display inline block, and here is the color is #FFF, and here is the text decoration, here is the none, and then when we take the mouse over it, so it will show the color. Here is the list 3 li, here is the hover, here is the text decoration. It's not text decoration, we have to give it the color. Here is the color is become blue, and now let's execute it. Here it is, and it is fully ready. And now in the next lecture we are going to create this contact.html. So if you have any problems, kindly add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can. And now the internet connection is not present, so that's why it looked like this. We will create this page in the next video. See you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this tours dates page, and now in this lecture we are going to build this contact.html. First of all, we will build the contact page, and we have to copy the code of the header and the footer, and then we will place these fields and all of these things in a div which have the 66% width, and then this map and the description list, this address in a div which have the 33% width. And now here I'm going to create a new page. Here it is, and then we have to copy the code. Here is, first of all, I'm going to copy the code of the header till the header, and here is the header, and here it is, place it here, and here we have to save this file with the name of contact.html. And now after this header we have to place the closing tags and the code of the footer. Here is, move it here, and now here is the footer and the closing tag of the body and the main, and place it here. And now after this I want to tell you something, that here you see that the header and the content area in this website is placed inside the div whose class name is extra. So now we have to place its closing tag here above the footer. Here is the closing tag of the extra div, and now in between this div we have to place the content area. But here I want to tell you something, that we have missed the closing tag of the extra in the previous pages of this site. Here is, we have to place the closing tag of the extra here above the footer, and here is the extra div. And now here is, in this gallery.html we have also not placed the closing tag of the extra, and here is the video.html. This footer is not inside the extra div, and now we have to copy the code of the content area, some code wrapper and the padding grid and all things. And now here I'm gonna render this file. Here is contact.html, and now here it is created. Here is the menu and the footer, because we have not put the content in between this, so that's why it look like this. And here is this current class, and now first of all here I'm gonna place some code from the content area. Here is this, and here is, I'm gonna copy the closing tags. Here is the closing tags, here you can see that closing tags are present. Here I'm gonna adjust it. Here it is. And now in between this, first of all what we need to do, we have to create this heading inside a div who have the 66% width. So now here I'm gonna create that div. Here is div, here I'm gonna give it the 66% width by using the adjust to class, and then inside it I'm gonna create the padding, because we have to give the padding to this div. And here for this, here I'm gonna place a div who have the class padding grid. Here is the padding grid 1, here is the padding grid 1, and then here is its closing tag. And now after this what we need to do, we have to place the heading. What heading? Here is the h2, it have the contact form heading. Here is the contact form, and here is the strong, here is the strong, and then after it I'm gonna place that form. Here is, let's look at it. Here is the heading, and now we have to place this form, and here I'm gonna make that form. First of all, here is the form tag, and here is its closing tag of the form. And now here I'm gonna give it a class. Here is the contact form, and now after it, here I'm gonna give it field set to create a border around the form. Here is the field set, and then in this we have to create this input field and this name, and this text is inside the span, and then we will give it the class to that span, and then we will give it the style. And this text and this field both are placed inside the label. Here is the label, here is the label, and here is, first of all here I'm gonna place this pen, and here is name, and here is I'm gonna give it the class. Here is I'm gonna give it the class style text, style input. Here is input, and then after it, here in the label we have to create a input type, and then here is I'm gonna increase it. Here is this, and this contain the email, and here is its type is also email, and then after it we have to create a text area. Here I'm gonna write message, and here is I'm gonna write text area for the message. Here is the text area, and now what we need to do here, we have to place all the things are okay. And now after this field set, what we need to do, we have to give these clear and the send buttons in a div, and these things are created. We will give it the style, then it will be okay. And here is this, and now we have to create this clear and the send buttons, and for this here is the div, and here is the closing tag of that div, and here is the class. Here I'm gonna give it the class link form. Here is the link form, and then here is the anchor tag, here is the closing tag, and here is the clear, and then here I'm gonna give it the class. First of all, we have to give the style to this text, to this anchor tag. So for this, here is the link class, and then here is I'm also gonna give it link margin class. So why is the link margin class is given to it? Link margin class is just for creating the margin on the right side of every anchor tag, and this link form class is given to this div because we have to put this div on the right side of the form, so that's why it is given to it. And here is this, and now I'm gonna give it the style, then it will be okay. And we have already created this adjust to padding grid 1, content padding 2. Here I'm gonna check it why while the content padding 2 is given or not. Here is I know it is given, but just for the confirmation, here is the padding grid 2. And then now we have to give the style to this contact form, but before this we have to give this style to this h2 heading. Here it is, and here is the h2 heading. Here is I'm not gonna give it the style here in the contact.html. I'm gonna change it to the h3 because we have already defined the style for the h3, so then it will be apply on it. Here is this, and here it is. And now let's give the style to this form by using its class contact form. Here is the contact form, and here is the contact form. Here is the dot, and here is first of all here I'm gonna give position to it. Here is the relative, and then here is the vertical align top. Here is the vertical align. Here is the top, and then here is the width of the form is 100%. So what is the 100% width means? The total width of the div in which the form is placed is 66%, so it will cover all of the 66% width. And after this, here I'm gonna give the style to the field set. Here is that is inside this form. Here is contact form, and now here is border, here is the margin 0, and here is the padding, here is the width 100%, field set width is become 100%, and here is the overflow is become hidden. And then after it I'm gonna give the style to the label. Here is the label dot, and here is display as a block. The minimum height is of every label is become 40 pixel, and here is the overflow is become hidden. And now I'm gonna give the style to the name, to the text that is outside the fields. Here is style input class, and here I'm gonna give it display as a block, and then here is float to the left, text is going to be float to the left, and here is the width is become 75 pixel of every of the span. Here you see that this style input is given to the span, so then the width of the span is become 75 pixel, and here is the padding is 5 pixel from the top, and the 0 pixel, 0 pixel, and 1 pixel from the right to create the distance between the field and the text. And here it is, here is the 1 pixel and 5 pixel from the top. This is the width of the span, and this distance is created because we have given the minimum height 40 pixel to every label. And now we have to give the style to these fields. First of all, here I'm gonna apply the same style that is the same for the input and the text area. Here is the input, and here is the text area, and here is this. And here is, first of all, give it the margin 0, and then it will create a 0 margin from the all the side. And then we have to give the width to every field. Here I'm gonna give 479 pixel width to every field, email, name, and message. And then here is the padding. Here I'm gonna create 6 pixel from the top and the bottom of every field, and then here is the 12 pixel from the left and right. And then here is the font family, here is Arial, and then here I'm gonna give the font size. Here is the font size is 13 pixel, and here is the line height. Here is the line height is 1.25 em, and then after it I'm gonna give the color to the text. Here is the color hash A1, it is just gray type like, and here is the 1 pixel solid, and here is hash 33 gray type border. And then here I'm gonna give it the background. Here is none, and then here is outline is also none. When we click on the field, so it's already outline is present. So now let's reload it. So here are the styles are present. Now we have to give the height to this text area, and then we have to give the full style to the buttons clear and send. Here it is, here is the style, here is the text area, and then here it is, here is overflow auto, here is height is become 184 pixel, and here is this, and here it is. And now we have to give this style to these clear buttons, clear and send, and here it is. And here we have to create the second one, clear and send. And now first of all give the style to the div that contain the both buttons. Here is the link form. Here is first of all give it the text align to the right side. Here is the right, so then the div is automatically on the right side. Here it is. So now here, and then we have to give it the padding from the top and the left to create the distance. Here is 8 pixel, 20 pixel, and here is 0 0, and here is the margin dot link, and link margin will create the margin right on the right side of the anchor tag. Here is the margin right, and here is 40 pixel, and now here it is created. And in the next lecture we are gonna build this uh, map and this description list. You have already know how to create it. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this part and now we are going to build this one. And let's start. For this we have to make another div that have the width 33%, and here is in the contact.html, and here is the div, and this width of this div is 66%, and here is the div that will contain the map. Its width is adjust 1 because it have the 33% width. Here is its closing tag, and then here is the padding grid 3 to create the padding around it. Here is the padding grid 3, and then here is h3, here is h3, and here I'm gonna place contact. Here is the strong, and here is the strong, and then here in between this I'm gonna write info. Now let's execute it. Here is this, and then in between after this heading I'm gonna place a div. Here is the div wrapper. Here is the wrapper, and here is the p2 to create a margin on the bottom side. Here is div, and then here I'm gonna place this map inside the figure. This map is inside the figure. Here is the figure. Here is the class. Here I'm gonna write style img2. Here is the float left, and here is figure, and then in between this here I'm gonna place the code of the map, and I'm gonna get its code. Here is Google Maps, click on this icon and then go to share or embed map, and here is embed map, and copy this code and then close it and paste this code here. And you know that what is inside this code. Here is the border 0 and the frame border 0 and all the things, and here I'm gonna give it the width. You can also give the width in the style.css. Here is 252 pixel, and here is the height is 195 pixel, and now it is okay, and let's check it. Here is this. So now it is inserted, all the things are okay, and now we have to create the styles if there is not existing any style. And here I want to define this padding grid 3 is not created here. I'm gonna copy it, and then all the styles are given. This P2 is just for creating the margin on its bottom side to separate the description list. This is the wrapper style. Image 2 is already given to create the border around the map. Here is, and float left is already given. All the things are given. We don't need this padding grid 3 class, or we have to remove this div. We don't need this div, and here it is. And now let's check it. So now here you see that this space is created under the map, so we have to give the style to the iframe, and here I'm gonna give the style to the iframe. Here is the iframe. We have to give it the vertical align top. Here is the iframe. Here is the border, done. The border of the iframe. Here is vertical align top, and here is the margin of it is 0, and here is the padding is also 0, and here it is okay. And now we have to create the description list under this map, and here is after this wrapper div we have to create the description list. Here is the wrapper div, and this is the div of the adjust one, and here is we have to create the description list. Here is the DL, and here is the closing tag of the DL, and here is this, and here first of all place the DT, and here it is, and here is inside the DT we have to place the address. And first of all here I'm gonna give it the class list4, and here is inside the DT, here is this, here is this, and this thing is, here is a beer, and then after this dt we have to place a dd, that is the description, and here is the dd, and here is its closing tag, and here I'm gonna place it. Here is, that is this telephone number, and here is this, and then after this dd we have to place the email. Here is the dd, here is the dd, and here first of all here I'm gonna copy the text, and here it is, and then that email is inside the anchor tag. This mail is in the anchor tag, and here is the closing tag of the anchor tag, and here is the hyper reference hash, and here is the class, here is the link. Copy it, and now here I'm gonna reload the page, and here it is created. Now we have to remove the padding and the margin of the DL, and here is the DL DD, and here is the DD, and here is the margin is 0, here is 0, and here is the padding is also 0, and now it is okay. And now let's check it. Here it is. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. So if you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion. I will solve your problems. So thank you for watching this video. You have to practice the code if you want to become a great professional web developer. See you in the next lecture. Hi guys, this is the last lecture of this course, and in this lecture I'm gonna quote my final words. So here are all of these 5 projects are ready, and congratulations, you have learned these 115 lectures, and you have listened my voice for the 24 hours of content. And now here I want to tell you something, that there are many students who have learned these lectures and they have not practiced the code. So kindly practice the code and don't lose hope. if you want to do something great, so you have to put the effort, that is the huge one. So there is nothing that will be achieved without the effort, so you have to do the effort. And here I want to tell you something that I have spent a lot of days and night to prepare this course, to prepare these websites, to prepare these development projects. So what you need to do, you just need to practice this code a lot, so you will become a great web developer. And if you have any problem in future, if you are working in an office and you have a problem or anything like in the web development, so you can contact me. I will solve your problem, not only related to this web development projects, but you can also share me with your problems that are in the other web development projects, so I will help you as much as I can. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in another course. So bye bye. Okay.